West LA Station, Detective. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And yet you told us today that he appeared angry to you.
That's correct.
Okay. Was there anything about him physically that caused you to conclude that he was angry?
This is his facial demeanor, his voice, and he had veins were popping out right here on the upper part of his head, along the side of his head. There were veins were pulsating and popping out, and I had never seen that before on television or anything.
So you associated that with anger?
Yes.
You could have arrested the defendant in his underwear had you wanted.
Oral.
Yes. Because I knew that if I took O.J. Simpson, a person with that stature, to the station in his underwear, that there would be repercussions because the media would show up and it would get blown out of proportion.
You also told Mr. Cochran that you did not indicate in the report that Nicole Brown was.
That's correct.
Was there anything about her demeanor that night that caused you to believe that she was intoxicated?
None.
Have you had training in domestic violence?
Yes, I have.
Have you had training in the profile of a
Crown check this question. This is improper legal examination, improper question.
Sustain.
Did the defendant appear afraid at all of Nicole Brown that night?
No.
Did she appear to be afraid of him?
Yes,
Overruled.
She appeared to be terrified.
You described earlier the mud on Nicole Brown. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any mud on the defendant?
None.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Reason other than a desire to be with her children, that is for her not going down to Parker Center.
That was it. She just wanted to get back to her children.
Is that what she told you at West LA Station?
Yes.
Why didn't you keep her at the station?
She wanted to get back to her children.
Was she under arrest?
No.
Has she violated any law?
None.
Was there any indication that she's beating up the defendant?
No.
And you did speak to the defendant, right?
Yes.
He didn't tell you that she beat him up, did he?
No, he did not.
You did poke her pants into evidence?
No, I photographed him.
Why didn't you book her pants?
I felt the photograph significantly depicted what had happened to her in regards to the pants.
You told Mr. Cochran that the defendant said that the police had been out to the location 8 times before.
Yes.
Were you surprised to hear that from the defendant?
Sustain.
Well, you didn't go back to the station and check the records to see if the LAPD had been to the house 8 times before, did you?
No.
Why not?
So I felt the detective assigned to the case would do that. Once I put that statement in there, I figured it'd be part of his follow-up.
When the defendant told you that the police had been out to the house 8 times before, did he tell you that they'd been there on social calls?
No, matter of fact, I believe it was the same sort of thing.
Hold on. What's
What's his answer?
overruled? I said overruled. Question is, when the defendant told you that the police had been out to the house 8 times before, did he tell you that they had been there on social calls? Yes or no?
Yes, the police had been out there before. Oh, no, they were there for the same kind of an incident.
Mr. Cochran.
Let me see if I understand that last answer. Mr. Simpson told you that the police had been out 8 times before for the same kind of call? He told you that?
What he said was that
No, I'm asking
been
a
out
question.
here for the same, similar type call, yeah. Been out here before for this, and you never did anything before.
Mr. Simpson told you, I'm trying to listen to my question if you wait. Mr. Simpson tell you that the police had been out 8 times before on calls involving a situation where he and his wife had been in a fight. He told you that?
Yes,
And did you write that in any report?
yes,
And what did you say? If I showed you the report, can you show me where you said that?
yes.
I'll read it to you and then I'll ask if this is what you meant.
Can we show the report to the witness? Yes, I am my copy.
This is my examination, I think, this one.
That's correct. Doesn't have to show it to him to confront him with it. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Page, or Mr. Douglas is looking for it. Mr. Simpson told you, did he not, that you were the only one to come to his house and make a big deal of this? Did he make that statement to you?
Yes,
And at the time he made that statement to you, he was again inside the fence and you were outside the fence, right?
that's correct.
And you've described for us that he had a robe on, is that correct?
During part of this incident, he had a robe on.
And you described for the jury that at all times he had a robe and some shorts on, sir? Can you say that?
No, he came back out dressed after a period of time.
I'm talking about during this part of the conversation, Detective. You have a robe and some shorts on?
Right.
You never, on any occasion, went over and examined Mr. Simpson's body, did you?
I was standing within a foot of him, and I could see him, and had him illuminated. We were looking through a fence.
Can you try answering my question now? Did you ever go over and examine Mr. Simpson's body?
You mean go into the property and examine it?
You know what examine means?
Yes, I examined him with my flashlight as he was standing in front of me from standing on the outside of a fence as he was standing on the inside.
And you examined him. And when you examined him, did you examine his back?
No,
Did you examine his, the rear part of his legs?
no.
Part of his body covered by the robe, sir?
None of the part covered by the robe.
None of the body was covered by the robe?
I said I did not examine any of the part that was covered by the robe.
So there was a part, and was he wearing this robe as a robe would be worn, covering his entire body? Was it a long robe?
But it was open, loose and open in the front.
Was it a long robe?
Yes, 3/4 length.
And was it tied at the waist?
No, it was open.
And so the parts that you would not be able to see would be part of his chest, part of the front, and all of his back. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
You could not see any of that. Is that correct?
I could see part of his chest, the front part of his legs, his upper legs, lower legs, his feet, his hands, his face, and his neck. But I could not see the back or the arms or the sides.
The other parts of his body you could not see and did not examine. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, this conversation at West Los Angeles Station, it's your testimony that Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson told you that this argument was over Mr. Simpson having sex with one of the housekeepers?
No, I didn't say that.
Who'd you say he had sex with?
I didn't say he had sex with anybody. I said that she told me that he had sex with, I believe it was she described it as a personal secretary. It was 2 women that were living in the house, and he had sex with one of them prior to this incident.
Did she give you the name of this person?
No, I didn't ask.
Now, did you write that down anywhere?
No, I wasn't going to use it in the report.
Did you write that down anywhere?
No.
And when you tell us that today, that's from your recollection, is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember the name of this person at all?
I didn't ask any names.
And this conversation wherein she told you that he had sex with a personal secretary or something of that nature, did anybody else overhear that conversation other than yourself?
I don't believe so.
Just the two of you, right? Just you
My
and Mr.
partner may have overheard it. I don't know where she was at the time.
I'm asking that you, as far as you know, just you and Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, right?
My partner may have overheard it. I don't know.
It was at West Los Angeles Station
Yes.
in the lobby there, is that right?
No, I believe it was towards the front door area as we were leaving or somewhere in that area.
What else did she tell you about this party they had been to?
Nothing.
She tell you they both had been drinking that night?
No, she didn't say anything. I didn't ask if they've been drinking.
Well, I'm asking you what she told you, sir. Did she tell you that they had gotten home about 3:30 from a party on New Year's Eve?
I can't remember what time she said they got home. I don't know if she did tell me what time they got home.
So you don't recall that, whether or not that happened?
I don't remember her telling me what time they got home from the party.
She mentioned to you that the argument had been over some earrings. Do you recall that?
No, she said it was over somebody that was living in the house.
She never mentioned to you anything about any earrings. Is that right?
Not that I can recall.
And certainly you didn't write that down, did you?
No.
Now, you described, in response to one of counsel's questions, that you saw veins pulsating out of Mr. Simpson's head. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you write that down in your report also, so you'd have a recollection of that?
Nope.
You didn't write that down either, did you?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Simpson saying to you that he and his wife had been involved in an altercation and had had a kind of a mutual wrestling match? Do you remember him saying that?
I don't believe he ever said they had a wrestling match. I think he said he pushed her out of the bed, but he didn't beat her. I don't remember him ever using the word wrestling match.
You don't recall the words wrestling match?
Matter of fact, I'm positive he didn't say that.
All right, but you remember he said he pushed her out of the bed?
Right.
And you understood that she got this mud when she was pushed out of the bed?
No.
As I understand it, as an experienced officer at that time, you had almost 20 years of experience. You came upon this scene, and you saw Miss Nicole Brown Simpson, and you didn't, in the course of your investigation, speak to any other witness other than her. Is that correct?
Objection, that is
that right?
No, that's incorrect. I talked to Mr. O.J. Simpson.
Well, let's take it one at a time. You didn't talk to Michelle Abduran, right?
Other than to tell her to get away from the car.
I'm talking about with regard to the investigation. You didn't talk to her about this case, right?
That's correct.
You didn't go in and talk to the nanny, right?
That's correct.
You never even went inside the house, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't go look to see where this might have taken place, did you?
No.
You talked to Mr. O.J. Simpson, and he told you, according to your statement, that he had pushed her out of his bed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But he hadn't beat her, right?
That's correct.
And then based upon that, you then decided you were going to place him under arrest, right?
No.
Well, you then made a decision while you're outside this gate to place Mr. O.J. Simpson under arrest. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And is there anybody else around there that you talked to?
I talked to Nicole Simpson, and I saw her.
All right, you saw Nicole Simpson. You know, do you not, sir, that if somebody gets into a fight, on occasion there may be bruises on both sides. You understand that, don't you, Mr.
Oh, yes.
Police officer?
Yes.
So you talked to Nicole Simpson, you talked to O.J. Simpson, but you had made your decision, had you not, before you talked to O.J. Simpson, isn't that right?
Yes.
You made your decision after only talking with Nicole Simpson, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you didn't talk to anybody else in connection with that decision.
Didn't talk to anybody else.
And at that time, how long had you been a police officer?
About 19 and a half years.
And had you worked as a detective at that time?
No.
You become a detective since that time?
Yes.
Were you a patrolman at that time?
Yes.
You've been 19 years on patrol?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You spoke to Nicole Brown and then you arrested the defendant. Is that correct?
I placed him under arrest. Physically, I couldn't get to him.
Okay. And what was the basis of your decision to arrest him?
Her statement of how she was injured and that I could see trauma on her.
Did the LAPD have a policy regarding spousal battery cases?
Yes.
And that policy related to when to arrest a suspected wife beater, is that correct?
Sustain. Rephrase the question, please. Rephrase the question, please.
You've read the law regarding spousal abuse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you aware of the law as it stood in 1989?
Yes.
What duty, if any, under the law, did you have to arrest this defendant on January 1, 1989?
Overruled.
Under 273.5 of the Penal Code and 13.700 of the Penal Code, I shall arrest that person. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, wills or mays. I shall arrest the defendant.
You're required under the law, under these circumstances, to arrest.
Under the Penal Code and my department policy, absolutely, I have to arrest that person.
You told Mr. Cochran a moment ago that you did not examine the defendant up close. Is that right?
Just within about a foot with a fence between us.
Had he not run away, would you have had an opportunity to examine him?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes, I would have had a chance to examine him thoroughly had he not fled the scene.
That was a few questions.
I'm sorry?
That was a few questions.
In legalese, if you was like 10 or 15, Your Honor. But finally, did he complain to you or show you any injuries? Can I ask an answer, Judge? Last question.
No, it was a different question. Slightly different question.
Did he complain to you or show you any injuries?
No, he did not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cochran.
Well, once you made your decision to arrest Mr. O.J. Simpson, you didn't ask him about any injuries anyway, did you? You just wanted to take him to jail. Isn't that right, sir?
Absolutely.
That's the situation. You weren't interested in his welfare at that point. Isn't that correct?
I could see he was not injured.
You couldn't see it. Let me strike that. You had made a decision, and that's what you're going to carry out. Isn't that right, officer?
Under the Penal Code and department policy, he He was going to jail for 273.5.
Right, and as you said, if the other officers had been out there 7 or 8 times, were under that same law that you're under, right, that you were under on January 1st?
Exactly.
That would mean that since he wasn't arrested, nothing happened like that, isn't that correct? That was the law. Isn't that correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily? But you don't know, do you?
I don't know, neither do you.
You didn't bother checking, did you?
No.
You thought the sergeant would check that, didn't you?
I thought the sergeant or the detective that was handling the case would check that, yes.
You don't know whether or not they checked that or not, do you?
As far as I know, I don't know.
Detective, thank you very much. You're excused. Please don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Mr. Darden, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, I have in my hand what appears to be the LAPD policy as it related to spousal abuse. It is a policy that was in effect on January 1, 1989. May it be marked People 6 for identification.
People 6.
I have one moment to check.
Please. All right, Mrs. Robertson.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I so do swear.
Please be seated and state your your first and last names for the record.
Mike Farrell, M-I-K-E-F-A-R-R-E-L-L.
Mr. Darden.
Sir, were you a police officer employed by the LAPD on January 3, 1989?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment at that time?
I was assigned to West LA Detectives, assigned to the Crimes Against Persons detail.
And did the crimes against person detail include spousal battery cases?
Yes, they did.
Did you respond to 360 North Rockingham on the morning of January 1, 1989?
No, I did not.
You were not a patrol officer at that time?
That is not, I was not a patrol officer, no.
And on January 3, 1989, were you assigned a case involving Nicole Brown and this defendant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And who assigned you that case, if you recall?
My supervisor was Detective Sergeant Glenn Varner.
And what is a normal procedure for a detective in West LA Division after a case is assigned to them?
Well, this case, after it was assigned to me, my supervisor explained to me what I should do with it and adjudicate it as soon as possible by interviewing the victim and the defendant, if possible.
And did you interview the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview him in person?
No, I did not. I interviewed him over the telephone.
Do you recall who called who?
Yes, I phoned the residence.
And how many times did you phone the residence before you finally spoke to the defendant?
Once. I believe I called on the 3rd in the later morning before the afternoon.
Okay. Now, had someone already prearranged a time when the two of you would speak?
Not that I recall. I just made my phone call.
Okay. And he picked up the telephone?
Yes, Nicole Simpson picked up the phone.
And did you next speak to the defendant?
After I spoke with Nicole, yes, I did.
Okay. And did you recognize the defendant's voice?
Yes, I did.
Was it a voice you'd heard before?
Yes.
And where had you heard the defendant's voice before?
Numerous times on television.
And did you ask the defendant about the occurrences of January 1, 1989?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He explained to me that after he and Nicole returned home after a New Year's Eve party, that they were ready to, they were in their bedroom, and a verbal dispute broke out between them, and that the dispute got out of hand and it became physical. He told me that it turned into a mutual type wrestling match, and that was basically it, nothing more than that.
Did you ask the defendant about the injuries Nicole Brown sustained?
Yeah, I asked him about because I had a photograph that showed injury to her forehead, and I told him that I looked at a photograph that depicted some injury to Nicole's forehead, and he said, well, I know, I was surprised to even see that even occurred because of the incident.
Did he deny causing those injuries?
No, he did not.
Did he admit causing those injuries?
Yes, he did.
Did you ask the defendant about the 911 call to police?
No, I don't think I asked him anything about the phone call itself, no.
Okay, so basically then all you asked him was what happened?
That's correct.
Now, after receiving this information from the defendant, did you write a report?
Yes, I did.
And did you include in that report the information the defendant gave you?
Yes, I did.
Did you continue to investigate the matter?
Yes, I did. I asked, after I did the initial telephone interview with the defendant and Nicole, I told Nicole that I would like to see her in person if she could make arrangements to come to the police station. She agreed, and she would come down the next day. She would also bring her 2 kids with her, and she did come down and meet me.
And so you did meet Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did.
What day was that?
I believe that was the 4th of January, the next day.
And what injuries, if any, did you notice on her face and neck and head area at that time?
I just noticed some bruising on her forehead. That was all.
The right side of the page.
And did you re-interview her?
Yeah, I explained to her what was going to happen in this case, and I explained to her the procedures that would happen. I reviewed the original police report with her and asked her to review it. We reviewed it together. I asked her, does this accurately depict what happened over the weekend? She said yes. I said, is this your signature on the report? She said, yes, it is. And then I explained that I would be preparing the case for a prosecuting attorney.
Did you refer the case to the LA City Attorney's Office?
Yes, I did.
And do they have a special unit that handles cases like these?
I believe they do. I met with the supervising attorney there and provided her with the information.
And what was the supervising attorney's name?
Mary Claire Molador.
You gave Deputy City Attorney Molador all the reports?
That is correct.
Did you show her the photographs?
Yes, I did.
How do we spell Molador?
I believe it's Molidor.
Do you recall the date in which you turned over your case file to the City Attorney's Office?
I believe it may have been the afternoon of the 4th or the morning of the 5th. I do not recall the exact time.
And after you referred the matter over to the City Attorney's Office, did you again speak with the defendant?
Yes, I did. He phoned me at my desk early in the afternoon. I believe it was after lunch.
Was the case against the defendant filed?
Yes, it was.
What was filed?
One count of spousal battery. I believe it's 273A of the Penal Code. I'm not exactly sure. Sure.
When you spoke to the defendant on the telephone, January 5, that call was January 5,
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay. When you spoke to him on the telephone on January 5, what did he say?
Well, Mr. Simpson phoned me, and he was inquiring about what this case status with his incident was. I explained to him that I had turned over the entire case file to the city attorney's office, and a decision had not yet been made. And the defendant and I did have a conversation. He discussed with me his feelings about the matter. He wanted to relay to me that he was sorry that the police had to come to his residence, and that me, as a detective, had to get involved in his personal problems. And he was really remorseful about what happened that day, and that he and Nicole were going to seek counseling to resolve their family problems, and that if I could relay that to the city attorney when they make their final decision in filing the case. I told Mr. Simpson I would do that, but I also told Mr. Simpson that it's most likely he is looking at filing for a criminal charge, and that he did one day have to face up to what happened and would have to answer for it.
Do you recall him saying anything else?
No, it was actually a pleasant conversation. I don't recall anything else.
Okay. Did you write a report in this matter?
Yes, I did.
I have a report here, Your Honor. It's dated February 8, 1989.
Report, February 8th,
Yes.
89.
And before I proceed with the report, Detective, did the defendant describe for you or mention to you how Nicole Brown sustained the injuries she sustained?
Again, he explained that it was a result of an argument that they gotten into that resulted in a physical altercation, more of a mutual type wrestling match. Nothing else.
Do you recall everything that was said in the conversation?
That's most that I recall. If I have anything else, I could refer to the report.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
You bet.
I'd like to show the witness the report dated February 8, 1989. Mr. Cochran has a copy. Right here.
All right, Detective, you can just read that to yourself, please.
Have you read the report, Detective?
Yes.
Does it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What else did the defendant say?
He told me that he was sorry for what he did to Nicole, and that he didn't mean to harm her in any way, and that he would seek counseling with her.
Didn't he also tell you that he knew that what he did was wrong?
Yes, he did.
Isn't that what you wrote in your report?
Yes, I did.
And when he told you that he didn't mean to harm his wife, did he elaborate on that at all?
Not that I recall.
He didn't describe the incident as a mutual wrestling match in this January 5 conversation, did he?
No, he did not.
Did he ask you not to file a case?
He asked me to relay his feelings about the whole matter to the city attorney's office.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
The report that you just read, dated February 8, 1989, that report wasn't in existence when you referred the matter to the city attorney's office. Is that correct?
No, I maybe have to make something clear on the report. It's dated 2/8/89. That may be a typographical error. The case was filed on January the 30th, 1989. I may have typed the statement that he gave me that same day, and I may have put the wrong date on there. It should be, I believe it's 1/8/89.
Okay. But he did apologize for his conduct.
Yes, he did. He was very cordial about it.
Now, after you referred the matter to the city attorney's office, did they give you any further directions?
Yes, after some time, they asked me to look into the other incidents that were described by Nicole. She apparently told the officers who responded to her home that the police had been out there on numerous other times, and they asked me to look into that situation.
And did you look into that situation?
Yes, I did.
Did you determine that there were other situations or occasions when LAPD officers went to 360 North Rockingham?
Yes, I did. I inquired with some of the more senior officers at West LA that had been working the division for over the last 5 years and asked.
I'd like to object. It's not totally responsible. Inquired with Tim DeGear, I'm not sure the response.
Sustained.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
what
so
action?
the-
I'm sorry.
Question just a little overbroad.
What action, if any, did you take to determine whether or not other police units or officers had gone to Rockingham?
I spoke with senior officers at West LA and asked them if they had ever been to the location on Rockingham in the past.
All right, Mr. Darden, I take it you're about to launch into another line of inquiry at this point?
Do anything else?
Excuse me, Mr. Darden?
Yes.
I take it you're about to launch into another line of inquiry at this point?
Yes.
All right, we're going to take our afternoon recess, and at this point, if you recall our schedule for times, we actually get started at 1:30. We're going to take our break at 2:45 because it takes the sheriff half an hour to cycle the jurors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess for this afternoon. We'll resume at 15 minutes after 3. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions, have any contact with anybody, or conduct any deliberations, and we'll see you back here at 3:15. All right, we're in recess. All right, Mr. Douglas said he wanted to address something. Well, makes the argument shorter.
A lot easier. I would just start now, and you can rule right away, Your Honor. It'll be less vitriolic.
Oh, I don't know about that. These elevators are a travesty in this building. He asked.
They need a special budget for film and parks.
Miss Abramson, what a delight. What a delight.
Our guest cross-examined.
Could you please take your tongue out of your cheek, Judge?
I mean it sincerely. I almost miss you.
Almost, yes, I've been watching. I can imagine that you almost miss me, but are reminded of you.
Yes. All right, we've been rejoined by our prosecutors. All right, Mr. Douglas, you had something you wanted to bring the court's attention before we invite the jury to join us?
I did, Your Honor. There was a letter that was transmitted to the court and a copy given to counsel concerning our supreme interest in quickly examining items of physical evidence. As the court is aware, the people have apparently now concluded their testing on items of evidence. There have been discussions from Mr. Blazier, Mr. Scheck, along with Mr. Clark and Mr. Harmon, and there has been an agreement that the items may be shipped to the forensics laboratory in Albany, New York, of Dr. Barbara Wolf, one of our doctors. We have not, in earlier occasions, had a chance to physically touch any of the items of evidence, any of the serological evidence, mind you. We had not had a chance to take our own pictures. We were hoping that this can be done soon, and we were seeking to introduce the protocol consistent with that which was used with Cellmark, so that they would be allowed to have a representative present for a chain of custody matters. They would be allowed to observe the cutting or the splitting of any samples. However, they would not be allowed to watch the actual testing so that we can maintain the integrity of our testing methodologies. I wanted to try to get some sort of closure on this issue so that we may quickly be able to get the items taken back, tested, and then returned before they'd be used in this actual trial. Given that we are currently on the domestic discord aspect of the trial, where the physical evidence is less probative or even necessary, I was hopeful that I could fashion some resolution today so that we could have those items sent out in the coming days.
Ms. Clark?
Yes.
I did receive a photocopy of the fax letter, and I don't recall, however, that was early in the morning as we were trying to deal with other matters. Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Douglas this afternoon, and he informed me at 2:45 that he wanted to address this matter at 3:15. I called upstairs to find out if I could get Rock and Woody here because they did have very specific requests about the procedures that they wanted to have employed. Unfortunately, they are at SID. They will not be able to make it until tomorrow. However, I asked that they be available first thing in the morning tomorrow to address it.
All right, that sounds reasonable. So, Mr. Douglas, I have not had the opportunity to read that letter because of the other matters we had this morning.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right, but
so we'll take it up in the morning?
First thing.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before we ask the jury to join us?
Well, it probably is. I think that just out of abundance for talking, we should advise the court that after we finish this witness, I think before the next witness, Mr. Darden has indicated it'll be necessary to have perhaps a 402 hearing. May have mentioned that to the court, so I wanted to let the court know that.
All right, who's the next witness?
Ron Shipp, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So that may require a chamber conference before we
All right.
go on.
We'll start off immediately.
All right, I'm aware of the issue. All right, thank you. All right, Deputy Magnolia, let's have the jury, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Farrell.
Good afternoon, counsel.
You are presently assigned to the West Los Angeles Detective Division, is that correct?
That is not correct. I'm currently assigned to West Traffic Division.
All right. You formerly worked West Los Angeles Detectives.
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been in the West Los Angeles Division altogether?
Approximately 7 years.
And you're a sergeant, is that correct?
I am a detective.
Okay. And before that, you worked as a sergeant?
I was a patrolman, training officer.
All right. And now you're working as a detective?
That is correct. I'm a detective supervisor.
All right. Now, in connection with this particular case, the matter was initially handled by an Officer Edwards, is that correct?
Correct.
And you had occasion to review his reports of January 1st, 1989. Then you started handling the case as the detective, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that connection, you wrote some reports also, is that correct?
Yes.
And you shared with us that in the course of your investigation, you prepared a report. In that report, Mr. Simpson talked to you over the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the date of that? Was that January 3rd or thereabouts?
Yes.
All right, so the first time you talked to Mr. O.J. Simpson was January 3rd, and that was in this phone conversation when you called his house, is that right?
Correct.
His wife answered the phone,
That's correct.
and thereafter then you talked with him.
Correct.
Now, in that conversation, Mr. Simpson advised you that both he and his wife had been drinking after coming home from a party. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I recall.
And they had been, as far as you knew, to a New Year's Eve party. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time he indicated they came home from this party, sir?
No, I do not.
All right. And he told you that after that, after they come home from this party and had been drinking, a verbal dispute broke out. He told you
Yes.
that. And that he admitted that in this verbal dispute, there was a physical altercation that resulted in kind of a mutual wrestling type of altercation, is the words he used, right?
That's how he described it.
All right. And that he told you thereafter was that when he saw his wife, he was surprised to see a bump or a bruise on her forehead. Is that correct?
Correct.
And by the time that you had this conversation with Mr. Simpson, you, of course, had some Polaroid shots. Is that correct?
Yes.
Been taken. Do you recall how many pictures there were?
3.
And they were of Mr. Cole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And with regard to the Polaroid camera, do you know, or was there such a camera at West Los Angeles Station during the early days of January of 1989?
I would assume so. I've never used one.
All right, you would assume there was, and I presume that would be something that would be owned by the city of Los Angeles. Is that correct? Camera.
That or the officers themselves own them.
All right. And as such, the film, if the city of Los Angeles owned such a Polaroid camera, the film would generally be also owned by the city of Los Angeles, right?
You can ask him if he knows.
If you know.
I would assume so.
Right. If the city of Los Angeles does have the wherewithal to buy film, don't they?
I hope so, yes.
Yes. And they did back in January of 1989, did they not?
I believe so, yes.
This is in Orange County. So we still have, we still,
Not yet.
not yet. So, not yet. We still have funds, right?
We may have a significant impact on this, Mr. Cochran.
Well, Your Honor, then I better hurry up, so I don't want to cause any
I
further
think
delay.
we talked enough about Polaroids.
At any rate, you're aware that there were facilities for taking pictures of individuals' injuries back in January of 1989 at West Los Angeles Station.
Not facilities that are designed to take photographs of injuries. We prefer to have the victim be transported to SID Photo Lab for proper photographic type things because they have better equipment, obviously.
I understand that, but I mean where you had a situation where someone was not transported to SID for photographs, you became aware that there was an ability at West Los Angeles Station to take photographs.
I assume that since I had 3 photographs given to me.
And you saw them. All right. Very well. Now, in your conversation of January the 3rd that we've been talking about, you spoke also with Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And I presume, sir, that you had never met with or talked with either of these individuals, that is either Nicole Brown Simpson or O.J. Simpson, up to that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in her conversation with you, did she tell you what the...
Objection, Your Honor, to form the question.
May I finish the question, Your Honor? I'd like to finish the question.
I was asking if she said something.
I was going to phrase the question in a way that you might not find objectionable.
Well, I'll hear the question.
All right? That's what I want to try to do. In your conversation with Nicole Brown Simpson, was the subject matter broached of what the subject matter broached of what caused this argument between she and her husband in the early morning hours of January the 1st of 1989? And I said yes or no.
She did not give me details about what actually caused the argument.
All right, now let me get back to my question. Was the subject matter of that argument, the cause of that argument, discussed? Yes or no?
Not that I recall, not the subject matter of what caused the verbal dispute.
All right. Did you at any time have a conversation with Detective Edwards wherein he indicated to you whether or not he'd been told what the subject matter of that argument was?
Not that I recall.
And you never saw in any reports, did you? Any of Detective Edwards' reports, the subject matter of the argument?
I read his follow-up report, which I requested, but subject matter of the actual fight, no, I don't recall seeing anything like that.
All right. So as you sit here now, even today, you don't really know what caused this altercation or confrontation. Is that correct, sir?
No, I do not.
All right, sir. Now, you then had occasion, I guess, after the January 3rd conversation, which was the first one, to have a second conversation with Mr. O.J. Simpson. Is that
Yes,
right?
I did.
And the second conversation was on or about January 5th, 1989. Is that correct?
Yes,
And in that conversation, Mr. O.J. Simpson contacted you. Is that correct?
that's correct. He called me out my desk.
And, of course, you recognize his voice again. Is that
Yep.
right?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, had you completed your investigation into this particular matter?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I cleared the crime. I identified the individual who was responsible, and I believe I had enough to present to the city attorney's office to seek a prosecution.
All right, but as of the date January 5th, 1989, there had been no determination made at that point whether or not the city attorney was going to file. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, and you so indicate that in your report?
Yes.
Okay. You completed your particular investigation, right?
Yes.
All right. And in this conversation that you had on January 5th, is this the conversation where Mr. Simpson voluntarily stated to you certain concerns and feelings that he had regarding this case?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Simpson told you, did he not, that he regretted the entire incident? Is that correct?
Yes.
That he was sorry that you, as a police officer, had to get involved in his personal problems?
Yes.
And he went on to claim responsibility and say that he knew what his conduct was wrong. Did he say that?
Yes, he did.
And he didn't mean to harm his wife, Nicole. He told you that, did he not?
Yes.
He went on to tell you that he planned to schedule both himself and Nicole Brown Simpson for counseling, did he not?
Yes.
And that he'd ask you to communicate that information to the city attorney's office when you took the case to them for filing or whatever. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And in that conversation of January 5th, you told him at some point that you felt that at some point he had to stand up and admit responsibility for any actions that he'd taken on January 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as the investigating officer, you are aware, are you not, that at some point thereafter, after January 5th, Mr. Simpson did in fact come into a court, enter a no contest plea, and resolve that matter. Isn't that correct?
Objection, cause for hearsay.
So
Overruled, he's the investigating officer. Do you know?
I never saw Mr. Simpson in court, ever.
All right. Well, you didn't see him in court, but you became aware, did you not, that the matter was resolved by way of a nolo contendere plea by Mr. O.J. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as the investigating officer, you knew that matter was resolved without a trial. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, let's back up for a moment. Prior to Mr. Simpson entering the no contest plea, did Mrs. Nicole Simpson seek to drop all charges against him?
When I first met her on the 4th,
Objection.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
Sure.
My opinion, I think that with these trials, the clothes are a little bit different. People dress, of course, they're dressing nicely for a courtroom, but some of the styles and the hair is different than the modern times. And I see in the courtroom they have some calendars. So that's some stuff I'm noticing. I'm noticing more papers sporadically displaced around. So, and they're showing them dispute. The only time I saw that was at the Depp trial. They showed it like that, with them going to the bench. Usually they just put it up towards the other area, with the where the seal is. So, yeah, that's some comments about the style of that era. Interesting. Oh, that's very interesting, chat. Different shows y'all were into. I've seen some of those on TV before. and I've seen replays of older ones.
Objections overruled.
You got the question in mind? I can try to phrase it again. Certainly, sir. Prior to Mr. Simpson entering a plea to this misdemeanor charge of 273.5 PC, did Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson indicate a desire to drop all charges against her husband and have a city attorney hearing?
Well, when I first met her on the 4th, she brought the kids with her, and I discussed what happens with these type of cases. And I wanted her input about her feelings towards prosecution. At that time, she said if she could avoid it, she doesn't want to prosecute. But I told her that no matter what she told me, even though she didn't want to prosecute, I'd have to take the case to the city attorney's office. Then I discussed some of the options that the city attorney may do, and one of those is the city attorney hearing. And then at that time, she said, well, I would like to have that. I think that would be neat.
All right, let me just back up. In your report, you spell it out. On January 4th, '89, you contacted Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson. At that time, she told you she did not want to prosecute, but would welcome a city attorney hearing. That's an informal hearing at the city attorney's office, right?
Correct.
You sit around with the city attorney and you discuss this matter, right?
Yes.
And so, thereafter, you told her that the city attorney could make their own judgment. They may want to go forward with the charges whether or not she wanted to prosecute or not. Is that what you said?
That is correct.
All right. And ultimately, we know that Mr. Simpson did enter this no contest plea to the misdemeanor charges, right?
Yes.
You were not in court that day, however.
Yes, I was.
All right. So you did see him enter the plea.
No, I never saw Mr. Simpson. I believe I went with with the city attorney, who was Rob Pringle at the time. I appeared at court that day, and I believe I stayed outside. They kept me outside in the hall.
Okay.
So they just told me what happened.
So you were in the hallway?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand. Now, just before the break, Mr. Darden was starting to ask you some questions about your investigation about other incidents involving Rockingham. And then we took a break. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you took the break, did you go up and talk to Mr. Darden about that?
No, we just went up to the office. I had a drink of water.
All right. He never asked you what the answer to the questions are going to be?
No, he did not.
He didn't say he was going to come back and not ask you those questions?
No, he did not.
What if I ask you those questions?
I'll answer them.
Do I want to hear the answers? I'll strike that. Now, at any rate, you, in the course of your investigation as one of the detectives, you told us just prior to the break that you had occasion to talk with some officers at that particular station.
That reminded me of Scooby-Doo, when in the old Scooby-Doo show, when you have like the audience laughing in the background. That's what that reminded me of. And I'll have to say oh, okay, let's put it like that. You see, there's this a computer on its back. It doesn't have a back, but on the opposite side of the screen, and it's like it's on, but it's like, that's so cool that just had the monitor just chilling there like that. Yeah. All right.
Is that correct?
That's correct. The city attorney asked me to look into possible other incidences up at the residence.
All right, so you talked to some officers. How many, just tell me a number, how many officers did you talk to altogether?
I can't recall, maybe 10.
And did you take any reports from any of those officers?
I requested, if they had any information, to write out a report and give it to me.
And you got a report from one officer, did you not?
That's correct.
And that officer's name is Mark Furman?
That is correct.
And was that the only written report that you received?
Yes.
And Mark Furman wrote you a report about an incident to which he'd allegedly responded at the Rockingham residence back in 1985, is that correct?
He wrote a letter to the city attorney, yes.
And the letter he wrote in 1989 was referred back to an alleged incident in 1985, is that correct?
Correct.
And would I be correct in assuming that that was the only letter that was sent to the city attorney in connection with the case of the January 1st, 1989?
That's correct. That's what I recall, yes.
And with regard to your search, did you search any records to see whether or not there were any radio calls to that location?
What the city, actually the city attorney did.
I'm talking about you now, not the city
myself.
attorney. You, yes.
No, I did. All I did was contact the communications division of Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. So you did not check any records in West Los Angeles regarding possible calls that had taken place prior to January 1st, 1989?
I did my normal search of the computer.
All right. And you didn't find any calls, right?
None of them documented.
All right. And then by none of them documented, that means they weren't in the computer, right?
Police report.
All right. There were no police reports in the computer, right?
I couldn't find them.
All right. And you looked for them, and you were doing a diligent job, weren't you?
I tried.
All right. You were a responsible officer at that time, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're responsible today, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You know how to use the computer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You didn't find any police reports. And the only officer who stepped forward to write a report was this Mark Furman, right?
Yes.
And did you know Mark Furman prior to this particular time?
Objection, Your Honor. What's the relevance?
I'll link it up.
He's been working in West LA, and we all know each other at West LA.
So your answer is yes, you knew him?
Yes, I did know him.
All right. How did you happen to come to talk with him?
Well, he was one of the senior officers there. He was one of the officers that had most time there, and the city attorney asked me to look into the past 5 years, and he had been there at least 5 years.
All right. So when you told us about the talking to 10 senior officers, he would have been one of the 10 senior officers, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then he then wrote this report. And was that report, the letter that he wrote around the middle of January of 1989, was that sent to you or to the city attorney?
I believe he gave me the original copy of it, and I in turn gave it to the city attorney's office.
And you're still in West Los Angeles now, are you not?
No, I am not.
And where are you now?
I'm at West Traffic Division.
All right. When did you leave the West Los Angeles division?
December of 1990.
You described when you were talking to Mr. Darden that your conversation with Mr. Simpson was a pleasant one, isn't that correct?
Phone conversation, yes.
Was it fairly common knowledge among West Los Angeles officers that on occasion some of them would in fact stop by Mr. O.J. Simpson's residence on a social basis?
I have no knowledge of that.
You had not done that yourself?
No, I have not.
But you don't know about any of the others, do you?
No.
But when you checked the computers for any other police reports or any other trips that officers had made out to the Rockingham residence after January 1st, 1989, you could not find any others after your diligent search. Is that right?
All I was looking for was
Before
documented
January
reports.
1st. And you could not find any
That is
documented
correct.
reports, right?
Not responses by police officers via the radio call, only documented reports, either by Mr. Simpson himself or Nicole.
Right.
I did not find any.
Okay, that was the question. I thank you very kindly, sir.
Mr. Darden?
Detective, you indicated that the defendant fled no contest and filed a battery charge.
That's correct.
He didn't plead guilty.
No contest.
And in fact, he struck a plea bargain in that case, didn't he?
Yes, with the court report, please. You. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
You also indicated that you had a pleasant telephone conversation with the defendant, detective,
Yes, I did.
but you weren't about to arrest him at that time, were you?
No?
Did you ask him why he fled the location on January 1, 1989?
Yes, I did. His response was that he was upset that the police were out there and weren't happy that the police were out there. And then that's when he decided to leave.
You indicated to Mr. Cochran, and you told Mr. Cochran that you were only searching for documented reports.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, you were searching for documented reports in your search for other situations where the police went to Rockingham?
Yes.
Now, there are other types of reports that officers fill out. Is that correct?
Yes, there are.
They have logs. Is that right?
Daily field activities reports. That's correct.
Okay. And what types of information would a patrol officer include on a daily field activity report?
That's also speculation. I didn't give you further foundation. That question was...
No, I think he testified that he's been a patrol officer, was a training officer. I think he has sufficient foundation to answer what this is. Sufficient experience.
The report itself documents the time the radio car gets the call, its location, type of call, and when the call is finished and what the officer actually did at the location. And it's all documented in the officer's own writing.
And that daily field activity report is a report completely different from the report filled out by Detective Edwards, is that right?
That is correct.
And what's the difference between the daily field activity report and the report filled out by Detective Edwards?
The follow-up report filled by Detective Edwards is a continuation of the crime report. The DFARs that we call it is just a daily log of activities that the officers does in the field. It's not part of a crime report or anything like that.
Are DFARs or daily field activity reports computerized?
Not that I know.
Were they computerized back in 1989?
I don't think so. They were not.
How many officers were there assigned to West LA Division back on January 1, 1989?
Quite a few. And an exact number I don't know. Over 100.
Okay. And is that 100 per shift or 100?
I wish it was 100 per shift, but it's maybe about 30 officers per shift.
30 patrol officers per shift.
Correct.
And each day, each patrol officer fills out a log?
If they are assigned by themselves, yes. But most officers in the Los Angeles Police Department are assigned to 8 cars. That's 2 manned to each patrol car. 2 officers, I'm sorry.
And so had you gone back and searched all the DFARs for the 5 years prior to 1989, that would have been quite a job, right?
That's correct.
The question, the form of that question.
Well, it's an innocuous point.
That would have been quite a job, right?
Yes, it would have.
And you would have had to have done a hand search.
Correct.
You also indicated that Nicole Brown asked that you not prosecute the case.
Yes.
You've had training in domestic violence, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
That's not uncommon, is it, for domestic violence victims to...
Object.
Sustained.
Have you heard, Your Honor?
Yes. At the sidebar with the court reporter, please.
In domestic...
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Darden, you may continue.
I'm sorry, was the objection sustained, Your Honor?
The objection is sustained pending a foundation.
Detective Farrell, what training, if any, have you had in domestic violence?
Basic academy training when I first came on the police department. Also in-service training with the Los Angeles Police Department on domestic violence.
And did you take a course?
Yes, I did.
And how many hours?
It was a 3-day in-service training for advanced field officers, which I believe totaled a 24-hour course.
And have you responded to domestic violence calls in the past?
Yes, I have.
Many?
Quite a few, yes, sir.
How many would you say?
Say over, I could only say hundreds.
And have you been the investigating officer on domestic violence cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
And have you participated in the prosecution of domestic violence cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Have you read literature having to do with domestic violence?
Yes, I have.
Have you read literature having to do with the causes and effects of domestic violence?
Yes, I have.
Have you spoken to victims of domestic violence?
Yes, I have.
And have you watched them testify?
Yes.
Have you spoken to others who are professionals and who are experts in the area of domestic violence?
Yes, I have.
And have you ever testified in court as an expert on domestic violence?
I have never testified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple questions.
Detective Farrell, when you were asked by the city attorney to try and determine whether or not there had been other calls in the 5 years or so that preceded January 1st, 1989, did they give you kind of a blanket instruction to do the best that you could?
Yes.
And you, in the course of trying to carry out their request, you did the best that you could, did you not?
Yes.
And then you then reported back to them after you had done the best that you could, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And in doing the best that you could, you got this one letter from Mark Furman, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very kindly, I have nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Detective, thank you very much. I'm going to excuse you from further testimony. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the attorneys in the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Darden, as to the people's next witness.
Now, before we call the next witness, I have in my hand here what appears to be a Xerox copy of a single-page letter. It is dated January 18, 1989. It was directed to the city attorney for the city of Los Angeles, and it is signed by Detective Mark Furman. May it be marked People 7 for identification.
People 7. All right. Mr. Darden, how do you wish to proceed at this point?
I think we should resolve the preliminary legal issue that we have to resolve.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a legal issue that I need to resolve before the next witness can be presented. And given the lateness of the hour this afternoon, I'm going to recess as far as you were concerned this afternoon. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't allow anybody to talk to you about the case, and you are not to perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Have a pleasant evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, and we'll have more witnesses for you. All right, see you tomorrow. All right, I'm going to ask counsel to remain.
Some sort of a dream. Suggests that Mr. Simpson and Mr. Shipp had a conversation about some sort of a polygraph or the taking of a polygraph. There are allegations in a book about which I'm aware that suggests that Mr. Simpson discussed some sort of a dream with Mr. Shipp. Is it possible you're on the midway approach to continue the remaining areas of concern?
I don't see the necessity for that except to conceal the issue before the court, Your Honor. And the issue is going to be in front of the jury, so we may as well do it in the open.
Well, that's what the hearing's about. Thank you. How does he know that?
Well, Mr. Douglas gets to answer
Yes.
his argument for himself.
Court Cyber.
All right, with report, please. All right, back on the record. Mr. Cochran,
Yes, Your Honor.
have you had the opportunity to talk to your client about Ronald Shipp?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. He has been aware of it for some time, so he's aware of that. And maybe I should just state for the record
Certainly,
the
please.
situation.
Your Honor, I understand that the next people's witness is Mr. Ronald Shipp. And Mr. Shipp is related to me. He's a cousin. His father is the father of my cousins. He has a different mother. And I've shared that with Mr. Simpson, and as such, there's a potential conflict, but I've shared it with Mr. Simpson, and he waives that conflict. Because of the potential relationship, I will not question this particular witness, however.
All right. Mr. Simpson, is this agreeable to you that you have no objection to Mr. Cochran remaining as your counsel, despite the fact the prosecution will be calling a relative of his as a witness? Great, thank you. All right, counsel, you've broached to me an interesting legal issue that I had no idea was coming again. Thank you. We're within 10 minutes of the close of the business day in any event. Counsel, if you have any cases on the issue, please fax them to the court. I'll pick them up first thing tomorrow morning. I'll be in the building for a while, too. Anything else? All right. If you'll provide that, that'll be the standing order. All right. Anything else, counsel?
What time do we adjourn tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
Again, for adjourn. Is it 4 o'clock or 3:30 on Wednesday?
4 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sorry? That was the day the juror had to go to the doctor's appointment that created the other problem for us. All right, we'll stand in recess till 9 o'clock. Ms. Abramson, can I see you, please?
Please clear the courtroom.
Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Goldberg. And we had a preliminary matter to settle before calling the next people's witness. in the nature of an objection regarding certain content of the statement. We're now joined by Mr. Darden. Good morning, counsel. All right, Mr. Douglas, I've reviewed the Estes case, 82 Calap 3rd, 509 Estes, E-S-T-E-S, and I've also reviewed the memorandum of points and authorities filed this morning by the prosecution and specifically by Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, this morning we found a couple of additional cases that we wanted to cite to the court and counsel. I apologize for not having them in the points and authorities. One was People versus Bowe at 1 Cal 4th, 281, and the relevant discussion starts on 302. And the other case is also a California Supreme Court case. People versus Pride at 3 Cal 4th, 195. Relevant discussion starts on 234.
Regrettably, Your Honor, I've only this morning had a chance to briefly peruse the memorandum that was submitted. I have not, of course, had a chance to review these cases or their applicability to the issue at hand. I expect that my cross-examination of this witness is going to last for at least a couple of hours. I would like, before I am required to respond with any in-depth analysis, to at least be given the chance to review these cases, to examine them. I believe, Your Honor, that the statute about which we concern ourselves is clear. I offered a parallel to that statute in the Estes case, though it is not the exact statute. I do think that the reasoning of that statute is very applicable to the issue at hand. I do think, Your Honor, that there's another threshold issue that is raised, and that is one of 352 as to the probative nature of the substantive statement, even in any excised form. I think that there is a tremendous question in the scientific community as to the predictive nature of certain statements about which we concern ourselves. They are not predictive of events that may have occurred in the past or predictive of things in the future, and that entire issue is one that is most properly the subject of expert testimony. There is the very strong likelihood that it is going to necessitate confusing of issues, the undue use of additional time, the certain calling of different witnesses who might be experts on this area, who might then be able to place these statements, even in its excised form, in a greater understandable context for the jury. I offer to the court my opinions, as I did at sidebar, that I cannot properly address the circumstances in which the statement was allegedly given, and for the record, we will deny that the statement was even made, and we will strongly challenge the factual predicate for the giving of the statement, such that we would think it proper that there be a hearing consistent with Evidence Code 403, laying the foundation for the preliminary fact that, in fact, this statement was even given. For all these reasons, Your Honor, and given the fact that I have not had an adequate chance to properly cross-examine or to properly review these cases, that we be allowed to examine this witness, because I'm ready to examine this witness on matters other than this disputed area, that I be given adequate time to do my own independent research given this new information, and that the witness be recalled later in the trial, or that that portion of his testimony be held until later.
Mr. Goldberg? Mrs. Robertson, let me ask you to, if you would, make 2 photocopies of the relevant portions. Thank
Your Honor, apparently the defense has been aware of the statement since January the 22nd, and obviously if there were any issues as to legal admissibility, there was plenty of time to research those, to address those today. Obviously, the prosecution wants to put the statement on as part of Mr. Shipp's testimony. There's no reason for breaking up his testimony and having him come back later after counsel has had an opportunity to do further legal research. Does the court want the prosecution to address our theory of admissibility now and the issues regarding the statement?
Yes.
Okay. I'd first like to start out with a discussion of the relevancy of the statement, because I think counsel seems to be suggesting under 352 it's not admissible. And any discussion probably should start with an issue of why is it probative, why is it relevant? And then I'll get into the issue of the polygraph aspect of the statement in the second part of my response. As to the probative value of the statement, Your Honor has ruled already in the context of the domestic violence evidence that the prosecution is entitled to put on evidence in this case, and apparently spend a significant amount of time doing so in what I think the court characterized as being the equivalent of several misdemeanor jury trials. We are entitled to put on this evidence for the purposes of showing the defendant's mental state and showing his intention at or around the time of the murder.
But the controverted statement, though, is the very next day. So, I mean, we're out of the category of domestic violence, wouldn't you say?
I just want to tie it into why it is relevant in the context of all of the evidence that the court has allowed. The purpose of that evidence is to allow the jury to infer something circumstantially about what the defendant was thinking at or around the time of the murder, what his mental state and his motivations were. It's circumstantial evidence because the inference, the chain of inferences, is that we can determine from his conduct what his intention, what his mental state must have been. The evidence pertaining to Mr. Shipp differs in only one respect, and that is that instead of being circumstantial evidence of his intent and his mental state, it's direct evidence, because it's him saying, this is what I've been thinking, and from the context of the statement, it was over a period of time. Now, the distinction there between direct and circumstantial isn't particularly important. What I would suggest to the court is important is the way that the respective sides have asked the jury and this court to interpret the circumstantial evidence. Because what we've said, Your Honors, we've said, look, what this evidence shows is it shows that the defendant had an obsession with Nicole Simpson, and that it was an obsession that led to her murder. I guess what we could term a fatal obsession. Isn't that precisely what the statement to Mr. Shipp is saying? I have been dreaming about killing my wife. Isn't that powerful, powerful evidence of that fatal obsession, except that instead of coming in the form of circumstantial evidence, it's coming in the form of direct evidence. The defense, on the other hand, has a different interpretation of the domestic violence evidence. They say, no, it's not really evidence that shows the defendant's state of mind in terms of a fatal obsession. What it really shows is a cycle of benevolence. And they're entitled to make that argument, Your Honor. We're not saying that that is improper. That is a proper jury argument. But when they are allowed to stand before the jury and say that all the circumstantial evidence that the prosecution has introduced simply shows a cycle of benevolence, and we have direct evidence which conclusively shows that that isn't true,
Well,
that he really...
Let's sort of leap ahead to what really concerns me, because
Okay.
I agree with you that it's an interesting statement. Were I in your shoes, I would probably want to get it before the jury. What concerns me about this is two things. One, the 351.5 prohibition of any mention of polygraph or lie detector, which is included in the context of this statement. And secondly, whether or not it's fair or somehow fundamentally misleading to the trier of fact to pluck this sentence out of the context in which it was said, which is beginning and ending with comments about polygraph. So is it fair to pluck this out? That's the concern that I have.
Okay.
Mr. Goldberg.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the issue that I see. Assuming you get over the relevance question, assuming I agree with you that it has some probative value and would be of interest to the prosecution case, and that it clearly is virtually contemporaneous to the acts in question.
Yeah,
What concerns me is the context.
Okay. Yeah, I suspected that, Your Honor, that is where the court's focus was
So
going to be.
why don't we jump to that?
Okay, but let me just point out, the only reason that I was talking about relevancy and probative value is that there's a spillover effect on this question that the court's concerned of can you sever part of the statement out and then leave the portion about the defendant dreaming about killing his wife, and is that fair?
Well, Mr. Goldman, let me ask you this, because yesterday in the discussions that I had, nobody gave me a precise offer as to exactly what statements were going to be offered.
Okay, let me read the entirety of the statement, including the portions that I believe the court finds to be objectionable, as well as those that the prosecution wants to introduce. Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was interviewed by detectives and they asked me to take a lie detector test. And I replied, well, what did you say? This is Mr. Shipp talking. And he kind of chuckled and he says, hey, to be truthful, Ron, man, I've had a lot of dreams about killing her. And he says, I really don't know about taking that thing. He did not say he wouldn't take it. He says, I really don't know about taking it. So that is the full context of Mr. Shipp's statement to us. The portion that we want to introduce is merely the portion that says, hey, to be truthful, Ron, man, I've had a lot of dreams about killing her, unquote. That's the portion that we're interested in. But to get back to the issue that the court addressed, the reason that I made some comments about relevancy is that in our state, under our Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, we do have a right to truth and evidence in the state. And there are only certain specified exceptions to that right. And those exceptions are that a statement can be excluded. The statement can be excluded, or evidence can be excluded if it's privileged, which this isn't, if it's hearsay, which this isn't, if it's 352, which this isn't, if it's protected by the rape shield law that's codified in 1103 and 782, which this isn't, or if it's taken in violation of the federal Constitution, which it isn't. And that's what the Constitution says of our state. It shall be admitted. This is highly relevant evidence, and it doesn't come under any of the exceptions, and therefore should be admitted. Let me just point out that as to the statement, that the context of the statement was relating to the police interrogation. Just to put the quoted portion in context, Your Honor. He was talking about his conversations with the police in the context of making the statement that I previously quoted. Therefore, the issue becomes, Your Honor, are we somehow going to, contrary to the clear policy of the right to truth and evidence provision, exclude highly probative evidence, evidence which really seems to blow a hole in the defense theory of a cycle of benevolence, simply because contained within that statement there are other materials that Your Honor is rightfully concerned about, which are inadmissible. And clearly the law of the state does not lead us to what in our view would be an absurd conclusion. I'd like to get into that legal issue now, which is, I think, what is at the forefront of the court's concern. And starting with Evidence Code Section 356, which I believe is the section that's relied on by counsel, which, like Evidence Code Section 352, I think has been oversimplified again and again by attorneys and misstated by attorneys in terms of what it really stands for. The court may recall that when we addressed 352 last, I pointed out that oftentimes attorneys talk about something being more prejudicial than probative, and they cut out that word substantially more prejudicial than probative. Over and over again in our courts, we see attorneys saying, well, Your Honor, if they put in part of the statement, I get to put in the whole statement. I think Your Honor's probably heard that. And that is not the law of the state of California. It never has been, yet it's continuously repeated as if it were handed down by Moses from the Mount. It is not what Evidence Code Section 356 says. It's not what the cases say that interpret that statute. What the statute stands for is the very common sense proposition that when you put in part of a statement and the other side can demonstrate that it is necessary to put in another part of that statement, to put it in context, that can be allowed. And there are a number of cases that interpret 356 in that way, one of which we cited in our brief, the other two which I provided this morning. One being People versus Bowe, that was at 1 Cal 4th, 281. And what it says of Evidence Code Section 356 is, quote, "The section permits introduction only of statements on the same subject or which are necessary for the understanding of the statement already introduced. The other conversation referred to in the Evidence Code Section 356 must have some bearing upon or connection with the admissions or declaration in evidence." So in other words, when we need it to put something in context, then we can use Evidence Code Section 356 to do that. I think the case of People versus Pride is more instructive for Your Honor. And there what happened at 3 Cal 4th, 195, is the defendant gave a very lengthy tape-recorded interview to the police that occurred over a course of approximately 2 hours. And instead of introducing the tape recording, what the prosecution did is they called the detective that took the statement to the stand, and they asked him about only one tiny little snippet of that conversation. That was a statement to the effect that the defendant accounted for his whereabouts, and those whereabouts were false. So the prosecution simply wanted to prove that in a couple sentences of that lengthy interview, he had made a false statement. And the defense says, well, we want to put in the whole thing. We want to put in the whole thing to show that maybe the defendant's state of mind was such that he was confused or wasn't really focusing in on what the detective was asking him. We want to put it in maybe to show that he was giving an estimation or an approximation in accounting for his whereabouts as opposed to a definitive type statement. Trial court there did not allow it in. And what the California Supreme Court held was that it was properly excluded because they reviewed the tape themselves and they found that it would have been an abuse of discretion to admit the rest of the tape because it did not support the defendant's theory that there was psychological coercion. It did not help to explain or account for the statement. And in fact, the tape amply supported the prosecution's theory that the defendant gave a positive accounting for his time, which turned out to be false. So they held that if the court had admitted it, it would have been an error. So I think that very, very strongly supports what the prosecution is asking Your Honor to do here. Now let's take a look back at the defendant's statement to Mr. Shipp. The quote being, "Hey, to be truthful, Ron, man, I've had a lot of dreams about killing her." In and of itself, the statement is perfectly understandable. It is perfectly clear. It's the defendant saying, I've dreamed about killing this woman. It's very simple, very straightforward. What is the statement that immediately preceded that? "I was interviewed by the detectives and they asked me to take a lie detector test." And then he chuckles. How does that possibly put any different spin on the statement? It doesn't explain the statement, qualify the statement, retract the statement. It doesn't do anything to make the statement more understandable. How does the fact that he says, "I was offered to take a lie detector test," either contribute or detract from the statement that he was dreaming about killing his wife? Does it make it more likely that he was dreaming about killing his wife or less likely? I'd submit to you that it is logically entirely irrelevant. And that this is evidence, this is a statement which stands alone, which is perfectly comprehensible, perfectly understandable in and of itself. And that if you subtract the parts about the polygraph test, you don't lose anything at all. And I think the defense will have difficulty articulating why you did lose something. But even if they can, then I'd ask the court to refer back to People versus Pride, where the defense threw out some theories there as well as to why they needed the entire tape. And the court reviewed it, made its own determination, and said, no, I don't buy that. That doesn't explain, qualify, or in any way detract from the statement. And it was upheld by the California Supreme Court.
All right, but we have sort of the inverse situation here where they don't want the context because of the discussion of polygraph and the negative implication that can be drawn from that by the trier of fact, not fully aware of the nature and circumstances of the admissibility of polygraph evidence.
Well, then it sounds like if that's the case, we're all in agreement. I mean, then I really don't understand what the argument is about. Because if we're saying all we want is the statement and they're saying all we want is the statement, where's the disagreement?
Well, I'll hear what their
Okay.
position is in a second. I'm just
All right.
asking you since it's the inverse situation,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I think that what they're trying to do is essentially saying, well, we don't want the statement either, but if we can, we're going to say that we want the statement, kind of, because maybe if we do that, the court will throw the whole thing out, the baby with the bathwater. And the analogy that I come up with there, Your Honor, is it's very analogous to the situation that Your Honor has undoubtedly confronted in the context of Aranda issues, where the prosecution wants to introduce the statement of the defendant, which implicates the co-defendant. And we say, well, Your Honor, just redact out the stuff that refers to the co-defendant so we can have a joint trial of these two defendants. That attempt is always going to be foiled, or they're always going to attempt to foil it by saying, well, Your Honor, we have to put in the co-defendant statement in order to place into, we have to put in the statement that refers to the co-defendant in order to place into proper context our client's statement. And in reality, what I think is happening is an effort to put in something that really doesn't logically help them for the purposes of getting a severance. Yet the courts have over and over again, perhaps Your Honor has been in this situation, redacted those statements under Aranda and said, no, you can't put in your client's statements which implicate the co-defendant because they aren't logically necessary here. The other analogy I give the court in terms of practical situations where this comes up is in the context of a defendant's confession where he, in a lengthy tape-recorded statement where many, many topics are discussed, discusses things that are clearly inadmissible. For example, sometimes defendants will talk about their prior criminal history, what they were doing in state prison, things that clearly don't come in, and those are redacted out all the time. And I don't think the defense can be heard to say, well, those are prejudicial to us, so we don't want them to be heard by the jury. Therefore, you have to throw out the whole statement. I mean, I understand that the defense here is in a tactical bind. I mean, they don't want the statement about polygraph to come in, but apparently they also want to argue that it should come in order to get the whole statement removed, and I just don't think that that's a consistent position. They are going to be able to address us, and maybe we'll hear and they'll clarify what their position is. Maybe they'll clarify that indeed we all are all in agreement here. That statement doesn't come in pertaining to polygraphs, but the portion about wanting to kill the wife stands alone. It's highly relevant, and it should be admitted.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Douglas, you've been given photocopies of People versus Pride and Breaux, B-R-E-A-U-X.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I have had a chance to read the cited portions of the cases that Mr. Goldberg referred to, and I appreciate the court's convenience in that matter. Let me begin by saying categorically that we deny that the conversation ever took place or that the statements were ever made. That the court must understand as a predicate so that the court can appreciate the seriousness with which I will then have to cross-examine the witness about the entire conversation. I'm not sure how many people charged with murder Mr. Goldberg has ever represented, so I don't know how he is able to get into the defense attorney's mind and to understand what it is that the defense attorney has to do. But, Your Honor, let me tell you, there is a statement that is made in connection with a conversation about polygraphs, and most importantly, right before the question comment is made, there is then a chuckle. He kind of chuckles then. Your Honor, as the court understands as a former defense attorney, I am going to examine this witness about everything given the context of that conversation, because, as I said as a predicate, the conversation did not occur. And I am going to try to demonstrate that he's lying when he says that Mr. Simpson told him that there was a dream about killing his wife. But, Your Honor, we have a problem that Mr. Goldberg's memo, a problem that the Pride case, a problem that the other case does not address, and that is Penal Code Section 351.1, which is a code section standing alone, which says, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the results of a polygraph examination, the opinion of a polygraph examiner, or any reference to an offer to take, a failure to take, or the taking of a polygraph examination shall not be admitted into evidence in any criminal proceeding. I am then in a quandary. Under no circumstances is the law enabling anyone, and I'm not going to waive that code section's applicability to this case, but in no sense does the law allow any discussion, reference concerning polygraphs to be admitted. Yet, in the statement where I must attempt to challenge the authenticity and the accuracy, there is a chuckle. Query, what does that chuckle mean? Does that chuckle mean that Mr. Simpson is taking a flip sense of the whole concept of a polygraph? Does that chuckle presage the joke that was made by the question language, such that the jury can understand that the question language was given in terms of a joke because the speaker has a general flippant, joking sense of polygraphs in general? I am unable to challenge that. I am unable to put this statement, which I say never occurred, in any kind of a context. And that is unfair. That denies me due process rights. That denies me confrontation clause rights. That violates Mr. Simpson's Sixth Amendment rights under both the California and the federal Constitution. And that is not just a technicality, Your Honor. That goes to the very essence of what a fair trial is all about. I cannot challenge a statement that I say never occurred, a statement where there is, even from the mouths of the witness, information that might suggest that the statement was not offered in total seriousness and true appreciation for the value of that statement. And there's another problem which runs into 352. I am informed, although I have not spoken to anyone professionally, that whenever there are statements of dreams or questions of dreams, it is not necessarily indicative of the state of mind of the speaker. It does not necessarily mean that if he dreamt something, it is relevant to an issue in the case that he killed her. And that there is a misconception that Mr. Goldberg apparently holds as well, that there is some probative nexus between someone saying that I dreamt about something, assuming for the sake of my statement that the statement was made, and that it means something that is relevant to the trier of fact. Therefore, there is going to be a great deal of scientific testimony that I will have to try to obtain to put on people that will be able to talk about dreams, and particularly in the context when this man is told that very day that a woman with whom he had been involved for 17 years had just died, and he is going through, and he wasn't around, and he is told on the telephone that this happens, and he rushes back, and he is consumed with all of this grief and all of this uncertainty and all of this emotion, and he is tired because he didn't sleep going to Chicago and didn't sleep coming back, and there are these family members that are also grieving with him. There is an entire context, Your Honor, that it would be unfair to require that we simply examine under a microscope 6 or 7 different words without appreciating the entire context in which it's offered. I argue, Your Honor, that on this level, the answer is clear. When you must balance the obligations of the people and their interest in getting in this evidence against the possible danger of unfair prejudice, against the potential for consuming undue time, against the inability for me to vigorously contest the very context in which the statement is weighed, the results are clear, and you should rule in favor of not allowing the statement to come in.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
May I respond?
I'm interested, Mr. Goldberg, in Mr. Douglas's argument that what is the significance of dreams?
Well, yeah, I
intent.
was very interested by that argument, too, because it seems to be so preposterous. I mean, let's imagine, for example, Your Honor, that he simply had said, I've been dreaming about Nicole every day of my life, or I've been dreaming about Nicole constantly. Not that he was going to kill her, just that he'd been dreaming about Nicole. Wouldn't that in and of itself be relevant to show this issue of this obsession, this fixation on this woman, that he has not let go of it, let go of her? The fact that he's dreaming about killing her simply magnifies several hundredfold the relevance of the statement that he's been dreaming about Nicole. It's highly relevant and highly material here.
Are you going to offer some psychiatric or psychological testimony to back this up, that there's some probative value to this?
If it's admissible, we will. If it is, if the court, we've litigated extensively this issue of can we put in expert testimony, and I wasn't absolutely clear what the bottom line ruling of the court was on that issue. But obviously the court knows we would like to put on expert testimony. But I think that whether you have expert testimony or not, this is the kind of issue that people understand from their own experience. And we all have dreams, and every person on that jury does, and they understand from their own experience the significance of this kind of evidence. And I think even Your Honor, as a case of first impression, when I started addressing you this morning, cut me off, said, well, Mr. Goldberg, I can kind of, I'm paraphrasing now, I sort of appreciate the relevance here. I'm more concerned about this polygraph issue, because I think that as a matter of common sense, that a person looking at this, even on a case of first impression, is going to understand how highly probative it is. I'd also like to address some of the other comments that were made just a few moments ago. First of all, as to the chuckle. I don't understand the defense argument here. I thought we were going to get clarification, and now I'm even less clear. Do they want the statement about the polygraph in, or do they not want it in?
They don't want any of it in.
They don't want any of it in. We know that. But if they're going to get the statement about the dreams in, then I'm not clear. Do they feel they need to then bring in the polygraph for purposes of explaining it, or do they still not want to? I don't think that position has at all been clarified for us, and I think the reason that they're having difficulty clarifying it is because it seems like there's an inconsistency. I mean, on the one hand, they want to argue that it's inadmissible, and on the other hand, they want to turn it around and argue that it needs to be admitted for the purposes of clarifying the statement. And I think that should be interpreted as what it is. It's they're staking out a position that is designed to maximize the likelihood of, as I said, throwing out the baby with the bathwater, rather than specifically telling you what it is that they want and what it is they don't want. But the chuckle itself, we have no objection to. Now, counsel says, well, I want to show that the chuckle relates to the polygraph test. In other words, I want to put the chuckle in context. Why? How does that help their position? That the defendant may have had a flippant attitude about polygraphs. What on earth does that begin to say about the context of the statement that we're concerned with about dreaming about the murder of his wife? That's the statement we're interested in putting into context. What Mr. Douglas should have argued is he should have argued that somehow the chuckle reflects upon that statement. But to the extent that it does, the chuckle can come in. Again, this is why I think that the case of People versus Pride is particularly significant, because, we don't expect the defense to roll over and say, look, we really don't have a good theory on this. They're going to come up with an argument as to why it is that simply taking that one statement is going to be out of context, and why it is, I suspect, that they need to put it back in context, just as the attorneys did in Pride.
Let me redirect your thought, and I apologize to you for this, because
That's
I had...
okay.
Part of the problem was in our discussions yesterday, what my understanding of the in particular was that I have been dreaming about killing her. And the statement is a little more oblique. It said, I have had a lot of dreams about killing her, which is maybe just semantics, but it's a little more indirect as a thought process. So the question then becomes, what is the probative value of putting your head on the pillow and having dreams about killing your wife?
In a case where the defendant is charged with killing his wife, it seems to be highly, highly probative that he's been having a lot of dreams,
Sure,
not just one.
On the surface, it is. I agree with you that the first immediate reaction is clearly that's relevant. Clearly the jury ought to hear about it. I'm just saying when you get down to the substance of it, though, what does it really mean?
When you get down to the substance of the...
What does it really mean that you've had dreams about killing your wife?
Yeah, and that's why I started the discussion with talking about our domestic violence evidence and showing that is circumstantial evidence of what you could call a fatal obsession with this woman. And here, it's almost as if he's saying, I have a fatal obsession with Nicole, except people don't talk like that. And the way that he expresses it is he says, I've been having a lot of dreams about killing her. And to me, that seems like it's so obviously powerful, compelling evidence of this fatal obsession with this woman that it's almost difficult for me to think to articulate, to put it into words. It's one of those things that almost seems to leap out.
You mean it's self-authenticating?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, Your Honor.
Something like that. All right. Mr. Goldberg, how would you propose to present this, knowing the minefields that are apparent on either side of the sentence?
This is an issue that comes up over and over again, and we have a lot of experience dealing with it because we redact and change statements in courts of law all the time. And the way that this is handled is you speak to the witness.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, have you prepared to do that?
Well, I'm not going to be presenting this witness, but I'm sure that whoever does will sit down with him and explain the court's ruling. And,
I thought this was the next witness up.
Yes, but the court hasn't ruled on it. I don't know whether Mr. Darden has actually gone through and said, we're going to have a hearing on this issue. It would be rather difficult to explain to a witness. You may have to keep something out of your testimony, but we're not sure at this point. And it doesn't really take too long to give that kind of an explanation. So the proposal is you speak to the witness, you tell him exactly what you're going to be asking him, what specific question you're going to be asking about a conversation that took place on a certain date at a certain location. And did Mr. Simpson say something about dreams? Yes. Well, what did he say? And then the witness will give that one single sentence. So I don't see that mechanically that there's a lot of difficulty in terms of presenting that evidence, Your Honor.
I don't suppose either side has found cases that deal with admissibility of dreams.
No, I can't say that, quite frankly, we didn't even research that, Your Honor, because it seemed like our thought process was much the same as the court's and that we were more concerned about the issue of the polygraph and redacting that out. I mean, the issue of relevance always turns upon a juror using their collective life experience and their common sense for the purposes of interpreting evidence. The counsel made this exact same argument about the domestic violence evidence, Your Honor. Well, just because you hit someone, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're later going to kill them. Just because you do these various things doesn't necessarily lead up to murder. But what we're always asking the jury to do with any kind of circumstantial evidence is use common sense, life experience, and that's all we're going to be asking them to do here.
All right, I'm going to give Mr. Douglas another comment simply because of the unusual nature of this.
Your Honor, thank you very much for this opportunity. There is clearly a minefield that we will be delicately walking around in between if we get into this particular area. And as well, Your Honor, we are going to be opening the door because in this instance, it's important to remember that on June 15th, 1994, Robert Shapiro sent a letter to Tom Van Adder asking and offering and accepting the request for a polygraph so long as the results were stipulated and admissible by stipulation. And therefore, Your Honor, I cannot simply rest on 7 certain words, I've had a lot of dreams about killing Nicole, and then move on to my next topic. Because before those words were uttered, there was a chuckle. And Ship will say, there was a chuckle. And that chuckle does have significance because it might, even arguably, place into some question the seriousness of the statements that followed. Is he chuckling because the whole idea of a polygraph was funny because he's innocent and of course he'd pass? Is he chuckling because it's a silly idea because he's innocent and he throws in just by happenstance the sentence, well, you know, I've had dreams about killing her? Is he chuckling because the whole idea of having dreams is funny to him as well? Who knows? But to allow simply to have the words come up without allowing the context that traipses around a very delicate minefield of error and clear error, because we're talking about a code section that is mandatory and that is clear, because polygraph testimony is not admissible, because polygraphs in and of themselves have not developed the certain reliability such that they can be admissible. It's not even susceptible to a Kelly Fry hearing, Your Honor. The legislator has spoken as a matter of law, and it is binding. And because to do so would open up the doors about this letter where Mr. Simpson's lawyer 2 days later offered to take a polygraph so long as it was admissible, and in fairness, we'd want to bring that out to put it into the context that he really didn't have any dreams about killing her, and he really wasn't reluctant to take an examination. I think it's best and the proper course would be to let it all out, to keep it all out.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Well, no, it's just an unusual issue, and I just wanted to hear one more comment from the defense. I just wanted to solidify something in my mind. All right, the objection to the comments will be sustained as to any commentary regarding polygraph under Evidence Code 351.5, if I'm not mistaken. Point 1. The statement regarding the dreams about killing will be admitted. Mr. Darden, are you going to be presenting this?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Is your witness prepared and instructed?
I'm going to need 10 minutes, Your Honor. He's in the building. He's upstairs. I just want to make sure he understands a couple of things.
All right, any other minefields that I need to deal with before we invite the jurors? All right, as a matter of scheduling, I indicated to counsel yesterday that we would recess today at 2 o'clock because some of the court staff and some of the counsel have asked permission to attend a funeral this afternoon. I've indicated that I would allow them to do so, so we'll recess at 2 o'clock. We also have a 4 o'clock hearing as to Marguerite Simpson this afternoon, which I've asked Mrs. Robertson to contact Mr. Jones to see if he had another date. All right, we'll try to reschedule that with Mr. Jones. All right, Mr. Douglas.
Since there is, as a predicate matter, as a threshold matter, a challenge that the statement was even made, that the preliminary fact of the statement, separate from whatever inferences might be offered to flow, I would ask under 403 that there be a hearing as to that statement at an appropriate time. I don't want to take from the jury right now, but I would ask, Your Honor, that as a preliminary matter that be allowed, and secondarily, I would ask for my own purposes and my office's purposes that I be allowed to know that I can seek to obtain expert witness testimony about dreams, because I am going to intend to challenge any sort of probative weight that the people are going to attach to this alleged statement, which I contend never occurred.
Mr. Darden, you want to address that issue? 403 issue.
Not the psychic hotline issue, but the 403 issue, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Douglas has a copy of our taped interview with Mr. Shipp. If the court would like a copy of that taped interview, I'm happy to provide a copy. I think it's inappropriate to interrupt Mr. Shipp's testimony at this point. Mr. Douglas knows what the witness has to say. He knows what he has said in the past. The witness is adamant that the statement was made. It's a question for the jury, an issue for the jury to resolve. There's no 403 issue here at all.
All right. Mr. Douglas?
Because, Your Honor, this evidence is potentially prejudicial and risky, I believe, and because the court has one representation at sidebar about what is going to be said and another representation here in open court, there's another representation in a book where this witness's conversation has been reflected. There are aspects of this witness's background that I think will be probative for the court to evaluate preliminarily. I think the more prudent course would be for this court to first hear the entire statement so this court can understand why I think it important that I go into the circumstances and the tenor under which it's spoken before the court allows the jury to hear this certain statement. I'm not going to ask for a 403 with every particular witness. I do intend to ask for 403s with the domestic violence witnesses whom we dispute that the act occurred, that Mr. Simpson was involved in the act, or that there is the 1101B inference that is properly drawn given the factual context. On those instances, I will be asking for 403s. On this instance, because the court needs to preview the evidence, the court needs to understand why I say I cannot do justice to my client on trial for murder with the fifth witness in this case without my being able to vigorously cross-examine him on that particular point.
Mr. Darden, do you agree the court has discretion to conduct these 402, 403 issues before the jury and can strike testimony if the foundation is not there?
Yes, Your Honor, but this ploy pursued by counsel was one we've seen before, Your Honor. We saw it in the Chinatown murders. What counsel is really asking for is a dress rehearsal of a witness whose testimony is extremely damaging to his client. The court has a copy of a transcript of the taped interview. The witness is here. He is ready and willing to testify in a manner I believe will be consistent with that transcript. There's no 402 or 403 issue here. The court will just be wasting its time and giving Mr. Douglas, an extra shot at cross-examining our witness. That's unnecessary under these circumstances. It isn't fair. Mr. Douglas has known about this witness and his testimony for 10 days. And if he, let's get this on. Let's finish this trial. Let's stop dilly-dallying around.
Apparently it's in the book now as well. All right, the court will undertake the 403 examination during the course of the actual testimony. All right, we'll stand at recess for 15.
May I interject this? If we're going to have a 403, I would like not to have my witness's testimony interrupted moments before he provides this important information or testimony. If there is a concern, if the court has a concern and the court wants to do a 403 hearing, let's do it right now. Don't interrupt his testimony right before he...
Well, Mr. Darden, what do you want? Do you want the 403 hearing now, or do you want it during the course of the testimony?
I don't want it ever.
Take your pick.
Don't be so subtle with these things, Judge. I miss it sometimes. Thank you.
You're welcome. 15.
Come to the 18th floor, that stop here on the 9th. It takes several minutes to get one. It's a nightmare. Every day. It's killing me, Judge.
There's stairs, Judge, so
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
We are making a habit of this.
It's not, it really isn't our fault. Sometimes we wait 10, 12, 13 minutes for an elevator.
Plus, we have to deal with public defenders that keep past us. You know, what's going up is not coming down.
We'll have to talk about that.
Okay.
All right, counsel, I want to take up a couple of matters before we actually invite the jury to join us. Mr. Shapiro, over the break, over the 15-minute break, advised me of a problem, something that is being reported. Mr. Shapiro, do you want to enlighten the prosecutors about this? Counsel, why don't you have your witness have a seat, because it'll be a bit before we get there. I'll put on the record. I don't think we need to repeat. Mr. Shapiro, this is something I need to put on the record at this point. You've indicated to the court that apparently the chief of police has made some indication that he's received a communication from this court.
No, it was reported to me that there were some news reports, not directly from the chief of police, but from some other members in the media, that there were communications between yourself and the chief of police regarding whether or not the chief of police should make any statements regarding this case. I thought it incumbent upon myself as an officer of the court to inform Your Honor in case you had not heard those. Your Honor has assured me, which is exactly what I anticipated was the case, that you have not talked with the chief of police. But I wanted to make sure that if these rumors are out in the press and they're reported to me, if they're reported to others, that it's something Your Honor would and should want to know about.
I think perhaps this is a misinterpretation. If you recall, about 3 months ago, when we were dealing with the leaks problem, at the request of both parties and with the consent of both parties, I sent a letter to Chief Williams asking him to do whatever he could to investigate the leaks and stop anything that was leaking out from his department.
That was at our request.
Right. That was the only communication this court has had with the chief of police.
I think the record is clear, and that was exactly what we anticipated, and I think it's very important that the press accurately report.
All right, thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Shapiro. There's one other matter. I noted that Tracy Savage, good morning, Ms. Savage, is a guest in our court today as a media representative, and I recall that she is on the defense witness list, and there is a witness exclusion order at this time, and I wondered what the party's position was about Ms. Savage remaining.
May we approach him over? Yes.
Sure.
She here, yes.
Ms. Savage, would you stand and wave to Mr. Cochran? All right, Mr. Cochran.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honor, in the matter involving Ms. Savage, who's with us today in a reporting capacity, we discussed with Mr. Simpson, and we understand that she has her job to do. And I believe that on the issue with regard to the socks, where we think her testimony would be relevant, I would suggest to Channel 4 that she not be in here covering those days, because we'd have to ask her to be excused. For today, we have no problem. I believe with regard to much of the foundational material, Ms. Clark and I will be able to stipulate, because it was a date in which she and I mutually called for an internal affairs investigation, because there was these leaks and results when the socks were still there. So our position is that she can stay here now. We will waive the court's order so she can stay here today, and ask only that Channel 4 be fair in their reporting.
All right. And I take, Ms. Clark, you have no objection to that as well?
That's correct, Your Honor. The people have no objection. To a large extent, I think that the matters that counsel is going to be seeking to put before the jury are a matter of public record, if not actually a matter of videotape that has already been broadcast, and I don't see any problem with Ms. Savage remaining.
All right. Then objections having been waived, will allow Ms. Savage to remain for those portions of the proceedings that have nothing to do with the DNA testing. However, Ms. Savage, you should have your station manager reassign you when we get to the DNA issues. All right. Also, you're not to watch any television coverage of the DNA issues. All right. Let's have the jurors, please.
Judge, did we reschedule the motion to quash on Marguerite Thomas?
We have not yet been able to make contact with Mr. Jones.
Yeah, so we're clear. Your last statement about not watching any television coverage regarding the DNA hearing, that was not a joke.
No.
That was not a joke. Some
No,
people laugh, but that's not a joke.
No, I think Ms. Savage understands the court's order, correct? All right, she indicates in the affirmative. Thank you for having kept you in the small room so long this morning. I thought we would get started within 10 or 15 minutes of our 9 o'clock start time, and unfortunately other things came up that I had to deal with. In your defense, Deputy Magnera urged me not to bring you down until 10 o'clock, but I thought we'd get it done sooner, but these things happen. All right, are the people ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, Mr. Darden.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The people call Ron Ship to the stand, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Shipp.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated and state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Ronald Shipp, RONALD SHIPP.
Mr. Darden.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Ship, are you acquainted with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I am.
How long have you known him?
Approximately 26 years.
And do you recall the circumstances in which you first met him?
Yes, I do.
What were those circumstances?
When I was about 16 years old, my brother, Mike, played against O.J. in high school up in San Francisco. And he had come down to Los Angeles right after O.J. had won the Heisman Trophy. And myself, Mike, and my brother Skip went over to O.J.'s house and congratulated him. That was when I was 16 years old.
And did you and the defendant develop a friendship after that initial meeting?
We weren't very close at that time. I'd run into him from time to time, and every time I'd see him, he'd ask me how was Mike doing, and but we weren't really that close at that time.
Okay. Well, as the years went on, did you develop a closer relationship? with
I'd
the
say
defendant?
approximately from about 1978 on.
Did you visit the defendant's home?
Yes, I did.
On how many occasions?
How many occasions?
Yes.
Gee. Let's see, in 78, I was a police officer at the time, and I was assigned to West Los Angeles Division. And at that time, I would go up there on occasion, probably approximately maybe 2 times a week, up until 1982.
You were an LAPD officer?
Yes, I was.
When did you join the LAPD?
1974.
And you're no longer an LAPD officer?
No, I'm not.
And when did you leave the LAPD?
I believe it was October of 1989.
And you say that during the time that you were a police officer, you were assigned to West LA Station?
And I was assigned to West LA from 1978 to 82.
And West LA Station has jurisdiction over Brentwood, is that right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, a moment ago, you testified that there was a time period in which you would go to the defendant's house perhaps 2 times a week?
Approximately.
On those occasions, were you on duty?
I'd say half. Sometimes I'd come by in the patrol car, and other times I'd go by there and play some tennis.
You play tennis at the defendant's home?
Yes, I did.
On his tennis court?
Yes, I did.
On those occasions when you played tennis at the defendant's home, was he at the home?
Sometimes he'd be there and sometimes he wouldn't.
Did you have to get permission to play tennis on his tennis court?
No, I did not.
You could just show up and play tennis?
Yeah, OJ trusted me. So I didn't really have to call. I'd call and talk to
Whole world.
So you didn't have to get permission to play tennis there?
No, all I had to do was clear with, I'd call the maid, or whoever was there, and just let them know I was coming.
Okay. You said that OJ or the defendant trusted you?
Oh, yes, he did. I thought he did.
Now, what period of time are we talking about here?
From playing tennis?
Yes.
Approximately from 1978 to 82.
Was there a security gate at the house on Rockingham at
Yes,
that
there
time?
was.
Did it require a security code or something to open the gate?
No, to my knowledge, it was just a button that you would push.
How about after 1982? Did you continue your relationship or your friendship with the defendant?
Yes, I did. I didn't go by there as frequent. Once I transferred downtown, and maybe I went over there maybe once every maybe 2-3 weeks.
Did you continue to play tennis?
Yes, I did.
On those occasions when you went to the defendant's home, while you were on duty, did you ever take other officers to the defendant's home as well?
Yes, I did.
Did other officers also play tennis?
There was only one officer I used to play with. Yeah, that I recall, was one officer.
And what is that officer's name?
Chuck Smith.
And if you know, is he still a member of the LAPD?
Yeah, he's still at West LA.
Did other officers also visit the defendant at his home?
To my knowledge, no, unless they came over with me.
Well, did you take officers to the defendant's home other than Chuck Smith?
Yes, I did. If I was on patrol, sometimes I would take people over there. I used to get a kick out of not telling them where I was going and ringing the doorbell and have OJ come out and greet them.
How many other officers would you say you took to Rockingham?
Wow. I'd have to say approximately maybe 40 guys, maybe.
And were these 40 guys all members of the LAPD's West LA division or station?
Most of them were.
Was there ever any animosity or hostility between those 40 guys that you just described and the defendant?
No way. No.
Did any officer get the defendant's autograph?
Yeah, a few of them. I got autographs from OJ for a few of them. A couple were women that I got autographs for them and their kids, female partners.
West LA Division holds an annual Christmas party, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion where you were in charge of getting celebrities to come to the annual Christmas party?
One particular time, yes.
Do you recall which year that was?
I believe it was either 1980 or 81.
And did you arrange for a celebrity's appearance at the Christmas party?
I thought I did.
Who was that person?
OJ.
The defendant agreed to appear at the LAPD's annual Christmas party?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever meet Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when that was?
It was either 79 or 80. I'm not sure.
And were they married at the time?
No, they weren't.
Did you ever visit Nicole Brown at Rockingham?
Yes, I did.
On how many occasions?
I can't remember exactly when she moved in. So whenever she moved in, probably about maybe once a week. We were once again on patrol most of the time.
Okay. And did you consider Nicole Brown a friend?
Yes, I did.
As you did the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And do you and the defendant remain friends today?
Well, I still love the guy, but I don't know. I mean, this is a weird situation I'm sitting here in.
You say you still love her?
Sure.
Did you ever attend parties at the defendant's house?
Yes, I did.
Did you attend his wedding?
The reception.
Did you ever have intimate and personal conversations with him?
Yes, I did.
What kinds of things did you talk about during those personal and intimate conversations?
Sustained.
You understand the term intimate and personal?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever discuss your health with the defendant?
No, I did not.
You ever discuss your relationship with your wife with the defendant?
I don't believe so.
Did he ever discuss his relationship with his wife, Nicole, with you?
No foundation, Your Honor. This is a long time ago. Irrelevant, perhaps.
I think this is foundational. We're not going to content yet. Overruled. You can ask the foundational questions.
Did the defendant ever discuss his relationship with his wife, Nicole, with you?
Yes, yes, he did.
You testified a moment ago that you understand the term intimate and personal, correct?
Yes, I do.
Could you give us some examples of some of the intimate and personal conversations you had with the defendant?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? One off with proof.
All right, with the reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Perhaps, Mr. Darden, you can give us a little tighter focus on our inquiry here.
And I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
In addition to playing tennis at the defendant's home, what kinds of other things did you and the officers you took to his home do?
Other than playing tennis, I never, officers I took over there, we didn't do anything else.
Did the defendant have a swimming pool?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever swim in the pool?
I did.
How about the other officers that you took over?
And when I took over, swam in the pool.
Now, do you know whether or not those other officers ever went back to the defendant's house on their own?
Not to my knowledge.
You have no first-hand knowledge of that?
I do not.
Now, were you still a member of the LAPD during the first week of January 1989?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive a telephone call from Nicole that week?
Yes, I did.
And did she ask you to do something?
Yes, she did.
What did she ask you to do? Question, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It is a question. What did she ask him to do?
And the content of that answer is hearsay.
I'm not asking for the answer to the question. It's asking for the question. It's not offering the truth. I understand.
Sustained.
She asked you to do something.
Yes, she did.
And this was during a telephone call.
Yes, it was.
Did you call her or did she call you?
She called me.
Did she appear upset or sound upset at all?
No foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, she did.
Is she hysterical?
No, she was not.
And what did you do after she asked you to do something?
She asked me.
Objection, Your Honor. Unresponsive.
Sustained. Mr. Shipp, the question was, what did you do after the request was
I'm
made
sorry.
of you? Not what
When I
was
got
done.
off of work, I went over there.
Now, you're going over there. Was that in response to something she asked you to do?
Yes, it was.
And did you do exactly what she asked you to do?
Yes, I did.
went to the defendant's home on Rockingham?
Yes, I did.
Did you take anything with you at that time?
No, I did not.
Did you drive your personal car onto the property at Rockingham?
I can't remember if I did or not. Sometimes I would park on the grounds, and sometimes I just park on the street.
Did you knock at the door?
Yes, I pushed the buzzer.
Did she come to the door?
She buzzed me in.
Okay. Did you knock at the door then?
No, I just walked on in. A lot of times when they buzz you in, your door is open, you walk in.
Okay, so you just walked on into the house.
Walked on in.
And did you see Nicole Brown at that time?
Yes, I did.
Now, what day of the week was this, if you know?
I'd have to say it was either, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday.
And how many days after January 1, 1989, was it that you went to the defendant's house?
I think probably 2.
Probably what?
2 days.
Okay. So somewhere around the 3rd or 4th?
Right around the 3rd or 4th.
And did you see Nicole Brown at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice anything unusual about her at that time?
Yes, if I remember, she had some injuries that had started to fade.
Speculation. No foundation.
Overruled.
What injuries did you see at that time, Mr. Shook?
If I remember, I mean, I couldn't see it that well because I remember she had makeup on, but if I remember, there was some swelling about her head somewhere. I remember it was covered up pretty good.
She had makeup on?
She had makeup on.
Covering her injuries?
Right.
But you could still see some
I could still
semblance
see,
of those injuries?
yeah, a little bit of it.
Excuse me, Mr. Dart and Mr. Shipp, you all are going to have to talk one at a time.
And did you have a conversation with her at that time?
Yes, I did.
What was her demeanor during that conversation?
When she first started out, she was like she always would be when we would talk. She was kind of joking. And then after a while, she just kind of got into actually what had happened and started telling me what had happened between her and OJ.
Did she show you anything at that time?
No, she did not.
What were your duties and responsibilities with the LAPD during the first week of January 1989?
At that particular time, I was on loan to West Los Angeles. Actually, it was the Valley Division Forgery Unit, which was actually out of West Los Angeles.
Okay. Now, does the LAPD have a police academy?
Yes, they do.
What exactly is a police academy?
Police academy is where all the recruits receive your training prior to becoming a full-fledged Los Angeles police officer.
And were you ever assigned to teach any particular subject at the police academy?
Yes, I was.
Were you so assigned during January of 1989?
No, I was not.
When had you last been?
Actually, let me correct. Okay, I was assigned to the academy, but I was on loan to forgery, West LA Forgery.
Okay, so you're still a member of the police academy teaching staff?
On paper.
And did you specialize in a particular area?
Yes, I did.
You taught a particular subject?
Yes, I did.
And what was that subject?
Domestic violence.
You taught domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
And you taught that to other police officers?
Other police officers and recruits.
What kinds of things did you teach those other police officers and recruits?
Pardon me?
What kinds of things did you teach those other police officers and recruits?
Overruled.
I taught them, for the most part, the dynamics and profiles of the victim and the batterer, relation to domestic violence.
What does that mean exactly?
Okay, for the most part, what it is, it's the makeup, how can I say this? I'm drawing a blank right now. But anyhow, for example, like the victim, it would talk about exactly what makes up a batterer. I mean, what makes up a victim as far as being like their background, low self-esteem, just different profiles.
And you also talked about the profiles of the batterer.
Right.
Now, may I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Strike that. At some point, did you develop a teaching plan or teaching outline?
I didn't develop it. It was already given to me from the academy.
Your Honor, I have here in my hand that which appears to be a teaching plan. It may be marked People's 8.
All right, People's 8. How many pages is that? Appears to be multiple pages. Sure.
Showing you People's 8 for identification, Mr. Shipp. Does that appear to be a copy of teaching outline on domestic violence that you just mentioned a moment ago?
Yes, it is. It's a portion of it. It's enlarged from how I remember it, but yes, it is.
What is page 1 entitled?
Victim's pro.
Sure.
What is page 1 entitled?
Victim's profiles.
And page 2, what is it entitled?
Batterers profiles.
And page 3?
The cycles of battering.
Is there a fourth stage?
Battering and arguing.
Does page 1 list some of the characteristics common to women who remain in abusive relationships?
Yes, it does.
Could you list those characteristics for us?
Yes, it has here self-blame and guilt. And the next one is lives in constant fear. High level of dependence. And then it says economic and or emotional. And it says commitment to relationship. Will do almost anything to keep the family together. Traditional sex role, meaning she's a mother.
I would object to the reading of this document at this point, because this witness is not an evidence runner. And I think that it was
ask her to approach the side.
All right, that's a speaking objection. Let me see counsel at the sidebar, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you that the testimony that you were hearing regarding the 1989 incident is limited, this testimony is limited to that particular incident at this time. All right. Mr. Darden.
Can I have the last question read back, Your Honor? What happened to Wilder?
I think you asked Mr. Shipp to tell us about the characteristics on the list.
You just read the characteristics of a
I
batterer's victim.
I got halfway.
Okay. Shall we start at the top, begin from the beginning, or shall we start midway? You know?
Well, reading the document is really not what's at issue, isn't it?
Pardon me?
Isn't at issue his discussions with the various parties?
Sure. Absolutely. Continue reading, please.
Your Honor. I objection to reading the document, Your Honor.
Him reading the document is irrelevant to the conversations with the parties at this time, isn't it?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, but you had this conversation with Nicole Brown at the house a couple of days after January 1, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you have that teaching plan with you at that time?
The first time I went over there?
Yes.
No, I did not. The first time I went over there?
Yes. Now, did you have that teaching plan with you at that time?
The first time I went over there?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Was the defendant present that first time you went over?
No, I was not.
How long were you at the house that day, that first time?
First time I was there probably I think maybe 5 hours, somewhere around there.
And did you return to the house again?
The next day, yes, I did.
And did you bring anything with you at that time?
Yes, I did.
What did you bring with you?
I made copies of portions of the domestic violence lesson plan.
You made copies of the lesson plan in front of you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you arrived at the house, was Nicole Brown there?
Yes, she was.
Was the defendant there?
No, I wasn't.
Did you have a discussion with Nicole Brown?
Yes, I did.
Did you show her the profile of the battered woman?
Yes, I did.
The victim's profile?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss it with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss with her each of the characteristics of the victim profile?
Yeah, I showed them to her and just went down, and we read them together.
Did you ask her which characteristics seemed to apply to her?
I really can't remember if she actually came out and said, "Well, yeah, this is all me," and I really can't remember that. I don't recall her actually saying, "Yeah, this fits all me." It was the batterer's thing that she focused the most on.
So she focused mainly on the batterer's profile.
Right.
And did she ask you to do something with that batterer's profile?
Yes.
This is inappropriate.
No, it's an objection, but the question calls for a yes or no answer.
Am I answering it?
You may.
Yes, she did.
And did you do what she asked you to do?
Yes, I did.
When was the next time that you saw the defendant?
It might have been later on that week. I'm pretty sure it was.
Do you recall where he was when you saw him?
At the house.
Were you also at the house?
Yes, I was.
And had you gone to the house for a specific reason that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was that reason?
To talk to OJ about the profiles on Nicole's request.
By the way, the second time that you visited Nicole that week, did she show you anything?
Yes, she did.
What did she show you?
She showed me some pictures.
Your Honor, I have in my hand 3 Polaroid photographs. And they be marked people's 9, 10, and 11?
Yes.
Defense counsel. You've never seen that photograph before? Thank you, counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Shipp, let me hand you people's 9 for identification. Do you recognize that photograph?
No, I don't.
You've never seen that photograph before?
No, I have not.
Who was the person depicted in the photograph, if you know?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Who was the person in
Nicole.
the photograph?
Nicole Brown.
That's Nicole Brown?
Yeah, that's Nicole Brown.
That picture wasn't shown to you on during that first week of January 1989?
No, it was not.
Showing you people's 10 for identification. You recognize that photograph?
No, I do not.
Was that photograph shown to you?
No, it was not.
Showing you people's 11. Who's depicted in that photograph?
Nicole Brown Simpson.
Was that photograph shown to you?
No, it was not.
You've never seen these photographs before?
No, those weren't the ones that she showed me.
These are not the photographs that Nicole Brown Simpson showed you from the first week of January 1989?
No.
Overruled.
So the record is clear. Each of these photographs depict Nicole Brown, is that right?
That's correct.
But you were shown some photographs.
I was shown some photographs.
And were those photographs of Nicole?
Yes, they were.
How many photographs did she show you?
Approximately 4, maybe 5.
Were those photographs Polaroid photographs?
I think they may, I can't remember. I think they may have been. No, she told me she took them of herself. And so I can't really remember if they were Polaroid or not.
Did those photographs depict Nicole's face?
They weren't really that close up. They were more, if I remember, they were more of her body. The ones that I saw.
What parts of her body were depicted in those photographs?
I remember her left arm stands out, and also her, if I'm not mistaken, her left upper thigh.
Any other parts of her body that you recall?
That's all I can remember.
And did you notice anything unusual on her left arm and on her upper thigh, that is, as shown in those photographs?
Overruled on that basis.
No.
Sustained.
The photos she showed me were from the
Hold on.
past.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me see counsel at sidebar. All right, thank you, Madam Reporter. Mr. Darden?
The photographs that you saw, sir, of Nicole Brown's left arm and thigh, did you notice any injury to those areas on her body in those photographs?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
They were like bruises, darkish, kind of bluish color.
Why did she show you those photographs?
Sustained.
Do you know why she showed you those photographs?
Probably. Sustained.
You were having a discussion, though, about the batterer's profile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was it during that discussion that she showed you those photographs?
Yes, it was.
And during your discussion of the batterer's profile, did you and Nicole Brown agree on a specific course of action?
Yes, we did. That's when,
Correct. Next question.
Did you intend to pursue the matter further?
yes, I did,
What did you tell Nicole Brown you were going to do?
that I would meet with OJ.
For what reason?
To discuss the batterer's profiles.
And did you meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you show him the batterer's profile?
Yes, I did.
And that profile does list certain characteristics of a batterer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, during that discussion, did you discuss with him the events of January 1, 1989?
Yes, I did.
Relate to us the content of that conversation, please.
OJ had said that they had gone out that night. He and Nicole, Marcus, and Kathy. And they had had a pretty good time. That they had too much to drink. They were partying too much, and when they got back, they got in an argument.
Did he say what the argument was about?
Yeah, I mean, he said that they had been kind of intimate, and then that in the middle of it, they started arguing, for the most part.
What do you mean they were kind of intimate and in the middle of it they started arguing?
Well, they were, from what he told me, they were making love, and I guess Nicole had wanted to stop for whatever reasons. And they began to argue.
Did he tell you what happened next?
I believe at the time he told me that Nicole was the aggressor and came after him, and that he was acting in self-defense.
What did he say that he did to Nicole in self-defense?
He had told me what he had, at the time, that he was defending himself and had pushed her away. And he didn't really hit her.
He said that all he did was push her away.
At the time,
Did he say what happened next?
I think he said that then, she got hysterical and called the police on him.
Did you ask the defendant if he beat her up?
No, I didn't. Not at that time, I didn't.
Okay, continue on then with the conversation you were having with the defendant regarding the battery's profile.
Okay, what happened then was we were talking, and after he explained to me what happened, then I told him what Nicole said had happened. And I told him Nicole had advised me that he had hit her, and that after looking at the profiles, she felt that they all fit him to the T.
Sustained. Hold on. Curious to disregard any comment by the witness as to what Nicole Brown Simpson said at that time. Mr. Darden. No.
Well, I'm a little confused as to what's in and what's out now.
Sure. Just that portion. From the part I told him what Nicole said had happened, and I told him what Nicole had advised. That's all stricken. Anything this witness just said that was said by Nicole Brown Simpson is stricken as hearsay.
Okay, without telling us what Nicole told you and what you told the defendant, what was the defendant's reaction?
At the time, after we went over all the profiles, he denied that any of those were him, except for maybe one.
And which one was that?
The jealous. He said maybe I might be a little jealous, and that was it.
Read to us exactly what the profile says about jealous.
So,
Let me see that. Thank you. And do you have a copy of this, Counsel? Well, they don't have their copy here. Mr. Darden, I'd feel more comfortable if you ask the witness one additional foundational question regarding whether or not that was actually discussed. Second item.
Mr. Schiff, showing you page 2 of the document, and directing your attention specifically to lines 3 and 4. Did the defendant discuss specifically those 2 lines?
Just the pathologically jealous.
Is that what the profile says, pathologically jealous?
Yes, it does.
And you and he discussed that?
Well, that's the only one that the defendant said, I might be a little. He just said maybe. He didn't really say, I am jealous. He said maybe, a little bit that one.
He said he may be pathologically jealous. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did he express to you at all that he was concerned about Nicole Brown's physical well-being?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Well, he said he loved Nicole and he would never do anything to hurt her. And it was just an isolated incident.
Now, at that point, I'm sorry, he said what?
He said it was an isolated incident.
Now, had you read anything in the newspapers up to that point that is about the January 1, 89 incident?
In the newspapers?
Yeah.
No, it hadn't been made public then.
At some point, was it made public?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was a week or 2 weeks. It wasn't until like a week and a half later afterwards.
Well, after it was made public, did you have a discussion with the defendant again?
No, it was, but yes, I did. I'm sorry. I did afterwards.
After it became public?
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me think about this 1 second. No, it was before it was made public. I had a discussion with him again.
Okay. And did that discussion was it in regard to publicity?
Yes, it was.
What did the defendant say about that?
Well, at the time, he was very upset because he thought that, he was going to lose Hertz and his image was going to be tarnished. And he was just asking me to tell Nicole, hey, this is never going to happen again. And, that he loved her.
Well, the city attorney was considering filing charges at that time, correct?
Correct.
Did he ask you to say anything to Nicole about filing charges?
Yes, he had asked me to get to see if I could have her sign off the report, not press charges.
He asked you to see if you could get her to sign off the report?
Yes, he did.
And what does signing off the report mean?
Meaning saying that if she were to sign it, that she was not agreeing that he, had actually battered her, that she didn't want to go through with the actual crime report and have it go through the process of the city attorney's office.
Did you ever contact the city attorney's office on the defendant's behalf?
Never.
Did you ever speak to any supervisor in the LAPD on the defendant's behalf?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Well, here once again, I was caught between a rock and a hard place, and I was wanted to try and help OJ out, but at the same time, I felt that I didn't want to do it because of what I knew as far as, that type of relationship. But I brought the paper over to her.
Overruled.
Someone asked you to bring the paper to Nicole?
Yeah, OJ did.
And what is this paper that you're referring to?
What I remember, it was a document. I can't remember what the actual wording is. It was something to the effect that, I do not wish to press charges at this time, something like that. I can't remember.
Okay, but you were a member of the LAPD at that time, is that
Right.
correct? Sworn police officer.
Right. Yes, I was.
And you did take it to her?
I took it to her.
Did she sign it?
No, she didn't.
And to go back to the issue of whether you contacted any supervisors on the defendant's behalf, did you contact any of your supervisors at the LAPD?
It wasn't my immediate supervisor, but it was the supervisor that was handling the case,
And who would that be?
Lee Kingsford.
And was he in the detective section at West LA Station?
Yes, he was. He was the Detective 3.
That's the supervising detective.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Now, did someone ask you to contact the supervising detective at LAPD?
I wasn't specifically asked to contact an individual. It was just to, hey, Ron, can you get this taken care of?
Well, did the defendant tell you how or what to do to take care of it?
No, I didn't.
Well, what was your understanding of that request? What did he mean by take care of it?
If I could,
Oh,
if I could take the, if I could bring the document that Nicole would sign it, because at the time, Nicole wasn't sure what she wanted to do.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Larry.
all right, let's have the jurors, please. Yes. Of our jury panel that Mr. Shipp is again on the witness stand. Mr. Shipp, you're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mr. Shipp, a little while ago, you told us that you spoke to a detective in an attempt to see if you could take care of this situation for Mr. Simpson.
Yes, I did.
During 1989, did the LAPD have a policy as it related to the arrest of spousal abuse suspects?
Yes, they did. It was 273.5 PC, Penal Code.
Now, is this something that you taught during your domestic violence classes at the police academy?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was that policy?
The policy was what the law did was most victims, when they're in a bad relationship, have a tendency.
Mr. Shipp,
I can explain this.
the question is, what was the policy, not
Okay,
why?
all right, the
What-
policy. I'm sorry. The policy was to make an arrest if there's any kind of injury.
So anytime there's some indication that a victim has suffered some injury in a spousal abuse situation, the policy required the LAPD officer to arrest the suspect.
Yes, it did.
Anytime there was an injury.
Anytime there was any kind of a willful injury by the actual suspect or batterer.
Now, you told us that you heard on Monday, June 13, that Nicole Brown was dead. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And where were you when you heard the news?
I was in a bank, the First Interstate Bank.
And what did you do at that point?
I called the house,
Whose house?
O.J. Simpson's house.
And did the defendant, did he answer the phone?
No, he did not.
Did you go to the defendant's home?
Not at that time. Not at that time, no, I did.
At some point that day, that Monday, did you go to the defendant's home?
Yeah, I went there I think I went there like maybe an hour or two afterwards, a couple hours, if I'm not mistaken.
And was the defendant at his home when you arrived?
No, he wasn't.
Do you recall what time it was when you arrived at the defendant's home?
The first time, it might have been roughly around maybe 2 o'clock, somewhere around there. I'm not really sure. I went there twice that day.
So you arrived at 2 o'clock Monday, the first time, right?
Right.
The defendant wasn't there.
No, he wasn't.
Did you go to his house a second time that same Monday?
Yes, I did.
What time was that?
I think it's approximately 5:45 to 6 o'clock.
Okay. Do you know where the defendant was at 2 o'clock on that Monday?
I had no idea.
Well, when you went to the house the second time that evening, was he there?
Yes, he was.
Did you just walk into the house as you had on prior occasions?
No, once again, I pushed the buzzer.
You were buzzed in?
I was buzzed in.
Who buzzed you in?
I can't remember. There was, like maybe 10, 15 people there at the time.
Okay, so you walked into the house and there were 10 or 15 people there?
Yeah, around the, different parts of the house.
Okay. Who was there?
What I remember at the time, I remember there was, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kathy Randa was there.
Okay, and who was Kathy Randa?
OJ's assistant.
Who else?
I remember there was Jason, if I'm not mistaken. There was Arnell.
Is that Jason and Arnell Simpson?
Yeah.
The defendant's two adult children?
Yeah, I mean, I was there over a week's period, so I mean, this is what I'm thinking on that night. There was also...
For what purpose, Mr. Carter? I don't think it's necessary at this point. We're in the middle of a question.
There's still a witness present.
All right, Mr. Carter, you may resume.
When we left off, Mr. Shipp, you told us that Kathy Randa and Jason and Arnell Simpson were present in the house that evening. Is that correct?
What I remember, yeah, I think they...
Okay, and who else was present?
OJ's sisters were both there, and brother-in-laws, his mom, and I think there was grandkids there. I think a couple of OJ's friends, I think Joe Stellini was there, Neil Sloan. I'm not sure if Bob Kardashian was there. I'm not sure if he was there. I think he was. I'm not real sure.
Robert Kardashian, seated
Yes,
here?
Robert Kardashian. And I think there's one guy there. I'm not sure if it's one of OJ's golfing buddies or whatever that I remember.
Do you recall that person's name?
I can't remember his name.
What are the names of Mr. Simpson's two sisters?
Carmelita, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank again. I can't think of his other sister's name right now.
And the two brother-in-laws, what are their names, if you know?
I can't remember.
And you said that someone's grandchildren were there?
Oh, excuse me, there might have been OJ's nieces, I'm sorry. Nieces were there.
Okay. Do you recall their names?
No, I can't remember.
Recall their ages? Approximate?
Or early 20s, maybe? Early 20s?
Okay. How many of them were there? How many nieces?
2.
Now, did you testify a while ago that you arrived the second time at 6 o'clock?
Yes, I did. Between 5:45 and 6.
And what time did you leave?
Maybe about 11.
Now, when you arrived at the house around 6 o'clock p.m., did you go to a particular room or part of the house?
Yeah, I guess you would call it his TV room.
Were there other persons or people in the TV room?
Yeah, there was myself, like I said, Joe Stellini, Neil Sloan, and I think Robert Kadash. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
And was the television on at that time?
Yeah, I think there was either 3 or 4 of them on.
Okay. And did you notice anything unusual about the defendant's hand at that time?
Yes, I noticed that he had on his left hand, I think one of his fingers was bandaged, white bandage on it.
Okay. And did you pose any question to him at that time?
Yes, I asked him how he cut his hand, how he cut his finger.
And what did he say?
So he did it in Chicago.
Chicago?
Yes, he did.
Now, at some point, did the defendant prepare to go upstairs to go to bed?
Yeah, after a few hours,
And what did you prepare to do at that time?
go home.
If you know, where is the defendant's bedroom located? Where in the house?
Upstairs, located on the far east section of the house.
Have you ever been in the defendant's bedroom?
I think maybe once or twice prior to that night.
Now, as you prepared to leave the defendant's home, did you walk toward the front door?
Yes, I did.
And where was the defendant at that time?
Walking towards the stairs,
Stairs leading up, upstairs to his bedroom?
up to his bedroom.
And did he say anything to you at that time?
Yeah, he said, Ron, come upstairs for a minute.
And did you go upstairs?
Yes, I did.
Did you go upstairs with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you and the defendant go to a particular room?
To his bedroom, yes.
And what was the first thing that you did when you entered the defendant's bedroom?
The first thing I did at his request was to open the cabinets where his TV was.
And what was the defendant doing while you were doing that?
Starting to get undressed.
And what was he wearing initially?
I think he was wearing a white shirt and I can't remember what color the pants were.
Was he wearing pants?
Yeah, he had pants on.
And did you watch the defendant as he undressed and prepared to get ready for bed?
I mean, I didn't just stare at him, but I just. I was looking at TV and we were talking, you know.
All right. Okay. Did he take his clothes off, his pants and his shirt off?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he do with them after he took them off?
He folded them, and I can't remember if he hung them up or if he just laid them down. But I remember he was very meticulous as to how he was taking off his clothes and being very neat.
And he's always been that way, hasn't he? I mean, neat with his clothes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he has.
Okay, so what happened next? What happened after the defendant neatly folded his clothes?
He began to ask me a couple questions.
What was the first
No, excuse me, I take that back. The first thing he said, he told me what the police had done when they came out to his house.
And what did he tell you the police had done when they came out to his house?
He said that they had gone through everything, and then they told him that they had found a bloody glove. They told him something about a watch cap, something like that, that they had, what was it? So that's all I can remember at this time.
And did he ask you any questions?
Yes, with recording.
With the recording.
All right, Mr. Darden?
When we left off, Mr. Shipp, I'm sorry.
Do you wish to voir dire the witness at this point? All right.
We're not at that point yet, Your Honor. I have additional questions.
All right, the objection's overruled. Briefly, Mr. Douglas.
Not at that point yet, Your Honor.
That's for me to determine, Mr. Darden. Mr. Douglas?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shipp. You said that you arrived at the Rockingham location the second time, sometime around 5:45 or 6, correct?
Roughly around there.
And did you say that it was sometime around 11 o'clock or so that you met with Mr. Simpson in his bedroom?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was somewhere around that time.
Do you recall, sir, that in fact you left Mr. Simpson's home sometime around midnight that day?
Objection, that assumes facts not in evidence.
We're not, yeah, correct. That question.
Question stricken,
No, question's not stricken. Mr. Douglas?
Do you recall, sir, that you left the Rockingham home escorting Kathy Randa to her car?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You know, one of the things, okay, as far as
The question is, sir, do you recall escorting Kathy Randa to her car?
I was there for a full week.
Hold on, wait a minute. Counsel. Mr. Darden, please.
The witness, he's interrupting the witness in the middle of his answer.
Well, if you wouldn't interrupt me, maybe I could hear what's going on.
Well, I can't hear what's going on either, Judge.
Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is beyond the bounds of regular voir dire, though,
Very well.
as far as foundation is concerned. I don't hear foundational questions here.
When you went up to Mr. Simpson's room, isn't it true that Shirley Baker, his sister, was there?
In the room?
Correct.
Objection.
No, it's not true.
Not an appropriate line of questioning under 403.
I'm going to give you a couple more questions, Mr. Douglas, but we're in cross-examination. We're not in voir dire at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. When you had the conversation with Mr. Simpson, you and he were alone?
Yes, we were.
When you had the conversation with Mr. Simpson, wasn't he already in bed?
No, he was not.
When you had the conversation with Mr. Simpson, wasn't his sister there in the room?
No, she was not.
It's your testimony that you and Mr. Simpson were present alone together, correct?
By ourselves.
One moment, Your Honor. I reserve my questions for later, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Darden.
When we left off, Mr. Shipp, I believe you told us that the defendant told you that the police told him that they'd found a bloody glove. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they also said that they had found a watch cap or something somewhere?
They said they found a watch cap on the property.
Did you and the defendant discuss things unrelated to Nicole Brown's death?
Unrelated to her death?
Unrelated.
Not at this time.
Did you know that the defendant had gone down to the LAPD headquarters that day?
Yes, I did.
And did you and the defendant discuss what occurred there?
Not at all.
Well, did he ask you any questions? Any questions about the investigation that night?
After he told me about what they found at his house, he asked me how long does it take DNA to come back.
And at that time, did you know the correct answer to that question?
I did not know the correct answer, but what I did say, I just off the cuff said 2 months.
And what did he say in response to your indication that it takes DNA 2 months to come back?
He kind of jokingly just said, you know, to be honest, Ship, that's what he called me, Ship. He said, I've had some dreams of killing her.
Did he say how many dreams he'd had of killing her?
No, he did not.
Did he say it was more than one?
He just said dreams, plural.
You were interviewed by the LAPD back in June or July of 1994, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you reveal to the LAPD at that time that the defendant had told you that he had had dreams about killing Nicole
No, I did
Brown?
not. No, I did not.
Did the detectives ask you about your conversation with the defendant, if any, on June 13th?
They asked me if I had one, but at the time I did not. No, I did not tell them.
You didn't tell them?
No, I did not.
Well, you're an ex-police officer, right?
Yes, I am.
You understood that they were conducting a homicide investigation, correct?
Yes, I did.
Well, what was your reaction when you heard the defendant say that he had had dreams about killing Nicole Brown?
Sustained.
It's going to explain his subsequent conduct, Your Honor.
Ask him what he did after he heard it.
Okay. Well, after the defendant told you that he had had dreams of killing Nicole Brown, did you tell anyone else immediately?
That night I went back and told my wife.
Were there other persons present in the house at that time? That is the time in which you heard the defendant say that he had dreams?
Other people present?
Yeah.
Yes, there were.
There were other people in the house downstairs?
Downstairs, right, correct.
Did you go downstairs and tell those people?
No. No, I did not.
And you didn't tell the police detectives when they questioned you?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you tell the police detectives about the defendant's statement that he had had dreams of killing Nicole Brown?
At the time when Detective Van Adder approached me on the situation, you got to understand I was in a state of shock for up until that time, and I wanted nothing to do with any of this at the time. I was just still thinking it was a dream like most of America.
Well, did you think that you could somehow hurt the defendant? Well, did you think that you could somehow hurt the defendant or harm him or by disclosing that information?
Pardon me?
Did you think
Yes, I did. I felt it was harmful.
Why didn't you just tell the detectives?
I didn't want to tell the detectives at the time. I didn't even want to talk to them. I wanted nothing to do with it. I just wanted everything to go away. I wanted nothing to do with this. I've been a civilian, I think at the time, for almost 5 years. I'm living a normal life.
Did the fact of your friendship with the defendant enter into your decision not to tell the detectives?
Yes, it did.
How?
Like I said earlier, I mean, I've loved this man for 26 years. And all of a sudden, you know, my thought process, like I said, I wanted nothing to do with it at all.
Are you acquainted with someone named Sheila Weller?
Yes, I am.
And who is Sheila Weller?
Sheila Weller is an author of the book Raging Heart.
She's the author of a book called Raging Heart.
Right.
Have you read that book?
Most of it, not all of it.
And were you interviewed by Sheila Weller?
Yes, I was.
And were you interviewed by her for that book?
Yes, I was.
And when were you first interviewed by Sheila Weller?
I think it was in July.
July of 1994?
Correct.
How many times were you interviewed by her?
Maybe 6, 7 times. Maybe a little more, I can't remember.
Did you tell her about the defendant's statement? The statement that he had dreams of killing Nicole Brown?
Not the first time when I talked to her.
Did she ask you about your conversations with the defendant on June 13?
She didn't know about it then.
Okay. Now you say that you have read this book, Raging Hearts, or rather most of it.
Yes, I have.
And there is a scenario in the book that describes someone who in the book is called or named Leo. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Have you read that passage?
Yes, I have.
And are you the Leo?
Yes, I am.
Are you Leo, the Leo who's described in that book?
Yep, that's me.
Is the bedroom conversation you just described to us today described in the book?
Yes, it is.
So you told Weller about the bedroom conversation?
Yeah, later on I did.
When, if you recall?
Maybe, I think it might have been maybe a month afterwards.
A month after the
After
killings?
the first time that I talked to her.
Okay. So what month would that be?
I guess August.
Okay. Well, had you told the LAPD about the defendant's statement regarding his dreams?
No.
So you told Weller before you told the LAPD?
Yes, I did.
You told Weller before you told Marshall Clark or myself?
I sure did.
Why'd you tell Weller about the dreams before you told us?
Ever since I heard that conversation, it was just eating me up. And I knew I didn't want to tell you guys, because I didn't ever want to be in this position when I'm talking about this. And I had to get it out. And that's why I told her originally this whole thing was I was going to be anonymous.
You told Sheila Weller about the conversation and asked that you remain anonymous?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so your name isn't Leo. Your real name isn't Leo.
No, it is not.
And people refer to you as Ron. Is that right?
Yes, they do.
Did Weller agree to keep you anonymous in the book?
Yes, she did.
Did she offer you money in exchange for your telling her this information?
Not at all. Only reason I agreed to do the book, I got a call from Rolf Bauer, Nicole's brother. I mean, actually, he's her cousin. And originally, I didn't want to do it at that time. He asked me to interview with her.
Correct. Next question.
Okay, so you were never offered money in exchange for...
Never. Money was going to Sydney and Justin. That was all I was told, that they would donate a nice substantial amount to Sydney and Justin.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, then money from the sale of the book was going to go to the defendant's children?
Right, correct.
None was to go to you?
Not a dime.
Or any other person?
No one in my family, no one. I mean, there was no mention for money for me at all.
Have you ever accepted any money in exchange for your testimony or in exchange for your recounting the information
Never.
you've given us today?
Never.
Never? You've never accepted any?
None.
Have you given any television interviews?
None.
Spoken to the tabloids at all?
No, I have not.
Now, at some point, you did tell Detective Van Adder and Detective Lang and myself about this conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah, just recently.
And that was January 21, wasn't it? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone force you to disclose this information to Sheila Weller
No, not at all.
or to us?
No.
You knew the book would be published at some point, is that correct?
Yeah, I did.
And were you told that the conversation you had with the defendant would be included in the book?
Yes, I was.
Were you concerned at all that others might read that scenario and try to identify the person who was described as Leo in the book?
Yes, I was.
Were you concerned that someone else might read the scenario in the book and realize who Leo really was?
Yes.
Who?
You guys.
Were you concerned at all that the defendant might read the book?
I would think he'd be told about it. If he did not read it.
I have one moment, Your Honor. Consider yourself a friend to this defendant? Still consider yourself a friend to this defendant?
You can answer the question.
I do. I don't know how he feels.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Douglas?
Mr. Chip. What did you review in preparation for your testimony today, sir?
The only thing I ever looked over was the domestic violence profiles.
Now, it is true, is it not, that you have given a few statements about information that you have concerning this case. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I have.
You were interviewed in the district attorney's office in July. True?
That's when it was, okay.
And that would have been July 28th, 1994. Sounds about right?
I guess. I don't know what the date was.
You do remember giving that interview in July?
Yes, I do.
Was that interview before or after your first interview with Ms. Weller?
That interview, I think it may have been afterwards.
You think that the first interview with the police department was after the interview with the author?
Are you saying with
Correct.
the police department or with Marcia Clark and
Well,
which one?
police officers were present in Marcia Clark's office, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Officer Van Adder was present. True?
True, but I talked to Phil before I even talked to Marcia and Bill Hodgman.
You talked to Phil before talking to Marcia. Marcia is Marcia Clark?
Yes, Marcia Clark.
And Phil is who?
Phil Van Adder, detective.
You and Phil go back a while, don't you?
Yeah, we've known each other over the years.
And how about you and Marcia?
First time I ever met her.
And Bill was also present at that interview.
Yes, correct.
Remember Bill?
Yeah, I remember Bill.
Bill Hodgman. Now, you spoke with Phil and Marcia and Bill for about 90 minutes, didn't you?
Whatever you say.
Sound about right?
Okay. Yeah.
And they asked you everything that you knew about your relationship with Mr. Simpson, did they not?
That's correct.
And in fact, there was somebody taking down transcription, everything that was said, wasn't there?
That's correct.
Were you placed under oath during that interview
No, I
with
was
Phil and Bill and Marcia?
No, I was not.
Now, have you ever had occasion to read the statement of that interview, which is 60 pages long?
Yes, I did. I read portions of it.
You read that when I gave it to you, didn't you?
Sometime afterwards. I didn't read it immediately.
Right, because sometimes after meeting with Phil and Bill and Marcia, you met with Mr. Douglas, didn't you?
That's correct.
Remember that?
Oh, yes, I do.
And you and I met in your attorney's office,
That's
didn't
correct.
you? Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And that would have been about September the 9th of 1994, correct?
If that's what you say, I don't know the dates.
And during, withdrawn, we met in your attorney's office for about 2 hours, didn't we?
No, we did not.
How long did it last?
45 minutes.
And during any time, withdrawn, you knew on that occasion that I was representing Mr. Simpson, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I gave you my business card, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
In fact, after that interview, you called me back later, didn't you?
Did I call you or did you call me?
I called your home after you had called and left the number. Recall that?
If you say so. Okay, I can't remember.
During any part of the 45 minutes that you and I spoke, did you ever mention anything about this conversation with Mr. Simpson?
No, sir.
Didn't I ask you during that conversation to tell me the worst things that you knew about O.J. Simpson?
Yes, you did.
And wouldn't you agree that this statement about this supposed dream is a pretty bad thing about Mr. Simpson?
Yes, it is.
So did you lie when you didn't tell me about that dream?
I sure did.
You did. You've lied a few times, haven't you, sir?
Never in court. Never.
But you've lied a few times concerning what you know about Mr. Simpson. True?
Yeah, I'd say.
You lied to Marcia, didn't you?
Well, if holding back information, they never asked me about that. If holding back information is lying, I don't think it is lying. I just didn't tell them everything.
Well, you just didn't tell the police and the district attorney about an important conversation that you claim occurred. True?
That's correct.
Now, the first time, withdrawn, sometime before talking with me, you had a conversation with an investigator working on my behalf, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Joe Brown, recall that?
Oh, okay, I was thinking of Hostetler. I'm sorry. Mr. Joe Brown. Okay, I did. You're right.
And you never told Joe Brown about this supposed conversation with you and Mr. Simpson, did you?
No, I did not.
So let me get this straight. You met for 90 minutes with Phil and Marcia and Bill and never mentioned this conversation, correct?
I never did.
You met for 25 minutes with Joe Brown and never discussed this conversation, correct?
Did not.
You met with me in your attorney's office for 45 minutes and never talked about this conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you are Mr. Simpson's friend as far as you think, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've said that the reason why you didn't tell Phil about the conversation was because of what?
I said didn't tell Phil because at the time I really did not want to be really involved in all this, and I didn't want to be going down as being the person to nail OJ.
Well, let me ask you this. Well, you're not, so don't worry about that. But let me ask you this.
Sustained, counsel, you know better.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Curious to disregard counsel's remarks.
When you talked to Miss Weller about this supposed conversation, did you want to remain anonymous then?
Yes, I did.
Did Miss Weller inform you that she was writing a book?
Yes, she did.
And did she suggest to you that your conversation would be in the book?
Yes, she did.
And did you interpret by the fact that your conversation would be in the book that you would no longer be anonymous?
Well, I felt the only ones that would know about that conversation would be me and OJ.
I see. Wouldn't anyone else who was present at Mr. Simpson's home when you went upstairs, as you say, also know who you were in relation to your identity?
Possibly.
So I understand your version. There was a time when Mr. Simpson went to bed, correct?
Correct.
And this was a man that had just lost the mother of his children, correct?
Correct.
And he was grieving that evening, wasn't he?
Define grieve.
He was in grief, wasn't he?
I think it's a common human condition that he can testify to. Overruled.
You may answer.
At the time when I talked to OJ, as far as when you say grieving, crying and stuff like that,
Wasn't he feeling bad about his wife's death, Mr. Shipp?
Overruled. You can ask to describe demeanor.
Can Mr. Darden be the one to object, Your Honor?
So much objectionable material.
Counsel, you don't need to say that. Juries should disregard that comment by counsel as well.
Now, Mr. Simpson wasn't in a good mood.
no, he was not.
Okay. He was surrounded by his family, correct?
Yes, he was.
He was surrounded by his close friends, correct?
Correct.
Family were concerned about his emotional state, were they not?
Sustained.
Yes, they were. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Is there any real dispute about that? Family and friends are there. All right.
Yes, they were.
All right.
When Mr. Simpson retired for the evening, did you have occasion to see his family wish him a good evening?
When I was leaving?
No. You said that Mr. Simpson was retiring for the evening, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you to walk upstairs with him, correct? Do you remember family wishing him good night, sleep well, pleasant dreams, or something of that nature?
Not at that time, no.
Did you remember that he snuck upstairs without anyone else in the room noticing?
He snuck upstairs?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Okay. So it wasn't a secret when he went to sleep that evening, true?
No. Everyone knew he went to bed.
Okay.
'Cause I was asked by Shirley to unplug the phone.
So everyone knew he was going to bed and that you were going upstairs with him.
Yes.
So it wasn't a secret that you were going upstairs with Mr. Simpson when he was going to bed?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. So that if there would be revealed in some subsequent book a conversation that occurred on June 13th when Mr. Simpson was going to bed, you knew that the people in that room could identify you as being the source of that conversation. Correct?
Correct.
So you didn't really have a concern about being anonymous, did you, sir?
Well, like I said, I felt that I felt OJ would know, and at the time, when I told Sheila about this, there were several people, of course, there at the house, and I was thinking, hey, no one would really maybe put two and two together.
I see. Now, you were a police officer for how many years?
15 years.
And during the course of your 15 years as a police officer, you investigated crimes, I would assume.
I did.
And would there be occasions that you would read descriptions about events in either newspapers or books that would assist your investigation of a pending crime.
Yes, I'd say you're correct.
So it was not unsuspecting of you that if some police officer were to later read about a conversation in a book concerning a conversation that may have occurred with O.J. Simpson, that someone later would investigate the source of that conversation. True?
True.
So you knew, Mr. Shipp, that by having this conversation with Miss Weller, that you would not be able to assure your anonymity, correct?
Mr. Douglas, I'd say you're probably correct.
Prior to the book being released, did you have occasion to review a draft of the manuscript concerning your conversations with Miss Weller?
Yeah, I did.
How many times?
Well, once. I looked it over once.
When in this series of 6 or 7 occasions that you and she met, did you review a draft?
I didn't review it at all at the time when she took the notes.
No, I'm asking when, during the course of these 6 or 7 times that you met with her, did you review the draft?
I thought I just answered that.
Did you ever review the draft text of what she said that you said to her?
Not during the 6 or 7 times when I met with her.
When did you review that draft, sir?
Probably maybe 2 weeks before it came out.
And did you have occasion to offer any corrections?
Yes, I did.
And did you offer corrections?
Nothing. Yes, I did.
Were the corrections ultimately made?
Yes, they were.
You've had occasion since the publication of that book to read the version applying to you.
Yes, I have.
Is it accurate?
Yeah, just about everything's accurate, yeah. I'd say it is.
I'd like to show the witness, Your Honor. I'm getting a copy to him right now, Your Honor. Copies of a document that I'm going to have marked as defendant's exhibit 1000. And I'm writing D1000 in the upper right-hand corner.
And what page are you starting
I'm
on?
beginning at page 8, Your Honor, and it goes until page 12.
Right.
First of all, Mr. Shipp, looking at the document that has now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1000, does that appear to be the relevant pages of the book Raging Heart by Miss Weller?
It appears to be. Yes, it does.
And there appears to be some reference to the conversation that you had with Mr. Simpson, supposedly, beginning on page 9, correct?
Yes.
Was it in any way withdrawn? Let's talk about the conversations that you had with Miss Weller. You say you spoke to her the first time before talking with Marcia and Bill and Phil, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how much time did you spend with Miss Weller the first time that you spoke with her?
Maybe 2 hours.
Did you talk in person or on the phone?
In person.
How'd you get your number, if you know?
From Ralph.
Did you have occasion to speak with Rolf about your supposed conversation with Mr. Simpson before you met with Miss Weller?
Did I tell him?
Correct.
No, I did not.
Okay. When you met with Miss Weller, where'd you meet?
At Yamashiro's.
You and she had dinner?
Hors d'oeuvres.
Anyone else present?
Waitresses?
At the table with the two of you, I'm asking.
No, no one else.
And at the conclusion of the first meeting, did the two of you agree to meet again?
Yes, we did.
After you met with her the first time, did you like her?
Yes, I liked her.
Did you feel some sort of kinship with her?
Kinship?
Correct.
I thought she was a nice person, yeah.
Did you feel that you could trust her?
Yes, I did.
Did you feel that you could trust her more than you felt that you could trust the police department?
That's not a thing of trusting the police department. I felt I could trust her as far as not printing my name in a book.
But you were going to trust her with some information that you didn't tell the police.
That's correct.
Were you not?
That's right.
You were going to trust her with some information that you hadn't told the district attorney, correct?
That's correct.
When did you develop that quality of trust in her that you were comfortable sharing something with her that you had not shared with the police?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe the third time I met with her.
The third time you felt that comfort. And where had you met with her the second time?
Most of the time we met, it was at Yarmouth Shrills.
Each of the times?
Yeah.
How much time passed between the first time and the second time?
Oh, maybe a couple of days.
A couple of days. When you met the first time, who picked up the tab?
First time, I did.
And the second time?
I think I did.
And the third time?
I think she did.
And the fourth time?
But I think she may have.
And the fifth time?
We weren't always eating. You know, we never had dinner. We were just basically just having hors d'oeuvres. And
did you and Miss Weller ever sign any documents concerning your interview with her?
yeah, we signed a document saying that she would not reveal my name
Where's your copy of that document?
in my house.
Could you bring it with you tomorrow
Sure
when you
could.
come to court?
Yes.
Thank you. And how many pages does that document consist of?
One.
One page? And what does that document say as best as you can recall?
I can't remember.
Tell me all that you can remember that it says.
Something I Sheila Weller, would promise not to reveal your name. Something like that.
Was that document signed by Miss Weller and by yourself?
Yes, it was.
And it was dated?
I think so.
Okay. And during which of the 6 or 7 occasions that you and she met did you sign that document that we've just discussed?
I think it might have been the first. Once I agreed to start talking to her, I think she wrote it up.
In your mind, was the most important thing for your comfort that you be anonymous?
Yes.
If you had not had a promise of anonymity, in your mind, were you prepared to share intimate secrets about Mr. Simpson with a total stranger?
Mr. Douglas, sometimes when people are going through stuff, sometimes they say things that they really want everybody to know.
That's not my question, sir. My question is, in your mind, were you prepared to share intimate secrets about your friend to a total stranger without the promise of anonymity?
Oh, no.
So the promise of anonymity was the reason or the motivation for you to share intimate secrets with your friend to a total stranger?
Correct.
Have you in the past shared intimate secrets about a friend to somebody writing a book?
Never.
Never before?
Never.
Have you in the past lied to police officers about a murder investigation?
Never.
Never before. You say that the conversation with Mr. Simpson was eating you up. Is that your statement?
That's correct.
And did you hope to exorcise this pain from your body by talking to Sheila Weller?
Yes, I did.
You didn't think that you could exercise this pain from your body by talking to the police department?
Well, at the time, truthfully, no, I did not. I did not want to put them in a certain situation, knowing their profession, how professional these guys are.
You didn't want to put the police in the position of knowing information that you thought was important concerning the deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Well, I know if I would have told Phil, okay, hey, Phil, confidence, you know, I want to share something with you. There's no way in the world Phil would have said, yeah, Ron, I'm going to bury this. So
But you did know that when the book came out, Phil would be able to figure it out. True?
Like I said, I figured somewhere along the line, yeah, they'd know it was me.
So sooner or later they'd have to find out.
Sure.
Did you think that you could rid yourself of this pain by talking with the people who were prosecuting Mr. Simpson?
I have.
After the book came out?
Maybe a day or two before.
Since you realized that it would probably occur that your identity would be disclosed during the police department's investigation of the allegations in the book, why didn't you talk to the police after talking with Miss Weller, immediately after talking to Miss Weller?
Like I said, Mr. Douglas, at the time, I just did not want it to be down on record what I thought, my personal feelings, what I felt about Mr. Simpson.
Because you didn't want to be a witness in this case?
You're absolutely right.
Isn't it true, sir, that you were hopeful that you would be able to garner some publicity by making up false allegations about Mr. Simpson?
No, it's not true at all.
Didn't you think, sir, that by concocting this story about Mr. Simpson, it might enhance your own personal profile?
Mr. Douglas, I put all my faith in God and my conscience. Since Nicole's been dead, I've felt nothing but guilt, my own personal guilt, that I didn't do as much as I probably should have.
But let me ask you this. Didn't you think that by being a witness in this case, it would enhance your own personal profile?
No, sir.
Aren't you an actor?
Sir, I have done some acting. Yes, I have.
Let's talk about that. How much acting have you done, Mr. Shipp?
I've done almost a bunch of bit parts here and there.
Have you gone to school for acting?
Yes, somewhat. Let's see where it goes.
Have you gone to school for acting?
Just years ago.
When did you go to school?
I just took took a commercial class.
How long did the school last?
6 weeks.
Did the school teach you how to play certain roles?
The commercial class?
Yes.
No.
Well, you haven't just acted in schools or in commercials, have you?
No, I've done others.
Yeah, you've aspired to generate an acting career.
I've acted, almost everything I've done, I've played a cop, which is not too hard to do.
But it is a role, is it not?
Yeah, it's a role.
And by playing a role, you're trying to act as if you're something other than the true self.
Like I said, I played a cop. That's not hard to do. Okay. So I played my true self a lot of times.
Are you acting now?
Every now and then. I may do a little something here and there.
Isn't it true, sir, that by being the witness who has a conversation with Mr. Simpson, that it is going to possibly enhance your profile around the world? Oh, well, you may answer the question.
Mr. Douglas, there is no way, shape, or form that I would sit here and go through all this, put my family through this for an acting career. I could care less if I do any acting.
The question is,
He's answered the question.
isn't it true?
Hold on, hold on. I think he's finished his answer. Have you finished your answer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Douglas.
You do realize, Mr. Shipp, that by testifying as you have, you are going to enhance the name of Ron Shipp around the world.
Just like you're enhancing Carl Douglas by being Mr. Attorney
True.
here.
You realize that too, right?
Yes, I do.
So now you're a star as well.
Well, I mean, that's what everybody's, that's what they say. People are going to see you. But that's not why I'm doing this, Mr. Douglas. I'm doing this for my conscience and my peace of mind. I would not have the blood of Nicole on Ron Shipp. I can sleep at night, unlike a lot of others.
Thank you, Mr. Shipp. Now, how many months passed between your conversations with Miss Weller about this supposed dream and your conversation with any law enforcement authority about the dream?
When did I tell her? August, I guess. From August till I told Mr. Darden.
And how did it occur that you told Mr. Darden about this supposed dream?
Mainly, thought that it probably would come up here in court, and I did not want to sit here and lie. Like I said, I've never lied on the stand ever in my life, and I'm not starting now.
So you called Mr. Darden up?
Yeah, I did. I think I did call Mr. Darden up. Yeah.
And did you tell him in that conversation that there was something that you had lied about earlier?
Are you referring, just the fact I didn't reveal the information to Ms. Clark that I lied? Is that lying?
Correct.
Okay, well, yeah, I called him up and said I lied.
And what did he say when you called him and said, I had lied earlier?
I didn't use those words, but anyhow, he asked me to come in, and he asked me the same questions you asked me, why did I not reveal?
And who was present during the subsequent conversation that you had with Mr. Darden about your earlier lie?
I think Phil Van Adder.
Anyone else?
I think it was just Phil.
And you met in Mr. Darden's office?
Yes, I did.
And how long did that subsequent conversation take?
I don't know, maybe total, total 45 minutes. I think just sitting there and having them recorded and stuff like that.
And did you disclose anything else during that conversation that you hadn't said earlier?
Excuse me, other than the Leo conversation?
Other than the conversation about this alleged dream?
May I interrupt and confer with counsel for a moment?
Certainly.
Thank you.
You first called the Simpson home on June 13th, sometime that morning, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was sometime about 10 o'clock in the morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, my mom paged me at around about 10:30.
And upon hearing the news, you tried to reach someone at the Simpson home, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you picked up the phone and dialed the Simpson home, did someone answer?
Yes, they did.
Who was that?
Mark Furman.
Had you known Mark Furman before June 13th?
Yes, I had.
When Mark Furman picked up the phone, tell me everything that you can recall about that conversation. First of all, what's the first thing that you asked Mark Furman?
Mark.
He can tell us what he said, but that's about it.
Very well. What did you ask Mark Furman?
I said, Mark, did O.J. kill Nicole?
Did you ask Mark Furman about any of the evidence?
No, not at all. That was,
Did you ask Mark Furman whether or not there was a suspect in mind?
yes. Well, actually, yeah, he told me he wouldn't answer me. And he told me, Ron, you know I can't answer you. And I tried to persuade him, tell him, hey, it's me you're talking to.
How long did you and Mark Furman talk on the phone on that day?
No more than 1 minute
1 minute.
at the most.
Without saying what he said, did Mark Furman explain why he was there at 10 o'clock answering the phone?
So I did ask him if Nicole, I asked him if she was really dead.
Did Mark explain to you why he was there answering the phone at 10 o'clock a.m.?
Yeah, he said he was investigating. That's when he said, yes, she is dead, and he's there investigating the homicide of her and Ron.
He was at Mr. Simpson's home at 10 o'clock investigating the homicide of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman.
Right.
When you returned later that evening, was Mr. Simpson there when you got there?
Yes, he was.
And he was there with his two sisters, correct?
Yes.
And he was there with his two adult children?
If I'm not mistaken, if Arnell was there, I think she might have been in the guest house. I'm not sure. I was there for a whole week, Monday through Friday. So some of the days have run into each other.
Do you recall that his mother was there?
Yes, I think she was there. Yes, she was there.
That was a day that was somewhat unusual, was it not?
Very much, yes, it was.
There were media outside the home, were there not?
Yes, there was.
There were helicopters circling overhead, true?
True.
People were inside watching different television programs, correct?
No, everybody was watching the news for the most part.
Different news programs?
Yes.
There came a time, as you've said, that Mr. Simpson retired upstairs to the bedroom.
Yes, there was.
And he asked you to join him, according to your version.
Yes, he did.
And did you and he walk up the stairs alone, or together?
Together.
And did you and he then walk into the bedroom together?
Yes, we did.
And it was during this time, while you and he were in the bedroom together, that this conversation supposedly took place.
Yes, it is.
Now, is it your version that Mr. Simpson told you that the police said they had found a glove?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And did he tell you that they had found a glove with blood on it?
Yeah, they said they found a bloody glove, and I did leave out one statement because he did. When Mr. Darden was questioning me, he did ask me, "What does this mean? What does all this mean?"
Now, did he tell you when he had been told that the police had found a bloody glove?
I can't remember.
You knew by the time of your conversation that the police had had an interview with Mr. Simpson.
Yes, okay, he did, yeah. Because he had come from downtown, right?
And
That's
you
correct.
knew that Mr. Simpson had voluntarily gone down and spoken with the police, given a statement.
That's correct.
And you knew that Mr. Simpson had voluntarily returned from Chicago to Los Angeles upon learning of the deaths.
That's correct.
Now, is it your version that Mr. Simpson told you that they also found a cap?
Is it my version?
Did Mr. Simpson tell you that the police had told Simpson that they had also found a cap?
Yeah, there was two items. I'm pretty sure it was a cap and a glove.
Did Simpson tell you that the police had told Simpson that the police had found blood in the car?
I think he did. I'm not sure. I think he did.
Well, if that statement was written in Exhibit 1000, that Simpson told Leo that the police had found blood in the car, would that statement have come from you, since you're Leo?
That's correct.
Did Simpson tell you that the police had told Simpson that blood was found in the house, in his house?
Yes, he did.
Now, it's your position that Simpson asked you about DNA evidence?
Yes, he did.
Did Simpson ask you about regular blood serological evidence as well?
No, he did not.
Isn't it true, sir, that Simpson never asked you anything about or mentioned to you anything about a cap being found?
Did he never mention it to me?
Correct.
No, it's not true. He
Isn't
didn't.
it true, sir, that Simpson never said anything to you about there being blood found in the car?
No, it's not true.
Isn't it true, sir, that Mr. Simpson said nothing to you about blood being found in the house?
No, it's not true.
Isn't it true, sir, that you mentioned to Mr. Simpson that the police had found a glove on his property?
I had no idea what they found in that house. Nothing.
Didn't you take Mr. Simpson out to behind the garage to show him the area where the glove was supposedly found?
This is sad, OJ. But no, this is really sad.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are to disregard Mr. Shipp's direct comment to the defendant. Mr. Shipp, please, you're instructed not to do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please disregard that. All right, they all nod in agreement.
No, I did not.
Isn't it true, sir, that when you left the Simpson home, you left and walked Kathy Randa out to her car?
Like I said, I was there a whole week. I don't know if it was that night or I've walked a lot of people to their cars.
Well, think hard. June 13th.
No, I walked myself to the car.
You didn't walk Kathy Randa to Kathy Randa's car
On June 13th? No, because I was so shaken up. I remember I walked by myself and I sat in the car and I was by myself. I remember that because I was very tripped out over all this.
Isn't it true, sir, that you and Kathy Randa walked out together from the first floor, right out the house together, and after you walked her to her car, you then got into your car and left?
Not that night, no.
Isn't it true, Mr. Shipp, that because O.J. withdrawn, you are aware that O.J. Simpson was very tired that evening, are you not?
That's true.
And you are aware that O.J. Simpson was very tired because he hadn't gotten much sleep the night before. True?
True.
Because he had taken a red eye from Los Angeles to Chicago. True?
True.
And then had taken a red eye or taken the first flight, 6 o'clock in the morning, from Chicago back to Los Angeles. Correct?
True.
And then because he was on the phone so much, he did not sleep very much on the return flight from Chicago. Correct?
Correct.
And as soon as he got back from Chicago, he was then handcuffed by police officers at his home, correct?
From what I saw on the TV, yes.
And then as soon as he got back from Chicago, he was taken down to Parker Center, correct?
Correct.
And after talking with Parker Center, he was then brought back to his house, correct?
Correct.
And then when he returned to his house, his friends, his family were there, correct?
Correct.
And since he hadn't slept for the past 24 hours or so, he went to bed early on June 13th.
No objection.
Didn't he?
Facts, not evidence, call for speculation, hearsay.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
No, he did not.
Isn't it true, sir, that Mr. Simpson didn't go to bed around 11 o'clock, but in fact he went to bed closer to 8 or 8:15 on June 13th, since he hadn't slept the prior night? Isn't that true?
I'm sorry. I lost no train of thought. Go right ahead again. I'm sorry.
Since Mr. Simpson hadn't slept the prior evening or earlier that day, he went to bed at about 8 or 8:15 on June 13th, didn't he?
No, he did not.
And isn't it true, sir, that his sister Shirley and his brother-in-law Benny Baker escorted Mr. Simpson up to his room and helped him undress on June 13th? Isn't that correct?
Is that what they're going to testify to, sir?
No, Your Honor, they're outside.
That's not correct. That is not correct.
My statement is not correct.
That is not correct.
And
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Douglas, you may continue.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Mr. Shipp, that from 8:15, the time that Mr. Simpson went to bed, throughout that entire evening, some member of his family sat with him in his room because he was so grief-stricken?
That's not true. Shirley asked me to go stay with him. She didn't want OJ to be alone. She said, "You stay up there with him, Ron."
Now, Mr. Shipp, let me change the subject and talk about your friendship with Mr. Simpson. Were you and he close friends?
I'd say we were pretty good friends. We never went out to dinner like on a regular basis and stuff like that.
Did you ever go out to dinner with him and you ever?
Well, when he was trying to have me help him get back with Nicole, yeah, he was real.
You and he went out to dinner?
He took me out a couple of times.
Where'd you go?
One of the places was right next to his office. I'm not sure if it's the pizza place over there.
You and he went alone to dinner?
Oh, yeah.
What month was that in?
Whenever 1989, whenever, the first week after he and Nicole had the altercation.
When else did you and he ever go to dinner together? In the 26 years that you and he have been supposed friends.
You know, Mr. Douglas, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. Okay, what he did, he took me out to, maybe it was a late brunch type. It wasn't a dinner, a late brunch type of a thing.
You have never had a dinner in the presence of O.J. Simpson alone, have you?
Yes, I have.
O.J. Simpson is a football fan, isn't he?
Pardon me?
O.J. Simpson is a football fan, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves football. Yes, he does.
He goes to games a lot,
Yes,
doesn't
he
he?
does.
You and O.J. Simpson have never attended a football game together
Never.
in the 26 years that he's been your supposed friend, have you?
Not one.
You and your wife have never gone on a double date with Nicole and O.J. Simpson in the entire time that you've known them, have you?
You're absolutely correct.
You and your wife and he and his ex-wife never went to a movie or a play or a concert together, the four of you, have you?
My wife and I were invited shortly after he beat up Nicole.
Move to
Never.
strike that, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
Overruled.
Your wife and you were invited, but you never went, did you?
Never went.
All the times that you claim that you were over his house playing tennis, you have never in your entire life played tennis on the same court with O.J. Simpson, have you?
Never.
You're not really this man's friend, are you, sir?
Well, okay, all right. If you want me to really explain it, I guess you can say I was like everybody else, one of his servants. I did police stuff for him all the time. I ran license plates. That's what I was. Okay, I mean, like I said, I love the guy.
You weren't the kind of friend that he would share some private secret with, were you, sir?
Nothing except for the 1989 beating where he needed me.
You know that Mr. Simpson is an avid golfer, true?
Very true.
You ever been golfing with him?
Never.
You ever asked to go with him?
Never. I'm not that good.
Ever been to a Raider game with him?
Never.
A Trojan game with him? Very well, Your Honor.
Trojan
move on.
game?
Very well, move on.
When he got a hold of me.
Now, you have had occasion to meet with members of the Brown family since the death of Nicole Brown Simpson, haven't you?
Since the death,
Yeah.
on one occasion,
When was that?
a memorial service for Nicole.
Have you been down to Dana Point to speak with any of the family since then?
No, I have not.
Have you spoken with them on the phone other than on the day of the funeral?
Oh, yes, I have.
How many times have you spoken with anyone from the Brown family on the phone since the funeral until today?
Maybe 6.
When was the last time?
Maybe 3 weeks ago.
Who'd you speak with?
Spoke to both Lou and Judy.
When was the first time?
After the deaths.
Who'd you
Yep.
speak with?
No, I'm trying to clarify.
After the deaths.
I remember I went probably, I didn't want to bother them, like, because they were being bothered, so I probably went maybe around 2.5, 3 months before I even called. I mean, I called Rolf all the time, and I'd check on them through Rolf, and I'd ask them how they were doing.
You've spoken with Denise Brown since her sister's death, have you not?
Once at the memorial.
Have you spoken with Dominique Brown since the death of her sister?
I talked to her once, which was also that 3-week period, 3 weeks ago when she answered the phone.
Did you talk to Tanya Brown at all since the death of her sister?
Memorial.
I'm sorry?
At the memorial.
You mentioned there were 6 times or so that you've spoken to someone in the Brown family on the telephone. One time was with Louis and Judith Brown.
I talked to Lou a few times a few times I called and I'd ask to speak to Judy or she'd answer the phone and put Lou on the phone.
Did you ever talk to anyone in the Brown family about this supposed conversation with you and Mr. Simpson about dreams?
No, I did not.
Who else have you told before talking to Mr. Darden and Mr. Van Adder? Who else did you talk to about these dreams other than your wife and other than Sheila Weller?
My attorney, Bob McNeil.
Okay.
Robert McNeil, correct.
Washington Boulevard office.
Yeah,
They moved, Your Honor.
he's downtown, but he was on Washington, you're correct.
You began the police force when, Mr. Shipp?
November 1974.
And you were a member of the police force until when, Mr. Shipp?
October 1989.
All right, let me see counsel over here at the sidebar with the report, please. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about the delay. Mr. Douglas, do you wish to conclude for the afternoon?
I would, Your Honor, if I may.
All right.
When's the last time before June 13th, 1994, Mr. Shipp, that you had occasion to visit the Rockingham location?
Probably about a week before that.
And that was when you visited there with some blonde female, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, it was.
Yes. I take it there's an objection?
Yes.
Relevancy? All right, Mr. Douglas, you may wind it up for the afternoon, please.
It is true, is it not, that about a week before the death of Nicole Brown Simpson, you visited Mr. Simpson's house unannounced at about 10 o'clock p.m. with a blonde female. True?
No, that was approximately,
Your Honor, I objected to this question. I thought the court sustained it.
No, overruled,
You may answer.
but but not very broad here.
Very well.
no, the night that the blonde female was over, that was 3 weeks before, who was a good friend of my wife, and we're good friends with her husband. Her name is Lisa Madigan. That was 3 weeks prior.
Is she about 6'1",
No,
resembling Nicole Simpson?
No, she's, I'm sorry. She's about, this is about 5'9", almost 5'10".
Was this the woman who you wanted to share the jacuzzi with?
The fact that he was over there 3 or 4 weeks ago, that's about it that's relevant, counsel.
Very well. When you were there on this occasion, did you ask Mr. Simpson to go and bring you some wine?
That's correct.
You drink a lot, don't you?
I used to.
You've had a drinking problem, haven't you?
Yeah, in the past I have.
We can stop now, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon. Mr. Shipp, I'm going to direct you to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except for the lawyers in the case. All right? Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonition to you. Mr. Shipp, you can step down. Go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any contact with anybody from the outside, allow anybody to contact you, and we will see you back here hopefully bright and early 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right, have a pleasant evening. All right, let's clear the courtroom for the jury, please.
For conflict. I'm sure he would not do it, but I asked his name be taken off. And I will further call his office and let him know that his name is off the list.
All right. And Mr. Simpson, it's my understanding that Mr. Robert McNeil has not represented you. He has not appeared on the record in this case thus far. That's my understanding. Is that correct? All right. And you understand what the problem is? All right. Great. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. One other thing. Ms. Clark, I need to do some planning about our visits out in the field. Can you tell me when you might be planning that?
Anticipated that we would ask for a jury viewing of Bundy just after the first officer on the scene testifies. That will come up. I'm reviewing the witness list. That will come up after the testimony of the witnesses from Mezzaluna. And that, so we'll have, it's not going to come up until after all the testifying. How long is this going to
We talking a couple weeks?
vary? I think so. I think so.
Okay. Then, counsel, would each side has agreed that this is something necessary, the view of the scene, both at Bundy and Rockingham, both during the daylight hours and again at night. And my proposal was that we go there once in the daylight hours at the beginning of the case, and then towards the end of the case go back again during nighttime hours, which may get us right about June.
Certainly hope.
So we may even get the right time and moon and sun and the stars and all of the above. The sheriffs are putting together a travel itinerary, and we of course have to form a press pool to go along with us, otherwise they'll hound us. And the itinerary that they have planned so far is Bundy, drive by Mezzaluna, and then up to Rockingham, roughly, although they have the secret route. Okay, but if you want, would you give me the itinerary of what you think we need to do, and then, because I'll have to plan how long it's going to take us. We can't all go through these places together. It'll probably have to be, because of the narrowness of some of these places, maybe 3 or 4 at a time, escorted by deputies, et cetera.
Did you say, Ms. Clark, when that would be?
I thought at best 2 weeks, probably longer.
All
and we do Rockingham and Bundy on the same day. Because we need to, of course, we need to advance regarding Rockingham, so everything's also available. I think that's going to take care of Bundy.
Right, we'll take care of Bundy, but I wasn't anticipating doing them both on the same day, Your Honor.
And rather than take all the trips, I'd like to do Rockingham and Bundy on the same day, at least during the daylight hours. Makes sense.
I think it makes sense to do it all at once because they're all within relatively close proximity.
Then if we go back at night, we can do them both at night. That'll make 3 or 4 trips out.
Right.
Very important.
Let me just ask one other thing. Are we going to need to see the interior of the Bundy address? Is there any reason that we need to go in there?
I really, at this time, don't think so, Your Honor. But the court has asked me to,
You think so?
Yes, I think so. I think absolutely.
for what's the relevance?
There's quite a bit of relevance. In this instance, where
Actually, if we get to the 90th, no, but that was at Gretna Green.
That was Gretna Green.
Gretna Green, no, but I still think it's very relevant, Your Honor, because of all the things that the LAPD didn't do among other things. So I think it's very relevant, not only to see the outside, but the inside, where the children were and that sort of thing. It becomes very relevant, as we have these witnesses testifying about things that they heard.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, why don't you each side put together a list of what it is you want to see? And then, because the sheriffs have to know timing-wise how long it's going to take us to do all of this for planning.
And I would like to be heard on the subject matter of taking the jury inside the Bundy residence.
Yeah, well, think about it.
Okay. I'm not going to fight about it if we don't have to, but it doesn't seem relevant to me at this time. Yeah.
I mean, if we're there and something comes up.
I think it's very relevant, and I'll talk to Mr. Clark.
Okay.
I'll convince him why it's relevant. John, I'd like to inquire of the people. Now that we're finally in trial, and Ms. Clark said something the other day about them concluding that case within 4 to 6 weeks. I think I heard that from somebody. I'd like to get a realistic estimate because we're kind of in a situation where I'd like to know how long these trials are going to take. And may I just say?
All right. Let me suggest this to you and Ms. Clark. Why don't you all, since we have some additional time this afternoon, why don't you sit down and formally chart out in blocks where it is you think you're going to be in the next couple of weeks?
I think we have something we can represent to you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Olson, I thought you were leaving.
Your Honor, that counsel should be ready to proceed at the beginning of April, giving extra lag time for things that may occur like illnesses, excessive amounts of...
That's 2 beepers I own.
Take it.
Deputy Magnarin, would you take Mr. Darden's
Take it,
beeper, please?
Oh, geez, you didn't take these other people's beepers and Mr. Bailey's.
No,
right.
I said any other
You didn't take it,
electronic
you're gonna take
devices. I
mine?
took one from Court TV last week. That's 2 I have now.
Take it.
It's a beaver company, since it's a free beaver, a newer, better model. Cellular beaver.
Taking the cut.
They're digital. How is Ms. Clark going to get in contact with me tonight?
Your Honor, you have just hamstrung the prosecution in a very serious way.
It's life in the big city, Ms.
May I
Clark.
be excused for...
You are, Mr. Darden. You may thank me for that, Mr. Darden. All right. End of April?
No, beginning
Beginning of
April.
April. All right.
And I'm giving this is very approximate. I don't know how long cross is going to be. It's very hard for counsel, for Mr. Cochran and myself, to estimate the DNA length of time for those hearings, that testimony. So this is a very rough estimate, and I can't, please don't hold me to this. I'm doing the best I can, but I really don't know. And cross does vary. I'm unable to predict how long they'll go. So.
When do you anticipate we'll see Mr. Hodgman back? If and when?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, counsel, anything else?
I think that we agreed. try to shoot for April 1st on the beginning of the defense case, Your Honor. Give or take, as you said, the DNA. It's going to be interesting. Your Honor, is it possible, I have a brief hearing tomorrow morning. Is it possible that we could have, it's going to start at 8:30. Is it possible we can start at 9:15 tomorrow? It's down in Department 111. Apparently, they held it today, and at 8:30, I'd like to have it 9:15 at least tomorrow morning. Is that possible?
9. Ms. Clark, do you agree with that request?
She won't be able to then anyway, Your Honor, so it's okay. So it works out
I knew
fine.
he'd say that. I knew he was going to say it. No objection, Your Honor. That's
All right, 9:15.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, thank you. All right, good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, record should reflect that the defendant is present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. The jury is not present. Mr. Douglas, you had 2 matters you wanted to address the court on.
I would, Your Honor. I'd like to just state for the record that yesterday I turned over to the prosecution copies of 2 separate videotapes, which I believe completes my obligations of turning over copies of videotapes that we culled to create the montage of different crime scene contamination. This morning, Your Honor, though I had it yesterday, I forgot to turn it over. And I also turned over yesterday a statement of Reggie McKenzie, which reflects a recent telephone interview. This morning, Your Honor, consistent with the court's orders, I turned over the statement of the Honorable Delbert Wong, and I also turned over an updated supplemental witness list, primarily including those DNA people that had been inadvertently admitted from the earlier list. And Dr. Fishman and Dr. Reichart and Howard Weitzman are included on the names on that list. All right. The second matter deals with, Your Honor, as will likely be the case each evening when I return from court, or when we return from court, we have conversations with Dean Ullman and Professor Dershowitz, and I had conversations with them both last night and again this morning. And a couple of points Professors Dershowitz and Ullman spoke to me about that they wanted me to stress to the court. And that deals with, Your Honor, the state of the current record as a result of a decision that I think, with all due respect, was made incorrectly concerning the implications of having excised a portion of Mr. Simpson's alleged statement about a polygraph. As the court understands, the statement about the dreams followed some reference to a polygraph. And under one particular scenario, Mr. Simpson is innocent, and the question is raised about taking a polygraph. And Mr. Simpson says, I'm innocent, but I'm wary about taking a polygraph because I've been having dreams about killing Miss Nicole. Assume for the sake of my arguments that that is an accurate reflection of what occurred. The statement about, and that it was jokingly made, as Mr. Shipp suggested, and in fact, he also says that there was a chuckle before talking about the dreams. When the statement is taken in that context, in the context of reference to a polygraph, it says, I'm innocent, but I'm afraid to take a polygraph because I've been having these dreams, and I'm afraid that these dreams may cause there to be a false positive reading on the polygraph. And that's why I'm afraid to take a polygraph. That is an explanation that is very consistent with innocence, and that would have enabled us to argue a theory that would have been consistent with Mr. Simpson's innocence. The way that the record unfolded, however, is far more sinister. And as the court will recall, there was first a question that was asked of Mr. Shipp, that Mr. Simpson raised the issue of DNA. Then Mr. Darden led him and said, what was Mr. Simpson's next response? And the statement was, well, he said that I've been having a lot of dreams about killing Nicole lately. Now, Your Honor, because we have had...
I don't think that was precisely what he said.
Well, The statement about the dreams followed the statement about the DNA. And the question was, how did he respond, or what was the next statement that was made in response? And there was this immediate linkage of the dreams to the DNA. My concern and my problem, and Professor Dershowitz and Ullman's problem, is that now a statement that we could have possibly interpreted for the jury in a manner that would have been consistent with innocence is now going to be given to the jury in a manner that makes it very sinister and very foreboding. And that just causes to exemplify, if you will, the rich prejudice that has flowed from the fact that the polygraph information has been withdrawn, and from the fact that there has now been this incorrect, if you will, linkage. In essence, Your Honor, it is a false linkage because the statement of the dreams did not immediately follow the statement of the DNA.
All right, let me ask the reporter. Madam Reporter, when do you anticipate the transcript from yesterday, the precise language, will be available? All right. All right, it's being put together? All right.
I now have a quandary, Your Honor. I am not prepared to waive references to a polygraph or conversations about polygraph because I fear that even though Mr. Simpson, through his attorney on June the 15th, wrote a letter offering or accepting the invitation for a polygraph, so long as the results were admitted into evidence, that opens up an entire can of worms that in consultation with my colleagues we've chosen not to want to get into. But I have a quandary, and the typical resolution of my problem, which might be to offer a limiting instruction, creates other problems because what it serves to do is to merely highlight the offending relationship about which I complain. I think what has occurred, however, is that an untenable situation has been created.
All right, Mr. Douglas.
An untenable situation has been created, and I think it should be corrected. I think that it should be that I should be allowed clearly to state or to ask Mr. Shipp that in truth and in fact, the statement about the dreams did not follow the statement about DNA. That when he said yesterday that it did, that was untrue. And I think...
He didn't say that it did. The order of questions was that gave that inference.
I believe, Your Honor, it even stronger than that, and I would like to wait for the court to just make specific reference to the record first.
All right. All right, Ms. Clark, as to that issue.
As to that, that's ridiculous. The witness was ordered not to say anything about the reference to the polygraph, and now we're going to give an instruction to the jury that for following the court's orders, he's going to be called a liar? That's absurd. He was ordered to excise that portion of his statement, and that is what he did at the court's order.
Well, I think what Mr. Douglas is saying is that there's an inference that one is linked with the other. I agree with your point that the instruction that something was not true is a bit strong. It's just that the testimony may have left that inference, which is not correct, that there was something that intervened between those two events.
Yes, okay.
All right, which I think you can either clear up on redirect or on during cross, however you wish to do that. Counsel, while you're at it, while we're talking about this particular subject, would you, next time we have a break, read the case of State versus White at 271 North Carolina 391. I'm sure your research attorneys can get it off Lexis. It's a 1967 opinion from the North Carolina Supreme Court.
Pertaining to this?
Pertaining to admissibility of statements regarding dreams and the impact. 271, 391, 156 Southeast 2nd, 721. I'll have one of my law clerks make a photocopy. I have the Lexis version of it. You might want to take a look at this.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Counsel makes a great deal of the inference he would like the jury to draw from this statement. That's fine. The jury can draw whatever inference they want to from it. It happens very often that statements and evidence are submitted to the jury from which they can draw one of two or three or more inferences. In this particular case, I think that the inference that counsel seeks to have the jury draw is unreasonable. The actual inference that should be drawn, even if you put the polygraph statement back in, is that it's an alibi. It's an excuse for not wanting to take the polygraph in the sure knowledge that he will flunk it. And as a matter of fact, although counsel makes much of a letter that they sent, what they actually indicated in the letter was that they would consider taking a polygraph if it were stipulated that the results would be deemed admissible, which they know cannot be done. However, in response to that letter, a phone call was made to counsel in which the counsel was invited to bring his client in for further questioning and declined to do so. So if counsel would like to, at this point, open that issue up, bring up the fact that there was an offer to take a polygraph that was actually conditional, and the fact that he was offered the opportunity to bring his client in for questioning and declined to do so, that's fine. We can put it all into context, and the people would not object to that.
But Mr. Douglas has already indicated it's their position that there are too many cans of worms there.
In that case, Your Honor, I think that the avenue that the court took was clearly the appropriate one. All that we have here is a statement that had some inadmissible reference that was excised from the admissible portion of the statement that is clearly an admission. I think that it's been the defense that has been complaining repeatedly throughout this trial that the people are seeking to relitigate rulings and come back and argue with the court about rulings. It has been the defense repeatedly that has done so and is doing so again.
We're conducting the 403 foundational during the course of this as well. Don't forget.
Right, but that's not what counsel's argument pertains to, Your Honor. It's not a foundational issue that's being argued here. It's the admissibility that's being argued here. And I think the court has already resolved that ruling, at least I thought it had, and appropriately so. The thing about this statement is, Your Honor, and the reason that I wonder about the position that counsel is taking is that if counsel feels that the inference is actually one of innocence, then and can argue that to the jury, then obviously it isn't all that prejudicial because there are two inferences that can be drawn. The significance of dreams is not that we're saying literally, it's not even actually a hearsay issue. We're not asking for it to be accepted for the truth of the matter. It isn't that we contend that he's dreaming. It is that we contend that what he is saying is he's been thinking about killing her. And that is precisely what he's been charged with.
Are you saying it's something on the order, I've been dreaming of becoming a major league ball player? Something like that.
Counsel's free to argue that. That's not the inference that I think is reasonable. We think that the inference that is reasonable from this is more in the nature of I've been thinking about it, I've been thinking about doing this, and so I'm afraid that I'll flunk the polygraph. It's an excuse for not taking the polygraph. It's an excuse for failing the polygraph. That's the people's position. And I think that's the reasonable inference that a common sense, common thinking person would draw from this. But counsel can argue to the contrary, and that's why the prejudice does not exist. Counsel's very free to argue to the jury that it's in the nature of what the court has said. Right. I dream. But in fact, I think Walt Disney said it best in, I think, what was it, Sleeping Beauty? A dream is a wish your heart makes. And that's what this defendant was talking about. This is something that he thought about and something that he wanted to have happen. That's another inference that can be drawn. But the fact that there are multiple inferences that can be drawn, Your Honor, I think is what allays so much the prejudice that counsel is referring to. Subject to interpretation. That doesn't mean it doesn't come in, obviously. Many things come in that are subject to interpretation. The court is very well aware of that. And this is another one. But if the court would like, we will go and read the case that pertains to this and argue it later.
All right, I'm just giving you the invitation to do that. Okay. As soon as I get the text of what was actually said.
I believe that what was actually said was that, and I think I recall this pretty accurately, that Mr. Shipp indicated that the defendant kind of laughed and said, I have had some dreams about killing her. And I think that does mitigate. But if the court would like, there can be an indication through the testimony of the witness that there were intervening remarks made, that the reference to DNA was not immediately precedent to the remark about having dreams.
All right, well, let me find the text here.
Okay.
And we'll see. All right, and Mrs. Robertson, while we're waiting, would you make 2 photocopies of this case for me, please? Thank you. I thought Mr. Douglas was handling this issue.
Slightly, he is. I have a request.
What is that, sir?
It has to do with matters.
Sure.
I'm mindful of the one lawyer per side. Mr. Douglas will respond to Ms. Clark. I would like, however, at the appropriate time, if we have a few minutes, to make a phone call. I need to talk to Professor Dershowitz with regard to this whole issue that she raises about the polygraph and the letter that was sent by Mr. Shapiro. And I would need a few minutes to be able to. And the letter was never responded to. So they never responded to the letter. They can talk about any conversation they want to.
No,
But
objection.
I need to-
Counsel was not on the case at the time.
Wait.
Doesn't matter. The letter wasn't responded to, but I was on the case or not. I lived in Los Angeles at the time.
Excuse me, Ms. Clark?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Both
So
sides.
what I'm asking, Your Honor, is that at the appropriate time, if I can have a few minutes to call Professor Dershowitz and Professor Ullman, I can make a final decision with regard to our view on the polygraph. That's all I'm asking.
All right. Yeah, I'm waiting for the passage. Mr. Hill, why don't you give me the transcript? Chris? Reference to page 12779. And in fact, before I read this to you, let me now everybody's disappeared. Ms. Scalinas, would you come up here, please?
Your Honor, should the witness be excused while we're discussing this testimony?
Yes. Unfortunately, I erased my computer from yesterday, since I have the hard copy. And while we're waiting for the photocopies, counsel, yesterday, it was brought to my attention that there were certain things going on out in the audience and inside the bar that were brought to my attention. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me remind you that any reaction, gestures made during these court sessions, especially while the jury is here, those activities are inappropriate and will result.
Why not tell the truth? The witness was ordered not to discuss certain things by the court, and those certain things came in between the reference to DNA and the reference to the dreams.
All right, so you can bring that up during the course of your redirect. All right, thank you, counsel. Any other conundrums?
Your Honor, we have frequently attempted to abide by the rule that when the court rules, and doesn't allow the other side to come back and watch.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor, I would. Mr. Shipp, when you testified yesterday, you mentioned that you would be bringing today the contract that you had had with Ms. Sheila Weller.
Yes, sir.
Why don't we have a photocopy made, and we'll agree that the photocopy will be the court's exhibit.
For the record, Your Honor, I've been given a one-page document. Want to counsel?
I take this is going to be 1001?
1001, Your Honor, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Shipp, you were...
Why don't you give that to Mrs. Robertson so everybody can have a copy of it?
Sure, Your Honor. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shipp, you were employed by the Los Angeles Police Department for about 15 years,
Yes, I was.
and one of the duties of a Los Angeles Police Department officer is to testify in courts. True?
That's correct.
In fact, before you were able to begin working as a patrol officer, you had to go through the police academy.
Yes, I did.
And there were classes and training sessions educating the recruits about how to testify in court.
This is true.
Over the 15 years that you've testified in the past as a police officer, which, as a jury,
Yes, I have.
testified in jury. Over the 15 years that you've testified as a police officer, you've testified in jury trials and then you've testified in front of the courts without a jury.
Yes, I have.
And if you were to estimate the number of times that you've testified under oath, that number would be in the hundreds. Wouldn't you agree?
In 15 years, I've worked various assignments. I was not always in patrol. I worked some undercover. I worked juvenile division. So maybe out of the 15 years, I had approximately 7 or 8 years of actual patrol time. And the only time I ever testified or went to court was when I was working patrol.
But wouldn't you agree that you've testified over 100 times in the past?
Maybe not that much.
What would be your estimate of the number of times you've testified in the past?
Approximately 50 to 60.
So you would estimate that you would testify no more than 7, 8, or 9 times per year for each of the 7 or 8 years that you were on patrol.
If that much.
Certainly you would agree that you were somewhat comfortable sitting in the witness stand from your past experience.
It depends sometimes. I was. If I was in traffic court, I don't know why I used to write lousy tickets, so sometimes I get a little nervous.
Now, Mr. Shipp, when we left off yesterday, we were talking about your alcohol problem. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that you no longer have an alcohol problem, didn't you?
That's correct.
Now, your alcohol problem started when?
When I was a police officer.
About what year did the problem start?
I'd say it probably kind of got out of hand, I think around maybe 83.
And you believe that your alcohol problem ended when?
Probably when I left the police department.
Which would have been 89.
89.
Now, as a result of your alcohol problem, you were suspended for 30 days as a police officer, weren't you?
No, I was not.
I would object at this time. May I approach this item?
Yes, with the court report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Douglas, you may resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I have that last question reread, please?
Now, as a result of your alcohol problem, you were suspended. You had a suspension for 30 days as a police officer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm withdrawing my objection to that question.
Noted.
And your answer to that question is, sir?
No.
You were suspended for 30 days while you worked at the academy, were you not?
No, I was not.
Wasn't there occasion, sir, when you came to the academy with alcohol in your breath?
Yes, there was.
Didn't you receive a discipline as a result of that conduct?
Yes, I did.
What was that discipline?
I received 15 days suspension.
What year was that?
It was 1988, I believe.
What happens to you, sir, when you get intoxicated?
Objection, irrelevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you are under the influence of alcohol, does it tend to affect your ability to recall?
Same objection.
Sustained.
On June 13th, 1994, you were drinking at Mr. Simpson's house.
No, I
weren't
was
you?
not.
Do you recall, sir, an occasion when you were seated, withdrawn? Inside Mr. Simpson's home, there's a bar area, isn't there?
That is correct.
And the bar area is an area where the TV console is also set up.
That's
True?
correct.
And when you were present on June 13th, there were other members, as we said, of Mr. Simpson's family that were there as well. True?
That's correct.
Mr. Simpson's sisters were there.
Right.
There were individuals such as Joe Stellini that was there.
Right.
There was a person by the name of Peter Bort that was there.
Yes, Peter was there. That's right.
And
How do
you
you
were
spell Bort?
B-O-R-T, I believe, Your Honor.
Right.
And there was an occasion when you were seated at the bar area with Mr. Simpson's sister, Carmelita. Do you remember that?
On this particular night,
Yes,
the 13th?
correct.
No, I was not.
And do you remember, sir, that while you were seated near the bar with Mr. Simpson's sister, she asked if you wanted a drink?
Objection,
We
Your
just
Honor.
asked
In fact,
me.
not in evidence that it was seated at the bar.
Sustained.
Let me try to refresh your recollection. Do you recall a conversation where she asked you if you wanted a drink and you said, no, but I'll have a beer?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is vague as to time.
Overruled.
You may answer.
In fact, not in evidence.
I recall a conversation, but not on the 13th.
Okay. When do you recall that conversation having occurred?
Either the 14th or the 15th. I had no drinks whatsoever on the 13th. None.
While Mr. Simpson was in the home as well?
Pardon me?
This conversation that you had with Carmelita was while Mr. Simpson was also at his home, correct?
No, he was not. He left Tuesday morning.
Because Mr. Simpson wasn't home Tuesday morning, true?
He left Tuesday morning.
And when you were there during the rest of the week, what service were you rendering?
Assistance to the family?
Were you acting as like security?
No, not at all.
So it's your recollection that this conversation that you had with Carmelita and you took a beer was not on the 13th?
It was not on the 13th.
And what day do you recall that it was?
I was either the 14th or the 15th.
Okay.
I was there every day that week.
Now, when you are under the influence of alcohol, do you have occasion to visit people unannounced?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. And you have, while under the influence of alcohol, visited people unannounced even last year, true?
Last year?
Correct.
You have to refresh my memory on that one.
Let me try to do that.
Before he does that, Your Honor, that's irrelevant. Objection.
Sustained. Well, actually, no, overruled. He's testified to
Correct.
the length and breadth of alcohol abuse.
When you say, Mr. Shipp, that you didn't have a drug problem, an alcohol problem after 1989, are you saying by that that you have not been drunk since 1989?
No, I'm saying To me, a drinking problem, and let me explain this. You know, when I did have a drinking problem, I was the one that told myself, according to all my friends and family, everybody was shocked. It was me, it was my standards.
I respect that, but my question is, you still have gotten drunk since '89, haven't you?
I'd say yes.
In fact, July of 1994, you got drunk, and 1 o'clock in the morning, you started banging on the door of Kathy Randa, disturbing her neighbors, didn't you?
Your Honor, that's irrelevant. Beyond the date of the murders, beyond the conversation you had with the
Sustained.
May I put you on to link it up?
It's way past the dates here.
Your Honor, it's part of a continuing pattern, I suggest.
Briefly.
Very well.
So you say we're going to the sidebar?
No.
You do recall that incident, do you not?
Oh, yes, I do.
It was 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, roughly around there.
You created a disturbance?
No, I did not.
Neighbors had to come out to restrain you?
Neighbors were already out when I got there.
Isn't it true, Mr. Shipp, that as a result of your banging on Miss Randa's doors, her neighbors came out of concern?
No, they were already. Kathy had told me they had been watching out for her for the whole week because all the different news people were trying to hang out and bother her.
Now, when you were drunk in July of 1994, was that a result of the turmoil that you talked about yesterday?
Just about everybody that came to that house was drunk during that time.
And you were drunk again on another occasion when you came by Miss Randa's home. Isn't that true? In August of '94?
Your Honor.
August of
Let's
94?
approach the sidebar. I think we've... All right, thank you, counsel.
That in August of 1994, there was another occasion when you came over Miss Randa's house unannounced with alcohol on your breath?
No, that's not true.
It is true, is it not, that when you are under the influence of alcohol, your perception is altered?
Yeah, most people, I would
That
say.
your ability to recall facts and events is affected?
If you're drunk. I was drunk the night when I went over to Kathy's house at 1 in the morning. I was.
You've answered the question. Thank you, sir. Now let's talk about your career as a police officer. You testified that there were occasions when you would come by and speak with Mr. Simpson, true?
Yes, there were.
And you would come by his home while working for the Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes, I did.
And you'd come by in uniform,
Yes, I was.
in marked cars.
Marked cars?
Correct.
Oh, marked black and whites. I'm
Correct.
sorry. Yeah, that's correct.
And you would come by and basically show off your friendship to a Hall of Famer, true?
What I would do, I mean, yeah, that's true.
And you would try to impress your friends on the force that you knew O.J. Simpson and could come by his house, true?
Get autographs, pictures.
And you would often take your partners into Mr. Simpson's house to show off his Heisman Trophy that is displayed there,
Sure
wouldn't
did.
you?
Yes, I did.
And you'd also take him to his magnificent trophy room and show all of those championship footballs that he had on display.
I did.
And you would also show off the Walter Camp trophies and the other trophies that were prominently displayed in his trophy room, wouldn't you?
All the trophies, everything you had there.
And in fact, you would even go back, and you went back last year to have Mr. Simpson sign footballs for some friends of yours.
Yes,
True.
I did.
You said that there may have been as many as 40 different officers that on one time or another you brought to Mr. Simpson's home, correct?
Over a 5-year period. Correct.
How many times did you bring Mark Furman by?
Mark Furman? Never.
It was well known at the West Los Angeles Division when you were there.
Objection to form of the question.
Well, let's hear the question.
Thank you. Because you brought so many police officers by Mr. Simpson's home to show off Mr. Simpson and his trophies, etc., it was well known, wasn't it, at West Los Angeles that O.J. Simpson lived within the jurisdiction of that division?
Very much.
Okay. Now, you left the police force in October of 1989, didn't you?
That's correct.
And when you left, you had plans to further your acting career, didn't you?
Well, I left, to be perfectly honest, and my wife will verify this, and my family, I was burned out. I didn't know what the heck I was going to do, but I left the job because I was burned out.
Didn't you leave voluntarily?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay. And didn't you have conversations after you left with Mr. Simpson with perhaps using Mr. Simpson's influence to kick off your acting career?
Can I answer this fully?
Can you answer that yes or no?
No.
Okay. At about the time that you left the police department, Mr. Simpson was the producer of a TV series, wasn't he?
When I left the police department?
Correct.
I'm not sure if it was canceled by then or not.
First and 10 was the series, was it not?
Yeah, he did have a series.
And in fact, Mr. Simpson was able to get you small roles on that series, wasn't he?
One role.
Okay. And you had wanted to try to obtain more and larger roles, didn't you?
It's not true.
Okay. Isn't it true, sir, that when your acting career floundered, you reapplied to work again with the police department, even though you had been so burned out, as you say?
I did. Okay, what happened was when I started a security
Question.
business, things didn't work out. Okay, things
Can I
didn't
ask you
work
this?
out.
It's true, even though you were so burned out with the police department, that you reapplied, correct?
Yes, I did reapply.
When was that?
Probably about a year afterwards.
Are you sure it was that long?
I can't remember. You have the dates. I'm not
Sure, I do. Wasn't it more like 4 months?
No, it wasn't 4 months. Did I recall?
And isn't
No.
it true that even though you wanted to be, again, a member of the police department, they didn't accept you, correct?
This is true.
And isn't it true that they didn't accept you because of a substance abuse problem that you had?
No, not at all. It's not true.
Why were you told that you weren't accepted?
Because when I, during the time when I had the alcohol problem, I took stress leave. And I was told by the city attorney's office that I'd be at very high risk to come back to the LAPD.
So they thought that you'd be unfit as an officer.
Because of for the stress.
Let's turn our focus to a discussion of your conversations with the Simpson family in 1989. You mentioned that there was a time after the incident when you spoke to Mr. O.J. Simpson, correct?
Yes, correct.
And it's true, is it not, that O.J. took full responsibility for the problems that had occurred in '89 with his wife?
At one point, yeah, he did. He changed his mind the next day, but at one point he did.
Well, one more time. And other than withdrawn. Mr. Simpson spoke to you about how he wanted to publicly confess or publicly make a statement about the errors of his ways in '89. True?
Yes, he did.
Now, you were able to personally relate when he accepted responsibility for the incident in '89 because of your own problems. True?
Which problems?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, please, go for it.
conversation with Mr. Simpson, you recommended that Mr. Simpson see a particular psychiatrist, didn't you?
I sure did.
And that was a psychiatrist with whom you had personal information about, true?
That's correct.
And that was a psychiatrist with whom you yourself were treating, true?
Yes, that's true.
And Mr. Simpson attended his counseling sessions as far as you knew, true?
As far as I knew.
And as you would look back on Mr. Simpson's marriage with Nicole Brown Simpson, you would interpret that as being a good relationship, wouldn't you?
Totally. What I knew. In the past, you're talking about before 1989?
Well, in 1984, when you were giving a statement about Mr. Simpson's relationship with his wife while they were married, you described it as being a great relationship, a great marriage, didn't you?
That's correct, yeah. That I knew, yeah.
Now, we talked briefly yesterday about an occasion in June of '94 when you visited Mr. Simpson unannounced asking to use a jacuzzi with a friend. Recall that?
I did. That's totally false. Totally false.
Okay. There was an occasion when you came with a friend and asked to use Mr. Simpson's jacuzzi, correct?
Mr. Douglas, I hope you get your facts straight, okay?
Can you answer my question, Your Honor?
I went to play tennis, Mr. Douglas. I was playing tennis.
Do you
After the tennis game...
Hold on.
You're attacking me. Let me answer
Hold on,
the
Mr.
question.
Ship. Jury is to disregard
I'm
the
sorry.
last comments both by Mr. Ship and by Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas, ask your question.
Thank you. Don't you recall an occasion when you called Mr. Simpson at about 10 o'clock in the evening and asked to use his jacuzzi? Do you recall that, sir? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you recall after he let you use the jacuzzi that about 20 minutes later you called back and asked him to bring you a bottle of wine?
You
Do you
just
recall
said
that, sir?
10 o'clock at night. Didn't you say 10 o'clock at night?
I'm asking, do you recall when you called him back to ask to bring a bottle of wine down to you in the jacuzzi? Do you recall that?
Can I have the times clarified, sir?
1994, June, if not May.
Well, June. I'm talking about the time, not the day, the time.
It was in the evening, Mr. Ship. Do you recall that occurring?
I do recall that.
Okay. You were with a friend other than your wife, were you not?
Yes, I was.
She was blonde, was she not?
Who was a friend of my wife's. That's correct.
And you say her name is what?
Lisa Madigan.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Angela Spilker?
Angela Spilker.
Yes.
I can't recall.
You have worked in other jobs as an investigator, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And you have done investigative work for Friends of Mr. Simpson's, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And there was an occasion when you were asked to look into the background of Angela.
Oh, Angela.
Spilker.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Oh.
You're correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Of Tom
And-
McCullen.
Angela is a German woman, isn't she?
That's correct.
And she's about 6'1", isn't she?
I've never met the woman, but actually, no, I did. She was in a car. I served her, I think.
So you did meet her, right?
Yeah,
And
that's
she's
right, I did.
she's a tall blonde, isn't she?
She was in the car. I saw her for about 10 seconds.
And the only time that you've ever seen her was for those 10 seconds?
Yes, that's correct.
And Miss Spilker was not the person who was with you on this occasion when you asked for the bottle of wine?
No. I just gave you her name.
Now let's talk about this alleged conversation that you had with Mr. Simpson on the 13th. What time do you recall that you and he had this alleged conversation about the dream? What time of the evening was it?
I think it was maybe close. I remember like 11 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Do you recall telling Miss Weller that this conversation that you had was shortly past midnight on the 13th?
It could have been. That whole week kind of ran together.
Do you need to see something to refresh your recollection, sir?
Well, yeah, if you have it.
About the occasion when you and Miss Madigan were in the jacuzzi. You saw Mr. Simpson's daughter, Arnell, while you and she were in the jacuzzi.
That's correct.
True. Okay. And it was in June, wasn't it?
It was in June. I was disputing the time, not disputing the day.
And I just want to refresh your recollection with a copy of Exhibit D1000. And I just want you to read to yourself the portion that I'm referring to, beginning on the bottom of page 8.
Okay.
After having read Exhibit 1000, is your memory now refreshed that it was just after midnight when you and Mr. Simpson supposedly went up to his bedroom?
I really don't think it was that late because I remember getting home roughly around 12:30, somewhere around there.
Well, do you remember that when you had an occasion to read the draft of Miss Weller's book, that the book had said just after midnight? Do you remember reading that?
I think, yeah, I think I pretty much
And you
did.
do remember that, as you said yesterday, the draft of the book was correct. True?
True.
And it is true, is it not, that your memory of these events was fresher during your conversation with Miss Weller in July or August than it is today?
I'd say you're probably correct.
Because your memory doesn't improve over time, does it?
No, it does not.
So if Miss Weller says that it was just after midnight, that's probably a better reflection of the time frame.
Well, like I said, I'm thinking about when I got home. I'm saying I got home around 12:30. It takes me 45 minutes, almost an hour to get home.
Now, after you and Mr. Simpson were upstairs, according to your version of this, Mr. Simpson began asking you a series of questions, you say. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you say, or is it your testimony that Mr. Simpson asked you about withdrawn? Is it your testimony that Mr. Simpson said that the police had told him about a bloody glove?
Could you repeat that again, please?
Sure. Did Mr. Simpson tell you that the police had told Simpson about a bloody glove?
That's correct.
And did Simpson tell you that the police had told Simpson about some cap that was found?
That's correct.
Did you know that during the entire time that Mr. Simpson was in the custody of the police officers on that day, that they never mentioned anything about a bloody glove?
This is a fact, not in evidence. The counsel was attempting to testify. Mr. Simpson was not in custody.
I can link it up, Your Honor, at the appropriate time.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form of the question as being compound
Very well.
at this point.
Because it's compound.
Compound, it may also assume a fact that's not in evidence. When you use the term custody, that's a very fine term in our terminology here.
Your Honor, I just need to know the ruling so that I can change the question accordingly.
Rephrase the
Compound, I
question.
will rephrase it, certainly.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly. Did you know that nothing about a bloody glove was ever mentioned to Mr. Simpson by the police on June 13th?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness is not competent to testify to a conversation of the defendant after.
Overruled. That's a speaking objection, counsel.
You may answer.
I have no idea what the police had said they found. I'm just going by what O.J. mentioned to me.
So you didn't know that?
I have no idea what they found.
And you didn't know that nothing about any cap being recovered was ever mentioned to Mr.
I have
Simpson?
no idea.
If you knew that nothing about a bloody glove was ever mentioned to Mr. Simpson on the 13th by the police, would that cause you to maybe rethink your version of this conversation?
No, I know what I heard. No. No way.
Okay. Now, this alleged statement about a dream, you were asked about yesterday, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And you were asked yesterday whether Mr. Simpson allegedly made some statement about DNA coming back. True?
True.
And you were asked yesterday what Mr. Simpson said in response to your indication that it takes DNA 2 months to come back. Correct?
Correct.
And you responded that he kind of jokingly just said, you know, to be honest, Ship, I've had some dreams of killing her. That's what you said yesterday. True?
That's very true.
Isn't it more accurate, Mr. Ship, that Mr. Simpson never supposedly said anything about dreams in response to this question about DNA? True?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. there was some other portion of a conversation that we're not going to go into that came between the statement about DNA that you had said and the statement that you say Mr. Simpson said about the dream. Isn't that correct? You can answer that yes or no. You can answer that yes or no.
That other statement you're talking about came first, if I'm not mistaken.
Before the DNA statement?
If I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I think that may have come first.
would you like to refresh your recollection as to the order of the conversation by reviewing again the statements attributable to you in Ms. Weller's book?
You may. That's 1001.
1,000. And I ask the witness simply to read it to himself so I can ask my next series of questions.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
After having reviewed the excerpt from this book, is your recollection now refreshed?
Okay, it's refreshed, that's correct.
And it's true, is it not, that even according to your version, this alleged statement about the dreams did not directly come in response to the alleged statement about DNA, correct?
That's correct.
There was something else that we're not going into that came between the two.
That's correct.
And when you responded and characterized Mr. Simpson's alleged statement about the dreams, you said that the statement was made jokingly, didn't you?
That's true.
Tell me everything that you saw that gave you an indication that the alleged statement was made jokingly.
Well, he just kind of said, you know, to be truthful, Ship, I've had dreams of killing her.
So he kind of chuckled.
Kind of chuckled, yeah.
Mr. Ship, when were you first informed by anyone representing the prosecution in this case that you would be called as a witness to testify in this matter?
Whenever Phil Van Adder I think it's probably the second time he visited my house, he said I possibly may be called. He didn't say I was actually going to be called.
And give me your best estimate of when it was that Phil Van Adder visited your house the second time.
Can you refresh my memory or someone as to when I met with Marcia and Mr. Darden?
I think you met with Marcia the first time in July.
July?
Of '94.
Okay, it was probably maybe about 2 or 3 weeks after that.
So 2 or 3 weeks after meeting with Marcia, Phil told you that you would probably be a witness in the case.
Yes, he did.
And did you then tell Phil, knowing that you'd be a witness in the case, about this conversation concerning the dream that supposedly occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't.
How many times after the first time that you met in Marcia's office did you have a conversation with anyone from the prosecution team?
I think I may have had several conversations, maybe 2, 3, maybe with Patty Fairbanks.
How many other conversations did you have with Phil Van Adder other than on the day when your statement was recorded?
Repeat that question.
How many conversations did you have with Phil Van Adder other than the day when your statement was recorded, transcribed?
1, maybe 2.
And they were both at your home?
One was at my home, and I think one other time I just called to ask him some kind of question.
Did you just say a minute ago that Phil told you that you may be a witness the second time that he came to your home?
That's correct.
When was the first time?
The first time he came to my home?
Yes.
First time he came to my home was when he brought a subpoena for the grand jury.
You did testify under oath in a grand jury proceeding.
That's correct.
When you testified at the...
Yes, with the court report, please.
Sidebar, I was conferring with Mr. Simpson, and Mr. Shipp continually was staring at us, was mouthing some type of word in some type of attempt to either communicate with me or with Mr. Simpson, was making very unusual facial expressions that would go from a grimace to a smirk, and it was in front of the jury, and I found it myself to be very, very uncomfortable, and I tried to direct my attention away from him. And I wanted to call that to the court's attention.
All right. Ms. Lewis, you had a comment?
Your Honor, I have been sitting at the back of the courtroom in the smaller counsel table during the time that Mr. Shipp was waiting for the sidebar conference to finish. And what I saw was a witness who didn't know where to look. He didn't want to sit there and stare at the jury. He could not stare at the audience, so he was looking around, as is typical of a witness when the attorneys are at sidebar. I didn't see him make any unusual expressions other than those typical and consistent with a witness who is just trying to determine what to do while the attorneys are at sidebar.
All right, well, if we have any luck, maybe Court TV has had the focus on Mr. Shipp during that course. We'll see. All right, let's take a 15-minute recess. Taking care of open 111.
No, they're in the hearing, and I couldn't do it. I left Ms. Chapman. I'll go back hopefully to argue it.
This, as you will find out, is not their only case that they have, and I allowed one of the attorneys to make a quick appearance in another courtroom in the courthouse, and that attorney was unfortunately delayed, and that was the reason for the longer continuance than I had anticipated. Also, during the course of the last sidebar discussion, it was brought to my attention that there appeared to be some communication or attempted communication between the witness, Mr. Shipp, and persons over at counsel table. You were instructed to disregard any conduct that you see like that. It is obviously not evidence. I've instructed the witness not to do anything like that in the future, but please disregard anything that you see of that nature. All right, Mr. Douglas, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shipp, do you know a woman by the name of Margaret Edwards?
Pardon me?
Do you know Margaret Edwards?
Margaret Edwards?
Yes.
A friend of my mom's?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I do.
I'm moving on. Just establishing.
All right. He's indicated that's the only question he's going to ask. Overruled.
Now, Mr. Shipp, let's go back to when you had these series of meetings with Ms. Weller about this book. And based on your producing the document that is now listed as Exhibit 1001, the first of those meetings occurred on July 13th, did it not?
I think that's correct.
Okay. And you say that you had a series of 6 or 7 meetings that followed?
Approximately.
And each of the meetings occurred at Yamashiro's, a restaurant?
Most of them, I think, we may have had one, I think, at the bicycle shop on Wilshire Boulevard.
When you met at Yamashiro's, you say that you were eating hors d'oeuvres.
Yes, I think sushi or hors d'oeuvres or...
Were you also drinking?
No, didn't
Was
drink.
she drinking?
She had a glass of wine.
Now, it is true, is it not, that sometime in 1994, you and Kathy Randa went out for a quick bite, correct?
Probably several times. We hung out quite a bit.
What about the time when you and she hung out and she asked you to stop dropping...
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Goes to your state of mind, Your Honor.
All right, let's approach. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Douglas, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shipp, as I was asking before the objection, do you recall an occasion in 1994 when you had a conversation with Kathy Randa and Miss Randa asked you to stop dropping by Mr. Simpson's home unannounced?
Never.
It didn't occur in April or May of 1994 over lunch?
No one has ever asked me to stop dropping by that house.
Okay. Let's talk about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Simpson. You and she met before the Simpsons were married, correct?
Correct.
And you and she became close, correct?
Good friends.
In 1989, you said that you spoke to her almost daily at one period of time, true?
You mean after the
After the incident in 89?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And you continue to have conversations with her even after she and Mr. Simpson broke up, correct?
Yes, I did.
You would have occasions when you would visit her at her home on Gretna Green in Los Angeles, didn't you?
Twice. I think I was over there twice.
There were other occasions when you'd speak to her on the telephone, correct?
Correct.
You would speak with her when she moved to the location on Bundy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You considered her a close friend?
Yes, I did.
During the course of their marriage, you never had an occasion to personally observe any arguments between Mr. and Mrs. Simpson, did
None
you?
whatsoever.
Isn't it true, sir, that you have in the past told Mr. Simpson's friend that if Mr. Simpson weren't around, you might have a shot at Nicole Brown Simpson yourself?
No, I did not.
You've never said that to any of Mr. Simpson's friends?
Excuse me for smiling, but no, I did not. I'm sorry.
It is true, though, that you had an occasion to see Mr. Simpson out publicly a week or two before the deaths, didn't you?
I sure did.
You saw him at a night spot that's called the House of Blues, didn't you?
Sure did.
He was there with his girlfriend, Paula Barbieri, wasn't he?
Correct.
They appeared to be happy to you, didn't they?
He did.
Nothing further.
Can you redirect?
Mr. Shipp, you've been called just about everything in the book so far, haven't you?
Sustained.
You were subpoenaed to come here and testify, Mr. Shipp?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get a lawyer and fight that subpoena, did you?
Overruled.
Well, I got a lawyer first, Robert McNeil, but I didn't fight it.
You knew when you received the subpoena that on an occasion in your life you had a drinking problem. You knew that.
Oh, correct.
Did you tell that to the defendant?
That I had a drinking problem?
Yeah.
I think I may have told Kathy Randa, and I think he knew.
Did you ever tell the defendant that you were suspended from the department for some days?
Oh, no. I don't think I told him that.
But you knew that, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you knew Mr. Cochran was Mr. Simpson's attorney, right?
That's correct.
You knew they'd find out about that, didn't you?
Sustained.
You filed a stress claim or went out on stress at some point during your career with the LAPD?
That's right around the time when I had the incident, my one and only incident on the LAPD.
What brought about that incident?
I was just burned out being a cop. I was unhappy. And I guess I was just partying quite a bit.
And when you went to see Kathy Randa one night and beat on her door around 1 o'clock in the morning, what brought about that incident?
I had some drinks, and I know Kathy was taking this real hard, and I felt really bad, and I wanted to go by there and just talk to her. And Kathy was the type of person, because Kathy also has had a drinking problem, and at times we used to reinforce each other. And she hadn't had any drinks that I recall during this whole time, that I recall. And I think I kind of went by there and go, hey, Kathy, whoops, here I am.
Were there other occasions during the time that you've known Kathy Randa in which you went to her house late at night?
Yeah, I used to, once again, here I was on patrol. I worked in North Hollywood Division, and she had problems with people, and I would go by there and check on her, and if I was off, I'd call other officers and say, would you go check on Kathy Randa? Because she had a problem with some drug people down the street. They were hanging out, her and her neighbors. And I had a friend of mine, a sergeant, go down there, or he was trying to meet with her.
And were there occasions when Kathy Randa would call you late at night and ask you to come over and help her with her drinking problem?
Well, Kathy, now she wouldn't really call me late at night, but there were times when she had her own problems where she had to take leave from Mr. Simpson's office.
You can answer the question.
Well, she had her own problems. We had to take leave, and we were basically, Kathy and I at one time, of course, until the... We were very close.
Wait,
we reinforced
wait.
each other. I'm sorry.
Overruled. Answer will stand.
Now, whatever the problem was that Kathy Randa had, you know that problem. You know what that problem is.
Correct.
You see any need to tell the whole world what that problem is?
Not at all.
It's between you and she, isn't it?
Between me and her.
You had a drinking problem and the defendant knew that.
Yes, he did.
But you were still his friend.
Sure.
He accepted you as his friend nevertheless, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading to speculation.
I think that's a conclusion that he can call. Overruled.
He accepted you as his friend even though you had a drinking problem. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, calm down.
Overruled.
I got drunk at OJ's wedding and made a fool out of myself. And he accepted me and thought it was a joke later on.
And you were good friends with the defendant, right?
Yes, I was.
Who arranged the security for Nicole Brown's funeral?
I did. I was contacted by Kathy, and I called a friend of mine who actually did the security. I mean, I didn't do it, but I called him, made the contact.
Did you attend the services at the church?
Yes, I did.
Not everyone was allowed admittance to those services, were they?
Oh, no, they weren't.
Were you admitted into those services?
Oh, yes, I was.
The defendant was there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He didn't stop you from entering those funeral services for Nicole Brown, did he?
No, I did not.
You attended the defendant's wedding reception?
Yes, I did.
You discussed his problems, the problems he was having with Nicole when he beat her up in 1989? Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Those are kinds of things that friends do, correct?
Correct.
Sustained. Stricken. Jury disregard.
Yesterday, Mr. Douglas asked you if you'd ever had a meal with the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Had you ever had a meal with the defendant in public?
Not prior to the 89 incident, just him and I know.
Did you have any meals in public with him after the 89 incident?
Yes, I did.
And when was that? When was the last time?
I had a meal with him on the set of Naked Gun 2.5 in front of everybody.
Were you scheduled to have lunch with the defendant on June 3rd, 1994?
I thought it was a dinner, but I guess if it was lunch, I do remember, yeah, we were scheduled.
Your Honor, I have here what appears to be a Xerox copy of the defendant's personal calendar. May it be marked next to nothing, but that would be equal to nothing.
I would object, Your Honor, this were presented to this witness, if this document.
All right, wait, speaking objection, counsel, please.
Equals 12, Your Honor?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Shipp, did you indicate a moment ago that you couldn't recall if it was a lunch or a dinner that you were
That's
scheduled to
correct.
have with the defendant?
I thought it was more of a dinner.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at the defendant's personal calendar?
Sustained.
You told us that you are somewhat of an actor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you acting today?
I do a little extra stuff here every now and then.
Okay. So you do get some roles from time to time?
Yeah, I work with Idell. I'm registered with Idell James, and she gets me out every now and then.
Okay. Well, what about your presence here today on the witness stand and your testimony yesterday? Were you just acting here in court today and yesterday?
I'm not that good.
Mr. Douglas suggested that you might be attempting to enhance your public profile. You recall that yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Have you been contacted by hard copy?
No.
Have you been contacted by some of the tabloid television shows?
Yes, I have.
Which ones, if you recall?
Current Affair.
Okay. Have you been contacted by the news media?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall which media entities?
2, 7. 2 and 7.
Have you been contacted by some of the paper tabloids?
None.
Have you contacted the tabloids?
No.
Have you contacted the news media?
No, I have not.
Have you offered to give anyone an interview relative to your information or your knowledge surrounding this case?
No, I have not.
You understand, sir, that you can make money doing that.
This is true.
You can get your picture in the paper and on television doing that.
Ruled.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're not a rich man, I take it.
Pardon me?
Are you rich?
No. I work for a property management company, and I'm very happy working there.
Well, why didn't you pursue some of these other directions? You know, one of these directions where you might provide the information you gave us here in court today and get paid a hefty sum.
I personally felt that was blood money. I didn't want any part of it, except for the money that went to Justin and Justin and Sydney.
And the money that went to Justin and Sydney is the money that went directly to them from Sheila Weller.
Part of the book.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
What money are you referring to?
Whatever donations that are coming from that book, the sale of that book.
And who do you expect those donations to go to?
To Sydney and Justin.
The defendant's children.
Defendant's children.
How much of that money went to you?
Not a dime.
How much is going to go to you?
None.
Have you obtained any monetary gain at all as a result of the information and knowledge you have relative to this case?
Not so ever.
You told Mr. Douglas yesterday that you brought approximately 40 police officers to Rockingham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did the defendant ever have any arguments or disagreements with any of those 40 police officers?
Never. O.J. loved him.
Did they appear to feel the same way about the defendant?
Sustained.
Did any police officer ever tell you that they didn't like the defendant?
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever reject any of those police officers off his property?
No.
Did he ever ask them to leave?
No.
And did those police officers make a request of the defendant? Did they ask him for things?
Sustained.
Did the defendant give those police officers anything?
Not all of them, but a few of them autographed pictures at my request.
And do those officers appear to appreciate that?
Overruled. He was there, he can testify to that.
Yes, they did.
Did you ever obtain the defendant's autograph?
One of the things, being around OJ and Nicole, I never asked them for anything.
Overruled. He's saying he never something, if he could finish the answer, please.
I never asked OJ and Nicole for anything, nothing. And to this very day, I do not have an autographed picture of OJ Simpson. I asked for pictures for friends of mine and kids, never for myself. My kids don't have an autographed picture. My wife, I don't have one.
Mr. Judge.
Did you ever ask the defendant to help you along in your acting career?
Never. Once again, I say I never asked him for anything.
Did he ever help you in any way in terms of your acting career?
Yes, he did. Out of the blue, I get a call from
Overruled.
I get a call from Kushner and Locke out of the blue saying, come down here and pick up a script. So I thought it was some little tiny little extra part, and I get down there, and it's a police part.
Next question.
Okay. And who arranged for that police part for you?
OJ did.
I'll ask another question.
Please.
Did you ever discuss the manner in which you obtained that police part with the defendant?
Later on, I said, hey, thanks, OJ.
And what did he say?
He played it off. He was like, hey, no big deal. I got to take my son Dio down, and he hung out with Lawrence Taylor. It was a great day. That's his hero.
These are the things friends do for friends, aren't they?
That's correct.
Sustain.
The defendant and Mr. Shipp are depicted in each of these photographs. May they be marked people's...
Sure.
Mark 13, 14, and 15, and I will hand them to defense counsel.
13, 14, and 15. Stay there. All right, Deputy Magnier, we're going to take our break at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour for lunch. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any contact with anybody else, or allow yourself to be contacted with regard to the case. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Mr. Shipp, you're excused until 1:30. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30. Mr. Douglas? All right, good afternoon, counsel. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Bailey, people represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. Counsel, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? All right, and we have our witness here. All right, let's have the jurors, please.
Was TD, I think. That's correct.
Career. When we left off, you were telling us about your friendship with the defendant, and you also told us about your acting career, correct?
That's correct.
Now, is there or was there a program called First and 10?
That's correct.
That's a television program?
Yes, it is.
Was that on Fox or?
HBO.
HBO, a cable program?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was the basic underlining story?
OJ was, his character was TD. I think he went from a football player to a coach to administration. I can't remember what the position was on the show.
And is that the show in which the defendant got you a role on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you played a police officer?
Once again, yes. I did.
Okay. Let me show you a photograph marked Exhibit
14.
Barrett's a little slow today, Your Honor. Pay attention. Exhibit 14. Light it up. Can you move the glass? Could you just step down for a moment, Mr. Shipp? Is that a photograph of you and the defendant there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that's you smiling there?
Yes.
And his arms are around you?
Yes, they are.
Were you shooting a scene at that particular time?
No, we weren't.
What was going on in this photograph?
I remember, I think the director, Stan, made some kind of a joke. Something like someone blew a line or something like that, and OJ, we thought it was funny. And that's when he hugged me.
Defendant hugged you, huh? And showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 15. That's the defendant there on the right side of the photograph? On your right side?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, he is.
Okay. And that's you in the middle?
That's me.
And who is the woman on the left side of the photograph?
That's my wife, Nina.
How long has she been your wife?
Almost 14 years, 13 and a half years.
And where was this photograph taken?
At the Simpson house from Rockingham.
Okay. And was there some type of affair or social occasion going on there?
I think it was his 40th birthday.
Were you invited to his 40th birthday party?
Yes, I was.
And so was your wife?
Yes, she was.
Thank you. Please take the witness stand. And you have other photographs with the defendant, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And you went to his wedding?
The reception part, not the private.
By the way, your wife has been present here in court throughout your testimony, is that correct?
That's correct.
She's here now?
Yes, she is.
You indicated on cross-examination yesterday, that is when Mr. Douglas was asking you questions, that the defendant's statement about having dreams came before the defendant asked you how long DNA takes to come back? Was that your testimony?
No, questions asking him if that's what it was. Overruled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Darden, can you repeat that again?
Okay. At some point, the defendant asked you, how long does it take DNA to come back, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he also made a statement about having dreams about killing Nicole, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which came first, the DNA statement or the killing statement?
The DNA statement came first.
Now,
Your Honor, I think you spoke when he said the killing statement.
Dream statement.
the dream about killing statement. Okay. That statement came second or first?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Okay. Which came first? The question about when DNA
Oh, the
comes
DNA
back?
came first. I'm sorry. Yeah, DNA.
And then at some point, the defendant made the comment about having some dreams about killing
That's
Nicole?
correct. Right.
Now, was there some conversation between those two statements?
Yes, there was. That's why I was confused earlier. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you didn't tell us about the conversation between those two statements, did you?
I was ordered not to.
Who ordered you not to?
Well, actually, you informed me that the judge, Beadle, said not to talk about it.
Okay, so you weren't trying to mislead anyone?
Oh,
then?
no. No, I was not.
You were trying to comply with the court's
I
order?
was trying to comply with the court's order.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just so you don't speculate as to what that is, there's something that transpired that I've determined is not relevant to this case, and I've ordered the witness not to testify about. It is not to have any impact upon your evaluation of this witness. Mr. Darden.
And to go back and discuss the 1989 incident briefly, Mr. Shipp, I believe you told Mr. Douglas today that that the defendant seemed to accept responsibility for the beating.
Yes, at one point he did.
Okay.
Mr. Farlow. Mr. Darden.
Thank you, Your Honor. So up to some point, or at some point, the defendant accepted responsibility for the beating?
Yes, he did.
Did he continuously accept responsibility for the beating?
Can you be a little bit more exact?
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. You had a conversation with him that first week of January, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did he immediately accept responsibility for the beating?
Not immediately, but after we had talked for a while, OJ made a remark to me. He said that he didn't think that he was a batterer, and I explained to him. I said, "Hey, man, you hit her. She's got marks. You're a batterer." And that's when he kind of agreed and said, "I guess you're right."
Okay. Did you ask the defendant to admit that publicly?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
Like I said, at first he was very resistant because he thought it was going to ruin his image. He thought that he would lose the Hertz, and he didn't want anything to do with it. And I explained to him that a lot of times if you come forth with women's groups and admit you have a problem, that people will welcome you more.
And what did he say he would do?
He said, he'd think about it, and it sounded pretty good to him.
And did you have a conversation with him the next day or the day after that?
Yes, I did.
And what did the defendant say then?
He said he had received advice, I don't know who from, that that was not a good idea.
Answer will stand.
Oh,
Sir, I didn't hear the answer, Your Honor.
Answer was he didn't know who from, but it wasn't a good idea.
So the next day the defendant told you that this notion about accepting responsibility publicly was not a good idea?
right, that he wasn't going to do it.
You also told Mr. Douglas that you felt that you were treated like a servant by the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what did you mean? What did you mean by that?
I said I was like a servant to him, like a lot of people, and meaning that I did not mind doing anything I did for OJ because I idolized him, and I did with open arms, and a lot of people were the same way.
So you did things for him?
Did a lot of things.
Whatever it was he asked of you, you did it?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Now, you told us yesterday that you ran vehicle license plates for him.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Pardon me?
You told us yesterday that you ran license plates for the defendant?
For the defendant, correct.
Okay. And you contacted a detective, the detective on the 89 beating case on his behalf, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you do other things for the defendant? That is, other things in your official capacity as a police officer?
Yes, I did.
What kinds of other things?
What, you mean as a police officer or
Yes.
on my off-duty time?
Okay, well, as a peace officer.
As a police officer on duty, other than talking to the detective about signing off the report, no, not on duty.
Okay. Well, how about things that you did in your capacity as an off-duty police officer?
Yes, I did quite a bit.
Okay. What types of things did you do there?
There was one time in particular when OJ called me when Jason and some friends, I think he was around 16 years old, had used some cocaine, and Jason had a seizure. And OJ was very upset that this happened, and he wanted to find out who sold the cocaine to him and his friends. And he set up a meeting in the neighborhood with a bunch of the parents.
Okay. Anything else?
There was also another time when I was at home when I received a call from Rolf Bauer stating that Jason was...
Sustained.
Well, after you received this call from Ralph Bauer, did you do something?
Yeah, I went to OJ's house because Jason had apparently taken a bat to OJ's life-size statue in the backyard.
And you went to speak to Jason Simpson?
Yes, I did.
Okay. To counsel him?
Yes, I did.
And to go back to Monday, June 13th, that would be the Monday following the murders, is that correct?
That's correct.
The day following the murders?
That's correct.
You told Mr. Douglas that you were in the television room or the TV room at Rockingham, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are 4 television sets there?
I think it's approximately 3 or 4.
And were all those television sets on?
Yes, they were.
Was there news footage and news commentary regarding the murders?
On every station.
Did you see the defendant on TV that day?
Yes, I did.
Was he in handcuffs at some
At
point?
one particular time, yes, he was.
And was he released?
Yes, he was.
Those handcuffs were taken off?
Yes, they were.
And this happened on Monday, June 13th, is that right?
That's correct.
And was the defendant present as you watched the 3 or 4 different television sets?
Yeah, he sat there with us.
Did you see film footage of the murder scene on television that day?
I do believe there was, at that particular time, I think they were focusing more to the fact that OJ had been arrested, but they did flash back a little bit to the scene.
Okay. Did you see news footage of the bodies being taken away?
Yes, I did.
Was the defendant there while this news footage was on?
Yes, he was.
And while you were watching television in that room with the defendant, did he ever ask you who you thought killed Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman?
Never.
Did he ever express any sadness or sense of loss because Nicole was gone?
I didn't see it because of Nicole. No, I didn't.
You told Mr. Douglas that before the defendant told you about the dreams he'd had of killing Nicole, that he chuckled, correct?
Yes, he did.
Did he really chuckle?
He chuckled.
And this was the same day that the bodies were removed?
Same day. That evening.
Same day that you and he saw photographs or film footage of the murder scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he chuckled.
Yes, he did.
You told Mr. Douglas that you did not go to football games with the defendant. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you ever been to New York City?
Never.
Have you lived in Los Angeles your entire life, pretty
My
much?
entire life.
If you know, where was the defendant usually during football season?
Either in New York or doing some kind of a show, football show.
And what would he be doing in New York, if you knew?
Commentating.
Commentating on what?
Football games.
He was an NFL commentator. Is that right?
That's correct.
So while football games were being played during football season, he wasn't even in California, was he?
No, he wasn't, unless there was a game that he was doing in Los Angeles, a Raider game.
And did you go to college, Mr. Shipp?
Yes, I did.
Where'd you go?
I went 2 years at East LA Junior College, and then transferred over to USC.
USC, the same college the defendant went to, huh?
That's correct.
You played football there?
I went off with the team.
Didn't make it?
Wasn't good enough.
You also told us that while employed as a police officer, you testified 50 to 60 times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You also told us that you were given some training in how to appear in court. Is that right?
That's correct.
What was the most basic thing you were taught in the police academy with regard to how to testify?
Never tell a lie.
And have you attempted to follow that training today?
This very day.
And are you telling us the truth today, Mr. Shipp?
The absolute truth.
Thank you, sir.
Recross?
Mr. Shipp, were you told in the academy that it was proper to mislead a pending investigation of murder charges?
As a police officer?
Correct.
Of course, yeah, I was told that.
That it's proper to mislead?
I mean, no, that you shouldn't, right.
Were you told in the academy that it was proper for a witness to an incident to lie to investigators who were investigating an incident?
No, I was not told to do that.
Now, you mentioned that you made a fool of yourself at Mr. Simpson's wedding reception, didn't
That's
you?
correct.
And you made a fool of yourself after you got drunk, didn't you?
Well, to me, I mean, if there's nobody else that can actually, to me. I mean, I was slurring my words. That to me, that's making a fool out of yourself. No one else said, hey, get this bum out of here.
Well, once you got drunk, didn't you then begin making more of a fool of yourself with your conduct?
As far as I was concerned.
You did.
If I was drunk and I was not able to speak like I would speak when I'm sober, and I know that I'm slurring, to me that's embarrassing.
Well, at Mr. Simpson's wedding reception, isn't it true that you got drunk and got into an argument and fight with one of the other guests that were there?
One of the guests?
Yes.
No, I did not. That's not what I meant by fool.
Now, you also said that when you got drunk this past year, you went over to Miss Randa's house at 1 o'clock in the morning to say, whoops, here I am.
Correct.
Did you think that you wanted, withdrawn, did you think that Miss Randa wanted to see you in all of your drunken glory at 1 o'clock in the morning outside of her home unannounced?
Well, I thought I'd done so many favors for OJ and all his friends, and I was close to Kathy, that it wouldn't, I mean, she would understand herself, okay, having a problem, which she had understood so many times before.
So you wanted her to see you in all of your drunken glory?
Yes, I did.
And were you too drunk to call her on the telephone and say that you're coming over so you can see me in all of my drunken glory?
No, I was not.
Did you drive over there drunk?
Did I drive? Yes, I did. I was drunk.
That wasn't very smart, was it?
I was bad.
Did you drive home after leaving her house 1 in the morning drunk?
Yes, I did.
That wasn't very smart either, was it?
No, I was not. I'm not proud of it. I told you I'm not perfect, Mr. Douglas.
That's a good question. Thank you, sir. Isn't it true, sir, that some of the police favors that you performed were performed for Mrs. Simpson, correct?
Yeah, quite a bit. That's true.
You ran a license plate for Mrs. Simpson's request, didn't you?
Also, yes, I did.
Not for Mr. Simpson, did you?
Yes, I did.
Didn't she want you to help her to remove some tenants out of an apartment that she owned in the South Bay?
Yes, she did.
And you then ran a license plate for her under those circumstances, didn't you?
That wasn't the only time I ran license. I ran license plates quite a bit when they had people coming over the house. They didn't know who was hanging around. Chip, you check this out, please? We got people driving around.
Were you violating any official rules or procedures of the Los Angeles Police Department by running a license plate for a personal friend?
Yes, I was.
Now, isn't it true, sir, that the Brown family was responsible for arranging for security at Nicole Brown Simpson's funeral?
I was contacted by Kathy originally, not the Browns.
The occasion that you could think of, the only occasion that you could think of in your 26-year friendship with Mr. Simpson, when you and he ate together, was on the set of Naked Gun 2.5, correct?
That's one.
And that was a meal that took place during a casting break, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
And there were other members of the cast that were also sitting around enjoying the meal, wasn't there?
Our lunch was isolated. It was just he and I, and then there was two people that came to get some football signs, some alumni from USC that joined us. Originally, it was just he and I.
Now, You mentioned that in 1989 you attempted to arrange for the charges against Mr. Simpson to be signed off on.
Yes, I
correct?
did.
In 1989, you had worked as an instructor at the academy, did
That's
you not?
correct.
And you were an instructor working and teaching domestic violence, did you not?
That's correct.
And you were aware in 1989 that whenever allegations of domestic abuse were filed and there was some independent corroboration, that the charges had to be brought formally, correct?
That's correct.
So you knew in 1989 that there was nothing that you could personally do to obviate the filing of charges, true?
That's what I believed.
Now, you said earlier to Mr. Darden that you had never asked Mr. Simpson for anything. Remember saying that?
That's correct.
You did ask on occasion to play tennis on his tennis court, true?
Okay, yes, that's true.
And when you were at his home in the dark with the blonde, who wasn't your wife, who's here in court, you did ask that he bring you a bottle of wine, didn't you?
That's correct.
And did she drink the wine by herself?
No,
Or did you?
we drank it. OJ came out and stayed with us because he thought she was real attractive.
Wasn't OJ living his own life at the time that you came by unannounced and asked to use the
Didn't
jacuzzi?
come by, can I answer these questions? I didn't come by unannounced. I was there. See, he's forgetting. I was there. We got there at 7 o'clock.
Why don't you let me ask the questions and you can answer
Let me
my
answer.
questions.
Okay, sorry.
You first called Mr. Simpson and he was on the phone when you called, correct?
When I buzzed it, right.
And you asked Mr. Simpson to use the jacuzzi, correct?
Yes, I've never gotten in a jacuzzi.
And he asked you whether or not the jacuzzi was still on. Remember that?
I think you're correct.
And you informed him that the jacuzzi was on because you'd been there earlier that day, true?
Earlier that day?
Correct.
No, I wasn't there earlier that day. I was playing tennis at 7 o'clock.
So he then allowed you and your blonde friend to use the jacuzzi.
That's
true?
correct.
And then about a half hour later you called him back.
That's correct.
And asked for the bottle of wine.
That's correct.
And it was sometime while you and this friend of yours was in the jacuzzi that you happened to see his daughter, Arnell Simpson.
That's correct.
Now, you suggested earlier that you had only seen this woman, Angela Spilker, but for 10 seconds on one occasion.
That's correct.
It's not true, is it, sir?
It's the gospel truth.
It's true. If it is, Your Honor, I'll allow the court to allow me to reopen for this brief area, which is 5 beyond.
It's real tangential. It's real tangential.
Yeah, that's not going to tell the court.
Please. All right, thank you, counsel.
You recalled when Mr. Simpson was present at his home on June 13th, correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall that he was sitting there in the company of his mother for most of that evening while he was watching television?
Actually, that's correct. She was sitting there.
And do you recall, in fact, that Mr. Simpson was very distraught during that time?
He was, in my opinion, Mr. Simpson, what I saw was anger. I saw anger at the news coverage that he was actually being accused of murdering Nicole and Ron. That's all I saw.
Well, it is true, is it not, that Mr. Simpson was distraught that week of June 13th when you saw him, correct?
Tuesday morning, I saw OJ before he was snuck out of the compound. I saw him that morning he was leaving. That's when, to me, that's when I saw him. He looked totally disheveled and distraught.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Simpson didn't show any signs of concern on June 13th when you were there in his house?
Not about Nicole.
Oh, well, you can answer the question. Mr. Darden, briefly?
Nothing further.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Shipp, I'm going to excuse you at this time, subject to further recall. You're ordered not to discuss your testimony with any other person other than the attorneys in the case. All right, thank you, sir.
All right. So what we're going to do now is this. Go that way. Alrighty, so that concludes tonight's reaction to O.J. Simpson's trial. Very good audience, very good crowd, views, and etc. And shout out to Anna in chat and Moki and everyone else. We will be live again tomorrow about this trial, and we'll continue it. We will react to the entire thing. And also Passion, you too. Funny chat. Okay, so see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for coming. Let's see. And peace. Shout out to all of you that were here. Michael Pussycat, Dodgers. I said Moki earlier, and those are lurking too, as well. All right. And Lori. Okay, and that will be it.